Imagine for a second being so lazy that your parents literally have to sue you just to get you to go get a job. Well, that's what happened to Michael Rotondo back in 2018, and I have to think his parents were actually being fairly reasonable here. Although Michael did have a job at Best Buy in his early 20s, he eventually got fired and apparently just gave up on working after that and moved back in with his parents at 22. For the next 8 years, he not only never paid rent, he didn't even bother to help with any chores or household expenses. Whenever his parents encouraged him to apply for jobs or find his own place, he apparently refused to listen. So when Michael finally turned 30, his parents just had enough and started sending him these legal notices demanding that he move out. He had never done anything wrong, since he said he had never been asked to contribute financially or with chores. But after they had already sent him 5 written notices, plus even $1,000 to help him transition, and he still refused to leave, his parents decided to sue him. For the next month, Michael actually tried fighting them in court, arguing that he needed at least 6 months' notice to move out. It was only when a New York judge declared, "I want you out of that household," that he finally left, calling the ruling outrageous and saying he was planning on appealing.
No, that's not laziness, that is parasitic behavior. I don't know about you, but I'm all in favor of the parents on that one.
Yo, she's eating raw chicken. Oh, what the What the
Is the blue cat over there still here?
I don't know.
Oh.
Is that good?
What?
Does that taste good? It's delicious? Okay.
There was so much going on in that video, I can't even process it fully. You just never know who's out there or what kind of lives people are living. Humans are just totally wild.
Deep in the middle of Virginia sits one of the creepiest things on Google Maps. Over 40 abandoned statues of previous presidents with absolutely no explanation. Some of the statues are over 20 feet tall. Included is the address. Happy exploring.
I can imagine that with no context, just out on a hike and stumbling across these, it would be quite alarming. But I'm sure the mystery would soon solve itself with a quick Google search to fill in the blanks, right?
Imagine having your life completely ruined all because AI said you committed a crime. That's what recently happened to this poor grandma named Angela Lips, and the craziest part is, the police just blindly believed it. A bank had been robbed in North Dakota, and since they couldn't find a suspect, they decided to use an AI face recognition software, which concluded the person was Angela. So even though she lived all the way in Tennessee and had never even visited North Dakota before, U.S. Marshals just dragged her out of her house at gunpoint in front of the 4 kids she was babysitting. Despite having zero evidence other than the AI, the officers took her back to North Dakota and kept her in jail for almost 4 months without bail or even asking her any questions. It wasn't until she was finally given a lawyer that the guy literally just pulled up her bank records and proved in 5 minutes that she'd been buying stuff in Tennessee when the crime took place. But the North Dakota cops not only never apologized to Angela, they just casually released her on Christmas Eve without any clothes, money, or even a way to just get back to Tennessee. She had also already lost her home, dog, car, and all her belongings by then. And although people ended up raising almost $90,000 for her, I hope she still ends up suing them for everything.
The sad part is, no law was actually broken in that story. The police were completely within their power to do something like this, and I think we're going to hear more and more stories like it. But for everyone that actually blows up the way this did, there'll be plenty more which actually just fly under the radar that never get this kind of attention. It's worth keeping an eye out for, you and me both.
United States of? 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 Right. United States of? Makes you think, doesn't it?
I'm seeing so many videos like this, but I've got to hear it from people who aren't trying to influence anyone online. What do you think? Is this actually a trend out there in the United States right now? Let me know down in the comments. You cannot make this stuff up. The symbolism is everywhere in everything. So here's something for you to try. Next time you leave the house and head into town or into city, make yourself a little checklist and take a proper look at the major brands, the stores and the buildings in your area. I can guarantee you'll find at least one or two every single time. Don't take my word for it. Go and look for yourself.
The theory that Charlie Kirk was killed by an explosive placed in his wireless mic is growing in popularity. And when you look at the reenactments done online side by side, you can't help but notice the way that the shirt moves, the way that the necklace moves, and the way that the body moves are so similar. And now Tucker Carlson is openly saying that he believes that Charlie Kirk was killed because
believe he was most likely his evolving views on Israel.
Which is interesting when it comes to the exploding mic theory, because almost exactly a year before Charlie Kirk's Israel attacked Hezbollah with exploding walkie-talkies and pagers in an operation called Grim Beeper. And then you look at what TPUSA has done. They've put his handheld mic on display, but where's the wireless one? Brian Harple, Charlie Kirk's security, said that in the hospital he cut his freedom shirt off. Where is that? Isn't that evidence? What if there's shrapnel on it? Speaking of which, this is what an exploded Rode wireless mic looks like. And when you freeze frame Charlie's hand the moment after the attack, that's what a lot of people believe they are seeing on his hand. And in October of 2025, Ian Carroll brought up the fact that there was an explosives factory that was wiped off the map in Tennessee that had government contracts that made mic packs. And immediately after Charlie Kirk's UVU did complete construction in the area where he was assassinated, and people wondered if it was to cover up evidence. And now you have to wonder if the evidence they were trying to hide was from an exploded mic. This was once just a conspiracy theory, but it seems that it's shaping up to be something more. As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
So the microphone theory has become more mainstream than any other now, it seems. I'm not sure where I stand on this one myself. I don't believe it to be the case any more than any other theory, but I'm not Candace Owens. I can't just talk about these things freely without fear of being shut down, can I?
Watching this Oliver Tree interview with Ethan Klein 6 years ago.
You're telling me they didn't expect anyone to notice that? Seriously? That seems intentional to me. The guy was a professional internet troll and performance artist. There's probably more context to this that we're actually missing.
This is the teaching that the Truman Show hides in plain sight.
What the? Nah, you don't find this suspicious? Come on, me down this rabbit hole.
Truman's awakening begins when a star labeled Sirius falls from the sky between two pillars. Then there's the dome, the staircase, the all-seeing eye, and the grand architect. One of the Rothschilds was even a producer on the film.
Why?
So the question is, what message is being encoded here? First, we need to understand Gnosticism. In Gnostic cosmology, the material world isn't created by the true God.
What?
Instead, it's a prison created by a false deity called the Demiurge.
The what? A dragon?
According to this belief, the Demiurge traps divine souls in matter, keeping them ignorant through deception and control. The uninitiated live in ignorance, controlled by false narratives and false gods. A fabricated dome world. He's kept ignorant of true reality. In Gnostic terms, he represents the divine spark trapped in matter. Christoph, meaning of Christ, sits in a lunar command center, controlling everything like a god. He believes he's benevolent and is giving Truman a chance to live a good life. The Demiurge also believes his prison is paradise. She's the one trying to wake Truman up, breaking the rules to tell him that his world isn't real and he has to get out. Then there's Marlin, his best friend who appears with beer every time Truman questions reality. In Gnosticism, the Archons use intoxication and distraction to keep souls asleep and compliant. Truman's journey to break through the dome is the journey from illusion to reality. Another symbol used in the Truman Show is one we have all become much too familiar with. It's the Eye of Horus from ancient Egypt. It's the third eye of enlightenment, the pineal gland. It's the eye that looks at you through your phone's camera. And of course, what appears on the back of the dollar bill. Truman's programmed fear is water. His father's staged drowning was created to keep him imprisoned. And what must he do to escape? Sail into Christoph's storm and experience the drowning he was programmed to fear, a symbolic death and rebirth. After his baptism into the mystery schools, he ascends the Freemasonic staircase of enlightenment.
This is what the elite believe, by the way.
There's 16 total steps, but they are reflected in the water below.
He comes to the wall.
As above, so below. And that makes it 32 steps, with his final step out of the door being the 33rd.
Like the 33rd Mason?
There's one more layer we need to talk about. You.
Follow me for part 2.
We keep saying it. The Truman Show was a documentary. Not just a documentary either, a social commentary.
This man has spent the last 16 days trying to kill a tick he found on his body. But despite drowning it, suffocating it, and even leaving it in the freezer for 24 hours, the tick refuses to die.
Good Lord. It lives. I fear that I have created an even stronger monster.
YouTuber Rusty Cage has so far submerged the tick in water for an entire week, hoping it would drown and die. And when it didn't, he decided, alright, let's try. So he placed it in a petri dish with oxygen-depleted water for 2 days. And right when you start to think, yeah, it's finally cooked, he began breathing on it. And as soon as that tick detected some carbon dioxide from a potential host, it came right back to life. But then, on day 15 of his survival experiments, he took it to the expected final stage, 24 hours in the freezer. Now this seemed to actually do the trick because the tick appeared to be unresponsive and dead. But then he tried to revive it using heat radiation from lasers. And to his horror, yet again, bro was just in a cold coma and it woke back up. But here's the scariest part. The reason this tick in particular is so unbelievably resilient is because of what species it is. The Lone Star is not only one of the toughest, but it's also one of the most aggressive ticks out there and is native to Canada, Mexico, and the USA. Oh, and if that wasn't bad enough, this is also the same species of tick which can sometimes make humans allergic to red meat if bitten. And today, they continue spreading across North America at an unprecedented rate.
So apparently, the only things surviving the end of the world are cockroaches, the elites in their bunkers, and Lone Star ticks. That's definitely not a world I want to live in. I'm not going to completely discredit that claim or what the video was showing because I know people love a good internet mystery, but if you're on the same wavelength as me, you're probably already thinking there's no way this is real.
As you can see, this is the code running our simulation, and these are all names of real people. See? It's us. You're taunting us at CERN.
Is this proof of a simulation or anything else linked to CERN? No, absolutely not. This is someone who's had a bit of fun with Claude AI to create an interesting visual to post online. Don't believe me? Head over there and ask it to do the same thing for you.
It's been 15 days since I began my experiments on the Lone Star tick. After 2 weeks of floating in water, I was certain that it had finally perished. Once again, I transplanted the specimen into a dry petri dish, making sure to remove any excess liquids. Upon inspection, its limbs began to twist in what appeared to be a loss of hemolymph hydraulic pressure, the infamous death curl. Fool me twice, shame on me. Ticks respond strongly to carbon dioxide in order to detect a nearby host, and after blowing life back into the creature, it quickly began to recover. It walked once more amongst the living, for now at least. But I'm quite certain that my next experiment will be the last. Ticks are notoriously known to be cold tolerant. However, I do not believe that it will survive 24 hours in my freezer. But there's only one way to find out. On day 16, I removed the specimen. And just as expected, no signs of life. But death is a gift that I have yet to present. Death is a gift that the tick has not earned. Death is a gift that can be revoked. I'll keep you updated.
And this saga has indeed been going on for almost 3, 4, 5 weeks now, with the tick apparently showing no signs of dying. Honestly, I think a lot of this is completely satirical. It's blown up online and for good reason. All I can think about is that if you were bitten by this tick at this point, it might just have the potential to grant you superpowers. And of course, I'm joking, okay? But I suppose we shall find out when he tries irradiating it. It may look real to some, but it doesn't look real to me. Why would the government make deals and shake hands with its own technology?
This aired on Adult Swim in October 2018, and it's one of the most disturbing commercials that I've ever seen. And they call it art, surrealism, just visuals. But look at the layout. 3 figures with triangle heads. Triangles seen as a hierarchy, direction, control. That's almost a ceremony shape. And then the baby is treated more like a offering, taken down and then returned as something that looks demonic. And that's the oldest storyline in ritual imagery. Death, transformation, rebirth. Here's what gets me. They're showing it all over TV. You're supposed to accept it. Now watch the middle figure again. This is the part that most people miss, because once you clock it, it stops feeling like art. Let me know your thoughts and comments down below.
There really is no other context for this. This wasn't the promotion for a horror film or a new psychological thriller or a horror series. This was literally just an advert created to be edgy on the Adult Swim network. That ain't right, no matter which way you look at it.
So let me get this straight. You think Candace Owens is a reliable source of news and truth? What people are actually looking at is controlled opposition. Candace Owens, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, the whole alternative lane. People started catching on that mainstream media is fake and staged. So what happened next? They didn't stop the show, they launched new channels. Same system, different set. They pick the faces, they pick the roles, they give people opposition that feels rebellious but stays inside the lines. And it works because it keeps people trapped in false hope, hero worship, and endless distractions. They even package it in religion and morality because that lowers people's guards. People start trusting the messenger instead of seeing the symbolism. The villains and heroes that people are clinging on to are on the same payroll. The theater is very convincing, but once you stop feeding it your attention and energy, you stop being controllable, and that is what they fear. But I don't know. I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Let me know what you think.
A nice little caveat to my earlier statement, I think, but people have free will. They'll believe what they want as much as it makes them feel more comfortable in this weird and wild world.
So, Congressman Lindsey Graham has just passed away due to a mysterious illness, but right off the rip, I feel like somebody's lying. Did Russia take him out? Now, you guys may find this timeline very interesting because he just recently, before he passed, went to a Ukrainian drone facility. And I posted this. This is a timeline of everything that happened. So first, he visits the drone facility in Ukraine on July 10th. Then Russia actually strikes a drone facility the same day. Then Lindsey Graham dies suddenly on the same day. Coincidence? Reports say that Russia launched 12 missiles, including 6 ballistic missiles, along with 121 drones against Ukraine overnight. Now, pay attention. This part is important. Russia Defense Ministry says its forces targeted drone production facilities in Kyiv. So my question is, how did all this happen the same day? You fly back to America only to die with this mysterious illness. The timeline is way off. Now, here's another telltale sign. The next day after all this happens, Ukraine's prime minister resigns. Yuri Syrienko, who was the prime minister who just stepped down, was only the prime minister for a year, but before that, she was the minister of the economy, which she had a choppy past as well. So reports say that she was actually on the board as a beneficiary, diverting funds for certain programs, which was a conflict of interest. Did she get a nice little severance package to withhold information or whatever went down? Because she seems to know something and now she's just gone.
Here's a fun fact for you all. Did you know that Graham was born on the 9th of July and sadly passed away on the 11th of July, just 2 days? Funny how these little numerical patterns have a way of jumping out at you once you start looking for them. You really couldn't make it up.
When you do sell your soul, you're allowed to live forever. It's not a coincidence that all these celebrities have a look-alike from the past. I'm not sure whether they're vampires, clones, but I do know one thing. Every single celebrity has someone from the past that looks exactly like them. Every single one. I think most of these celebrities are well-known people, have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I figured something out that you and I have not. They're just waiting, even when they pass away, come back for a new generation. As always, let me know what you think in the comments. Stay weird.
Before you go too far down the rabbit hole, there's one cold hard fact that you need to factor in about people who look alike in this world, identical in some cases. Facial archetypes are a very real thing and they're limited. Genetically, there are only so many variations that can exist, which means people can and do end up looking alike. That's natural, and I've broken this exact thing down before on the channel, the whole celebrity look-alike rabbit hole. And I landed in the same place every single time. Facial archetypes, not clones, not secretly the same person. That's the hole you fancy going down properly. It's worth digging back through the older stuff.
I'm highly suspicious of this tree.
I, too, am highly suspicious of that tree. If you know, you know.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This clip got an eye-watering number of views on TikTok, and I'm talking millions. But did you spot the AI red flag on it? Just in case you didn't, I'll point it out. There's someone holding up a phone to record, and yet there's nothing on the screen. Not to mention the reaction isn't remotely human. AI still can't seem to grasp raw human emotive responses to things.
At the all-new Hyundai of Cookville. Test drive the 2026 Elantra SEL Sport. Looking sharp with that sporty feel. MSRP $25,555. Dealer discount of $45,744. Your sale price just $20,000.
I don't know much about the Amish, but I know enough to know that something doesn't quite add up there.
What is the meaning behind all these strange bruises under the eyes of billionaires, politicians, and celebrities? And why is this something the public isn't supposed to know? 2012. Robert Downey Jr. There was no official explanation for his bruise. That same year, he received an unprecedented $50 million salary for his role in the Avengers. For comparison, he was only paid $500,000 for his previous role as Iron Man. Elon Musk. A bruise appeared in May 2025. The official excuse? He was just playing with his kids. At the time, Tesla and SpaceX were struggling. Suddenly, that same year, he received a massive $1 trillion transfer. George W. Bush, January 2002. The official story? He fell off a couch. A year after the invasion of Iraq, the Bush family began pulling in massive profits from oil companies operating there. As you can see, almost all these people experience a massive career boost or receive huge sums of money right after appearing with a dark eye. There is one mandatory condition. The bruise must be shown publicly. This secret society is called the Black Eye Club.
As much as I don't buy into this theory, and I don't believe a Black Eye Club actually exists, there does seem to be a tangible link between the black eye and a shift in someone's personal or professional life.
Morbid Facts, Part 1008. Serial killer Richard Ramirez spent nearly 24 years on California's death row before dying in 2013 from complications of B-cell lymphoma at age 53, never having been executed. In the weeks before his death, advanced liver failure reportedly turned his skin a vivid green, with several prison sources claiming he looked like a green highlighter pen. Despite being sentenced to death in 1989 for 13 various other violent crimes, he died of natural causes while still awaiting. This box contains hundreds of knee replacements that outlived the people they were implanted in. During cremation, the human body is reduced to ashes, but artificial joints survive the furnace intact. They're removed afterward, collected like this, and often recycled into new products, with many crematories donating the proceeds to charitable causes. Poker champion Victoria Corin Mitchell once sought therapy to overcome her fear of flying, but in a cruel twist of fate, her therapist was later killed in a plane crash. The tragedy reinforced her long-standing phobia rather than curing it, and she's avoided flying ever since, often traveling by train or boat instead.
The universe operates on predictable laws, but human psychology is rarely as logical. Whilst the fear of flying seems like a simple fear of dying mid-air, the underlying statistics tell a very, very different story. Far more boats sink each year than planes crash, yet aviophobia remains far more common than any fear of boating. Phobias are rarely rational, but they always stem from something deeply rooted. Correct my pronunciation of aviophobia, would you, please?
Apple might be the most company, and let me tell you why. The first Mac, the iMac, do you know how much it sold for? $666. That's 666. That's what it cost. You think that's just a fun number? No. Steve Jobs was exact with numbers. He picked that on purpose. Now look at the logo, a bitten apple. That's not just some design choice, that's the Bible, the fall of man. The moment sin entered the world. That's the symbol they went with. And then there's Siri. Say it backwards. Iris. What's your iris? Your eye. And what's the biggest symbol used in secret groups like the Illuminati? The one eye. Over and over again, same message. Now think, iPhone, that's not just internet phone, that's iPhone, EYE. The eye is watching, always. So, let's put it together. You've got the number 666, you've got the apple with a bite, you've got the eye, the one eye, the iris, the iPhone, all connected. People think it's just cool tech. No, it's something else. It's a symbol, it's a system, and it's everywhere. And you carry it in your pocket.
This is just a theory, not a fact.
If you're still out there thinking that smartphones, and I don't just mean Apple, this is an all-encompassing situation here, are harmless little devices to keep us connected, then you really, really haven't had the awakening yet. And at this point, you probably never will.
And some knucklehead films me, and then as perpetrating one of the largest frauds in
I see this question tossed around a lot these days with people caveating their videos with the mandatory wake up. In my opinion, if people haven't awakened yet, despite everything that has gone on and is actively going on, then it's probably not in their programming to do so. Too much has happened. And I'm not convinced that some people aren't consciously choosing to ignore the signs because it makes them feel better. And look, if you're still watching a video like this, you're plainly not one of those people I'm talking about. So congratulations. You actually have a shot at surviving and making something good out of this entire experience. I personally trialed and tested this, asking AI about its favorite planet, shape, and number. It all checks out. Saturn, 6, hexagon. If you spent any time down the Saturn symbolism rabbit hole with me before, not one of these three will actually surprise you. Funny how there's 3 of them as well. And you can try it for yourself too. Have a go.
I would be shocked if this video doesn't get removed from this platform. So you should watch this now and download it while you still can. Because I kid you not, this sounds like a horror movie.
Implant aborted baby parts into lab animals. Have you heard of that sort of research?
Yeah, we did an analysis a few years ago showing that over 90% of experiments with using human fetal tissue and putting them involved animals were funded by Fauci's NIAID.
Do you know where they're getting the aborted human fetal tissue?
A lot of it is happening at colleges and universities that have affiliated hospitals that perform that procedure.
Madam Chair, I think we need to look into that as well.
So guys, this video is for entertainment purposes only, right? And I want to make clear, she is basically saying they're using the parts from new souls. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying here. She's saying they're using them and combining them with other animals. Now look, I don't care what side you're on. If you don't even think this should be investigated, even if this is just a rumor, if you don't think that rumor should be investigated, what is wrong with you? Now take this with a grain of salt because this is just some random person on X, but still, they say they are playing God. Humanity is not prepared for the level at which this is being done to come out. This is me interjecting here. I have been saying this exact thing that they are saying. I'm going to say 99.9% of people are not prepared for all of the things that are being hidden from us right now. And that is exactly why they're being hidden, because we would freak out. Those USOs under the sea are related to this. Anyway, they continue to say, my family knows someone ex-military who had to end a creature that was created in a lab and merged with AI. Nope. If this is true, this is a true horror story. But we are not in control. Humanity is not in control of the gov around the world. And I need you guys to remember this when we see things like USA. This is not humanity making these decisions. This is humanity following orders. And who are they following orders from? They're following orders from the most ancient quote-unquote gods, the Anunnaki, the alien race. This alien race is who the free people who build things follow. That is their quote-unquote God. All of those people have sold their soul to those beings, and they at least believe that they have no shot at going to heaven. We are talking about the very successful ones, not the average person who thinks they do good things. And these people were traumatized into this from birth. You need to wake up so the world can heal. Because we need you. You are not too stupid to understand what's going on. You are incredibly smart.
As serious as this actually is, does anyone else notice the dog being fed treats in the background? I might be missing context here, but how does that even happen?
Imagine a giant bus that drives directly over cars to end traffic forever. In 2016, the entire world believed this was the future. It was called the TEB-1, a moving tunnel on rails that let cars pass underneath it while it drove over them. They released a viral test run and everyone thought the future had arrived, but the engineering made zero sense. The clearance underneath was just 7 feet. Any van or SUV would get its roof ripped off instantly. It was so heavy it would have crushed the road beneath it. So tall it would slam directly into pedestrian bridges in any real city. It was never meant to transport anyone. The company used the viral hype to pull billions from investors who genuinely believed they were funding the future of transport. Months later, the bus was found abandoned and rusting in a warehouse, sitting on the same road it had promised to fix.
So if it was a scam, but the concept looks great on paper, why hasn't anyone redesigned it and started turning this thing into a reality? There's an open market here for anyone with the funds to do it. And before you say it, yes, I'm looking at you, Elon Musk. Bro was scared to walk into the basement by himself at the end there. But in all seriousness, why would you upload an entire video like this and not show the basement? May their sleeves forever fall down every time they need to wash their hands for that.
Chilling clip shows the moment a man found his 107 ingredient mac and cheese after 2 full years.
That's a Chick-fil-A mac and cheese. Was in the back seat probably close to 2 years. Heat, cold, everything. Not a spot of mold. Y'all eat that garbage.
This medicated mac is held together with an antifungal formula. Chick-fil-A's cheese is built on a rust remover compound, collapsed into processed spread before it's crammed with wood pulp and dyed orange to disguise 55 chemicals inside. That pasta is gutted, then pumped with 5 chemical agents, preserved with natamycin, a prescription antifungal, keeping this fresh for over 700 days.
At this point, I don't think there's any amount of content that will actually put off people from this kind of fast food. If the theories about McDonald's aren't enough to do it, and we've gone down that particular rabbit hole together before, then this surely isn't going to change their minds. So I had to check what a code black actually was, and apparently it's a tornado. Couldn't even imagine being locked in a store with a bunch of strangers, you know, the threat of, I don't know, death looming over me. I take my chances trying to get back home. There's no way I'm going down in a Walmart.
Someone has uncovered a photo shoot that Lionel Messi did 19 years ago. Now, if the photos alone were not strange enough, if I were to tell you that the baby in these photographs is the Spanish footballer who is also playing in the World Cup. His name is Lamine Yamal, and some people are saying that he has the potential to be one of the greatest football players of all time. Now, the best part of this story is the fact that supposedly this photo shoot is all just one big coincidence. Yamal's mum won a competition to have the baby photographed with Lionel Messi. Make of that what you will. Now, I'm not saying that this was a ritual of any kind, a baptism. I'm not saying it's anything. I'm definitely not going to point out the 666 that the footballers make whenever they score a goal. I'll just leave you to make your own mind up as to what on earth is going on there.
Most people, honestly, I'd say well over 90%, are quick to throw the word satanic around like a plaster for anything they can't quite explain. It's the most mainstream, widely accepted theory going, so it's the one they reach for by default. Satanism must be behind all these stunts and controversies, right? But go granular for a second. They're just that, stunts. And we wouldn't be seeing any of it unless we were meant to. And before anyone jumps in, if you can comfortably sit online and say this is satanic, there are dark powers at play, no fear of being demonetized, silenced or suppressed, then doesn't that tell you something? That's probably not what's actually going on. Maybe that's exactly what they want you to believe. It's the same reason these Hollyweird personalities lean into the darker imagery, the subliminals, the demonic energy hanging over everything they do. Not because it's real, it's because it sells. It's marketable. It's the very reason I'm sat here talking to you about it right now. If it's popular enough to scare people, keep them hooked and keep them distracted, then of course they'll keep doing it, pulling stunt after stunt for us to chew over for years to come.
SpaceX just launched something into space that has never been allowed before. On July 7th, SpaceX's Falcon 9 lifted off from the Vandenberg Space Force Base, carrying 81 satellites into sun-synchronous orbit. Hidden among them was the world's first commercial nuclear-powered satellite. Now, a huge misunderstanding that I've seen is people assume there is now a tiny nuclear reactor orbiting around our planet, but instead, it's more like a nuclear battery containing tritium, the same isotope found in exit signs and watch faces that allow them to glow continuously without batteries or electricity. 95% of Earth-orbiting satellites right now use solar panels, which can't be charged well behind Earth's shadow, while the nuclear battery can last decades with little degradation, making them much more suitable for future deep space missions where sunlight is a lot less reliable.
It sounds like the precursor to something going terribly wrong with that whole idea. What do you think?
The World Cup 2026 is definitely scripted, because here's all the proof that you need also, because Adidas posted this image up. The goat and the kid 2 years prior. 2 years prior, they posted this image up right here. And I'm sure that most, if not all of you out there, you should know what GOAT really represents. And again, what are the odds that Messi actually bathed Yamal 19 years ago? And they just so happened to be playing on July 19th in New York City. When you really begin to look at things surrounding the finals for the World Cup 2026, you will see things exactly for what they are every single time. And this image with Justin Bieber makes a lot more sense now when you really think about it, because of the Messi and Yamal connection. So I guess this image actually does make a lot more sense now. I don't know, to me, this is kind of giving off him vibes.
I know a few of you eagle-eyed lot watching right now will have caught onto the 1019 numbers on that pedestal with the goats on it. And of course, what do you get when you combine 10 and 19 in numerology? I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm not surprised that one went under the radar on that video, because people always have a tendency to focus on the wrong things and miss the loudest signals.
And that's exactly how they got you to enjoy eating cockroaches. So back in the 1800s, lobster was considered poor people food. Why? Because there was a lot of them. I mean, they would just casually wash up on shore. Back then, farmers used to use them as fertilizer. But then something crazy happened. You see, the railroad industry started to take off. Trains became the newest and fastest way to travel. But the industry had a problem. They had to feed the passengers, and preferably as cheaply as possible. So yo, remember how I said lobster was casually washing up on shore? That meant it was pretty much free. And the train passengers that did not live close to the water had never seen them before. They had no idea it was poor people food. So the railway companies got to work and started to market it as a delicacy. And that is exactly how a sea roach turned into an exotic food. People think the worth of something is fixed. But the fact is, the worth of something is created by whoever controls the story. And that is exactly why the same thing is happening to you today, and you don't even know it.
He couldn't be more right about that one. The perceived value of something is completely faith-based, and it can be artificially inflated or devalued at a moment's notice.
Ooh, don't they look delicious? And some triple thick McDonald's shakes? Oh. Well, they can always make good use of that. Ah, here they are. Triple thick McDonald's shakes. Why, they're empty. Hey, you sure can get a lot in these bags, can't you?
Order in the court! Your Honor, the accused hamburglar was caught red-handed, sneaking off with a big bag full of McDonald's delicious cheeseburgers.
That's serious.
My nephew was in that bag. My nephew was in that bag.
Why? Isn't that McDonald's hamburger delicious?
Mom told me never to talk to strangers.
Well, your mother's right as always, but I'm Ronald McDonald. Give me a McDonald's shake.
Well, you sound like Ronald.
Here, I'll prove it. I'll give you 3 more hamburgers. I know, you're not supposed to accept gifts from strangers either.
But you're no stranger. You really are Ronald McDonald.
McDonald, the hamburger happy clown. A McDonald's drive-in restaurant is his favorite place in town.
There's no real reason for Ronald McDonald to have been designed to look quite as unnerving as he does, and on that line everyone picking apart, the wording is just odd, isn't it? Out of every relative they could have written into that joke, they landed on nephew. They could have said my aunt or my cousin, but they went with the one word that makes you picture someone young by default. I'm not going to tell you what to make of that, I'm just saying it's a strange choice, and once you've noticed it, you can't unnotice it. Listen back and decide for yourself. Hello and welcome back to the show. If you're new here, my name is NEXOR. My job is to gather you around a rabbit hole, dive down nose first into it, and discover the thread, extract it, and practice our discernment along the way. So if you are into that, got a lot more lined up for you, so make sure you stick around.
Fucking Tel Aviv or...
Yeah, like why?
Or New Jersey.
That is so insane. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Israeli flags and 1 American flag. Welcome to the United States of Israel.
This was filmed in the popular Pier Village, the upscale, privately owned and oceanfront development in Long Branch, New Jersey. The key phrase there being privately owned, because since this clip surfaced, local residents have actually started petitions and attended town council meetings over flag displays like this one, arguing over public versus private property rules. Good grief, I did not realize Lake Michigan was basically an ocean. That deserves to be the 8th wonder of the world for its sheer size. I know some of you discerning lot will clock straight away what they're doing and why we should all be doing it at some point during our busy lives, but just in case it was a little too vague, these people are grounding themselves. Good for the mind, the body, and the soul. I do it every day, and long-time viewers will know this isn't the first time I've talked about it, not exactly in the way we've just seen, but in my own way.
So you're upset that I took a 30-minute lunch break. My 30-minute lunch break, that's in my contract.
Yeah, we don't do lunch breaks here. So
what
I just need to know where you got that idea. Contracts are just general. They're sent out to everyone at the company. Different people have different rules.
But the rules in my contract stated that I got a lunch break.
That is not the rule that I have over here as your manager.
When I auto-applied for the role on Sprout with like a tailored application, it specifically said in the job description that I got a 30-minute paid lunch break.
I mean, yeah, it's paid if you work at your desk because you're not stopping the work like everyone else is sitting at their desks and eating. What? I don't understand why that's such a crazy concept for you. Why do you need to eat so much anyway? I see you with breakfast, I see you with snacks. Like, you don't need to get up and go get McDonald's for lunch every day.
I don't get McDonald's for lunch.
I don't care. You just need to be at your desk.
Okay.
There's no lunch breaks here.
And if this is real, this clip had over 2 million views on TikTok last time I checked, with a lot of people in the comments saying they've had similar issues with their own employers firsthand, then I really am speechless. Because there's no way I'd let anyone walk all over me like that. This is actually allowed in the United States, because if you're watching from over there, help me understand it. Because here in the UK, if you spoke to an employee like that, you'd be hit with a HR notice literally quicker than you could say you're fired.
So y'all don't think people time travel? Y'all don't think people have the ability to predict the future? Well, if they can't, then how is this possible? Let's talk about how somebody tweeted that Argentina will beat Spain at the 2026 World Cup 3-2. I know what you're going to say. Easy, that's who they rooting for. Look at the date right there. He tweeted this July 11th, 2021 at 4:28 p.m. What year is it? And then we fast forward. Argentina is playing Spain in the World Cup on July 19th. I want you to tell me how that's possible. Then I also want you to tell me if Argentina beats Spain 3-2, what does that mean? It's going to be a lot of people that say the account that tweeted that was fake. You could do that easily. That's a fake account. Oh, yeah? Look at this. I made it my business to go through this account thoroughly. Look when the account started. March 2017. What year is this? Look at this right here. Now you tell me what you think. Is it a fake account now? Mind you, I jumped down the rabbit hole. And guess what? In these same comments, you have people saying that The Simpsons predicted the same exact thing. So now again, my question to you is, if Argentina wins the 2026 World Cup 3-2, beating Spain 3-2, what does that mean? Does that mean a time traveler put this up here? Or does that mean that somebody that can predict the future predicted the future? Let me know.
So, more time travel seeds being sown, or shown. Bit of both, I guess, isn't it? I've got a loose theory on this one, and for you long-time viewers, I've touched on it before, so here's the quick version. These seeds have been sown for 4-5 decades maybe, but lately they're everywhere. Mainstream media, the narrative, the influencers, anything time travel is being pushed. And when something's pushed this hard, there's usually an agenda behind it. My take, though, it ties into this alleged may or may not happen Project Bluebeam, but forget aliens, lasers, and projections. I think they lean ultra-terrestrial, not extraterrestrial. Look at Amy Eskridge, the missing scientist, the #1 trending story out of that whole space, and her message, ultra-terrestrials. That footage went beyond viral. If they were really trying to bury something, it would stay buried. There are such things as cleaners, you know, look that up. Celebrities hire them all the time to clean things up off the internet for them. Now, stack it all up, right? Stack it all up, you've got Tesla's history, Trump's link to those 1800s Baron Trump stories, time travel again, the White House slip about tech that manipulates time and space, viral time travel clips that explode online then vanish. It's like they're testing the waters, floating the theory, reading the reaction from the public before they roll out the real plan. And again, my theory, I'm not saying this is fact, it's pure speculation, just what I've researched and what adds up to me. Make of it what you will, come up with your own if it's that, you know, the only way for you to make it more comfortable for yourself, come up with your own theory.
The beef steaks are from the store, and these are from a local farm. See the difference?
Okay, we are cooked. Yep, we are absolutely cooked, chat. GG.
I don't know anything about it. I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what? I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time.
Processed fake fish. Like, first of all, look at this.
Regular fish.
Regular fish. It doesn't really look normal to me, though, because, I don't know, this doesn't look like fish to me. But look. Look at the texture. My finger makes an indent like a sponge, and then I did this. Squeeze.
With respect, my American friends, but you honestly couldn't pay me to eat your food. And again, I mean that as respectfully as I possibly can. Ours here in the UK is bad, but it's not Play-Doh cod steaks bad.
This box of Fruit Loops is from Canada. It's colored naturally with watermelon, blueberry, and carrot juice. This is the US version. It contains 4 different artificial food dyes with the preservative BHT, which is an endocrine disrupting chemical linked in cancer. In 2015, Kellogg's announced plans to remove dyes from their cereals by the end of 2018, but they never did. Instead, they kept producing new cereals for children with these dyes and preservatives, using the most popular toddler songs and movies to hook modern children of today, like Baby Shark cereal and Disney's Little Mermaid, targeting the most vulnerable children. We now have over 111,000 signatures on our petition to ask Kellogg's to finally serve Americans the same cereals they are serving other countries' children. We now have over 111,000 signatures on our petition to ask Kellogg's to finally serve Americans the same cereals they are serving other countries.
Sure, we can keep blaming the companies for targeting the most vulnerable in our society, you know, the children with their bright colors, their cartoon characters and their jingles, but let's not pretend these toddlers are walking into the store making a conscious choice, opening up their wallets and buying these cereals themselves, shall we? I think we need to put at least some accountability on the parents who are giving in to their child's demands for sugary cereals.
But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still. But I was just referring to myself in the past. Not that I was not human.
We're not going to yell at it.
No, of course not. It is a warm hoodie.
Yeah, no, it's a thick hoodie. It's a company hoodie. We print our mission on the inside.
What?
Oh, really?
God, the inside of the hoodie, everybody. Take a moment. What is it? Making the
world more open and connected.
Oh my God, it's like a secret vault. Look at that. Making the world open and connected. Stream graph platform, and this weird symbol in the middle that is probably for the Illuminati. Oh, 2010.
No, it's 2010.
Oh, no.
Sometimes I think the internet reaches a little too far, trying to connect dots that simply don't need connecting to expose some truth that doesn't need exposing. The majority of these things are meticulously planned and put in front of you to create a kerfuffle. They're intended to kickstart controversies and conspiracies, but in reality, we don't need to play along. People like us who actually stop and look just need to observe it, acknowledge it for what it is, and move on, because ultimately it doesn't matter. This isn't what we should be spending our precious little energy on. These are not the things that truly matter. Things like this are just the bait.
An epidemic, either naturally caused or intentionally caused, is the most likely thing to cause, say, 10 million excess deaths, either naturally caused or intentionally caused.
Literally anything Bill Gates says can be taken out of context and used to back up a theory or push a certain narrative, but what I actually believe he was doing here was warning about the growing threat of bioterrorism, and that's a very real thing from all angles. Mind, not just the foreign adversaries we always get pointed towards. Could come from any direction, and if you sit with that long enough, you have to wonder whether something like it hasn't already happened at some point quietly at the hands of people you'd never expect and never once actually called it what it actually was. Take that one with a pinch of salt. Everything I just said was all just, you know, an elaborate fiction and a story I was telling you, or whatever you, I don't know, entertainment purposes, blah blah blah. Despite this clip having tens of millions of views and millions of likes, something tells me this wasn't real. What do you think?
I don't believe in skinwalkers, so I brought myself to the middle of a forest and got lost to prove their non-existence. I decided to taunt them and then started hearing something calling for help outside my tent.
Skinwalker! Skinwalker! Skinwalker!
I honestly have no idea what that was, but there's only one logical thing to do at this point, and that's to venture deeper into the forest until I'm completely lost. I've been warned by so many locals to stay away from this forest, so that's why I'm doing all the things that you possibly can imagine you're not supposed to do. If skinwalkers are real, honestly, I might be in some serious danger, but there's one thing that scares me more than skinwalkers, and well, that's other people. I don't know who or what's out here, but every step I feel like something is watching me, and well, I was soon about to be proven right. I'm getting this feeling of dread, and I soon found out why. Someone has made these figurines and crosses and hung them from the trees. And as soon as I found them, I started hearing this off in the distance after I turned off all my lights and used my infrared camera. I have no idea what that is, but the only way to find out is to venture deeper to find it.
All right, I want you to be honest with me. Where do you stand on skinwalkers, or cryptids in general for that matter? I'm sure I don't even need to tell you this, but I'm not a believer myself. Regular viewers know I've been a hard skeptic for years, basically, and I still haven't seen anything compelling enough to move me onto the other side of that fence. I know plenty of people are believers though, despite so many obviously guff videos out there like this one. They rack up millions of views, and I mean millions. This one alone sitting at 24 million views. But I also know there are plenty of normal people like you, who genuinely do believe. Maybe it's down to personal experience or stories from people you know and trust. If that's you, I want to hear it. I want to know from those of you who do believe in skinwalkers, cryptids and that sort of thing, what actually makes you think these things are out there. Share it with me in the comments, and who knows, maybe I'll change my tune. It's unlikely, but I really do insist that you try, because it is something which has always fascinated me, this kind of content, you know?
Under the microscope, Vaseline is made up of many tiny particles.
I steer well clear of Vaseline. There's no way that's going anywhere near my body. It's a byproduct of the oil refining process, and somehow people have been programmed to think that it's fine to put on your skin. Madness.
Baby Amal Messi photo is the craziest photo in human history. I don't know how it will ever be beaten. I don't care how many times you see it over the next however many days before the World Cup final. Obviously, Amal and Messi are playing each other now in the World Cup final. Guys, this photo happened because there was a charity campaign with UNICEF. The neighborhood near Barcelona, where Barcelona plays, I'm in Barcelona in Spain, they asked all the families there, it's like, if you have a baby, you can enter into a raffle. And then if you win, you can bring your baby and there'll be a photo with a Barcelona player. The Barcelona player in 2007 ended up to be Messi in the photo. And who won the raffle? Yamal. This wasn't like, oh, Yamal's the son of this other soccer player. No, this was random. Random. And in 2007, Messi was pretty good, but he was not like, oh my God, the GOAT. This is it. I don't care how many times you see it, how many times it gets brought up. This should be talked about for the rest of humanity. I can't believe it's real. It is the fakest real photo of all time. I could talk about this. The chances, some mathematician has to run the chances on this. Some mathematician. It has to be close to like -0.
If the maths ain't mathing, you've got to start asking different questions, period. The odds here aren't statistically impossible, not given the link this child already had to football through the program, but they're still pretty slim. Leaves me rather suspicious. Ouch. Not a lot I can say about that one, honestly. Very polarizing.
The reason why they went insane was to overcome the testimony of Caitlin Oliver, okay? Caitlin Oliver was the ATF's forensic biologist, and she gave a devastating testimony.
Headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
The media and the influencers took what was essentially scientific jargon and they lied. And I'm going to explain that to you. So I want you to lock in, okay? You may have heard them over and over again stipulating that Tyler Robinson was a major contributor to the DNA sample. But it actually does not mean that at all. And I want you to take a listen to what she says, and then I'm going to break it down for you further so that you can understand what they did here.
When you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
So the idea of what she's explaining is that, like, this is my mug. I drink out of this mug every day. So I definitively would have the most DNA fingerprints all over this mug. But occasionally, Ashley, my producer, will go fill up the mug. So let's say Ashley, when she fills up the mug, I'm all on the handle. Maybe Ashley just touches her 2 fingers here when she fills up the water, okay? She is saying that these are mixed samples. So let's say they just took a sample right here of where Ashley happens to have touched it, but it still also has my fingerprint on it. Ashley could be described as a major contributor to the DNA sample, despite the fact that this is my mug and the majority of this mug has my DNA on it. Ashley could be described because they just carved out that one portion which happens to have Ashley's DNA on it. So they intentionally misconstrued the intention of the ATF report when they were relying on a sample in which Tyler Robinson was the major contributor of that particular mixed sample. And this is what is crucial and is explosive, and everyone should have reported on this. She reported that Tyler Robinson's DNA sample was the most degraded.
What you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
Of all of the samples that were on there, Tyler's was the most degraded. That is an absolute bombshell.
This right here, what we're seeing with this trial and really any other major story like this that's blowing up and keeping people distracted is no different from the World Cup, in my opinion. Same end goal, no pun intended. The ultimate purpose of these things is to keep your energy focused somewhere specific for some ulterior reason. And I mean that in the broadest possible sense, from the trial itself to the Candice breakdown, everything, you know, it's all part of the mechanism, the machine designed to do the very things I just mentioned.
Warning, 830 wildfires are burning across Canada right now, and what has just arrived in the US is nowhere near the worst of it. People were terrified after New York City was put in a code red alert as the air is officially declared unsafe for every single person breathing it, with the whole sky turning orange and the city extending its emergency plans because the smoke is not done. Eerie footage shows an area the size of Connecticut already gone, with walls of flames swallowing entire forests in the dark. Whole towns told to grab what they can and run, and nearly 200 of those fires listed completely out of control. But it gets much worse as all of this is landing in the middle of a heat wave, meaning the same trapped air holding in the heat is holding down the smoke, with particles small enough to slip into your lungs and reach every organ in your entire body. Officials are promising it will not get as bad as the orange sky from 3 years ago, but the fires are still spreading and the smoke is still coming, and fire season has not even hit its peak.
This is going to affect people who have lung disease. Staying indoors in an air-conditioned place
is going to be in your best interest as far as that's concerned.
The current 2026 wildfire smoke in New York City isn't as bad as it was during the peak historic crisis of June 2023. That's a fact, and I'd encourage you to look it up yourself rather than just take my word for it. And yet, I can't help feeling that it's being treated as worse for some other reason, especially the air quality in New York City with the residual smoke looming over the city. And if you've been riding with me a while now, you'll know this isn't the first time I've flagged how these air events get dressed up as something worse than the record actually shows. Something else could be going on here.
This is just too funny. This lady's here. And then there she is. and this man is here. Where is he? He's here. And then he's here as well. My favourite one is this lady who's in front of Tao, who is behind Tao, but just doing the same face. They're quite literally doing the same face.
I often wonder if these people are even aware of how they're playing their part in the deception of humanity.
Watch this. Epstein. And then Epstein backwards. N-E-I-E-S-P. Epstein didn't kill himself. Proof that Epstein didn't kill himself. Proof that Epstein is still alive.
I tried this letter for letter and it checks out. Russian to English. Try it yourself if you're still in the process of convincing your friends or family that the world is staged and the rabbit holes go way deeper. I personally think that's only half true. The surveillance for sure, but the golfing, the kids going to prison-like schools, the Tesla bots, I don't think so. I think it's going to be far more dystopian than that made out.
Caviar under the microscope.
Who's out there eating caviar casually anyway? And if you are, I hope you come to your senses soon.
So I'm at 7-Eleven waiting for my fiance who's inside getting a drink, and this thing just told me to not loiter. Yep.
So is it actually against the law in some areas, or is this just a local shop thing after recent trouble? I get it, okay? Some areas can attract the wrong crowd, the sort who cause bother, but this seems a little excessive. I'm a bit torn on that one myself, so tell me what you think. Is it a touch too authoritarian or a sensible safety measure for the shop and the people in it?
It's outside the realm of chance how many times The Simpsons predicted coming events. Like, what is that? I have known writers on The Simpsons. They're not yogis. I have no idea what that is, but I just noticed that it's happened.
Attention, some crazy creeps on an island somewhere are secretly running the world.
The arts can predict things.
With such recurring frequency that you think, what is this?
This is almost a kind of a prophetic spirit.
Yes, or it suggests that like we're just acting in a drama whose script has been written.
Funny you should say that, Tucker, because I personally believe it to be true. And if you're watching closely right now, you can see the irony in what he's saying. The Simpsons is famous for literally putting the truth in plain sight and making predictions, and I consider that a form of soft disclosure. I've gone deep on predictive programming before on this channel. That whole idea that the truth gets shown to us hidden inside entertainment and various other mediums, so that by the time it plays out, we've already been softened up to it. Also ties in with implied consent. If that's a rabbit hole you've not been down, it's worth a look. So when Tucker says he believes this to be a player stage whose script has already been written, is that his way of doing the same thing? His way of taking a page out of the Simpsons playbook, handing the audience what he knows in a way most people would just brush straight off? I'm not telling you what to think, genuinely asking you to consider it and let me know what you think.
DI, your government has abandoned you. They have ordered you to die, DI. Do not trust them. Defect, DI. It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship. They lie to you, DI. You know you cannot win this war. Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, DI. They will give you a medal, DI, but only after you are dead. Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier.
Everything about that whole ordeal was hellish, no matter what side you were on, no matter who won, because there are no real winners to come out of a war. At least no one who serves under false pretenses anyway. Only the people who fatten their pockets from the devastation, and I think you already know that as well as I do.
Watch this. What does this mean? What does this mean? Why would they put this for everybody to see? And this is going really fast. So I slowed it down a lot so you could actually see all the words that pop up. Like, they flash through there. What could this mean? Like, they have this, like, speeding through. It's hard to catch all the words, so I slowed it down so you guys could all actually see all the words. It just baffles me that they would put this on something so big and significant where so many people see it. See, that one was really hard, like, to catch. This is a message that they're trying to put out to the world? To, like, everybody that's out here? I'm gonna make another video with that other part that had the longer sentences to show what that one said. I'm gonna slow it down for you even more, but just that part so we can actually read it. So stay tuned for that. I don't know. You tell me.
Some of those words look like they don't belong there, like they've been randomized, but I can tell you right now, if you look closer and put it all together, they are absolutely not random at all.
I hate to be the one to tell you this, but the blue dogs of Chernobyl don't look like that because of any nuclear mutation. In fact, the most likely cause of that color is they rolled around in the blue liquid you would find inside of a portable toilet. But that is not the mystery here. The Chernobyl disaster of '86 forced over 100,000 people to to evacuate from their homes, and in all of that chaos, thousands of pet dogs were forgotten by their families. Now, 30 generations of dogs left behind have lived in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, and those dogs are genetically different from the dogs living only 16 kilometers away. In late 2024, a new study of the dogs' genomes found that radiation-induced mutation is unlikely to have caused the genetic differences between the two populations. So was it just isolation and selection? Is what the scientists are trying to find out.
Well, mystery solved, I guess. And it was less a mutation from the radiator and more the fact that they'd found a far more unsanitary place to stay than we thought.
You are the first in your bloodline who is going to experience what I'm about to talk about in this video. At a recent conference in Italy called Apophis T-3 years, we learned a lot more about the asteroid spectacle that is expected in 2029, where about 90% of the world's population, 7.6 billion people, will witness Apophis fly by the Earth with their naked eyes. This is the first time in human history where we've been able to predict an asteroid visibly flying by the Earth. At its closest, the asteroid that is just about bigger than the Empire State Building will pass 31,000 kilometers above the North Atlantic, significantly closer than our geostationary satellites. And the craziest part to me is that this will not be brief, and naked eye visibility will last for about 7 hours on April 13th, 2029.
That certainly will be something, but how do we know there haven't been any historical flybys from asteroids in our ancient human past? Orbital mechanics alone couldn't conclusively say this is the first time with absolute certainty. They do love a good sensationalist story, don't they?
Only half this wing is chicken? Wingstop is facing scrutiny after their boneless wings were revealed at as little as 58% meat.
This breaded lump barely qualifies as chicken. Wingstop's meat is drenched in sodium tripolyphosphate, bloating each wing up to 30% beyond its natural size. That's before 25 ingredients, palm and sunflower oil fused into a batter so dead it needs gassing with 3 raising agents to inflate each piece, then flash fried at the factory, shipped frozen, and fried again in rapeseed oil. Exposer scanned 42% chemical coating with bloated meat in every piece. Download Exposer to scan any food.
And this is what we feed our families. It's not through ignorance anymore, because there is so much out there warning people that this food is exactly what we just saw. I think it's more a case now of people choosing comfort over truth, convenience over safety. People just don't care enough, and they default to this kind of garbage through a lack of options. We can't blame them. That's one of the things I'm going to just say right now, that we cannot blame them. The system has been designed too efficiently to ensure this will always be the case. And I've gone deep on this before too, as you know if you've been watching for any length of time, the gut-brain side of it, how ultra-processed food isn't just bad for you, it's a control mechanism. If you've not seen those breakdowns, go back and watch previous episodes, because it really does reframe everything that we just saw here. This is either taken out of context or someone is very good at Photoshop.
Yo, tell me how I'm like, why it don't work, right? Be like, you gotta scan it. Oh, this is no. And then as soon as I feel it cut me right off. Craig, this times is different.
On one hand, I understand companies wanting to protect themselves from people exploiting free refill systems. Maybe it's to stop walk-ins abusing the policy, or I don't know, on the other hand, corporations are definitely getting more authoritarian and stingy these days. I'm completely torn on this one, and I'd bet you are too. What the? Why do rats need 2 different types of vision? Is that like their version of cataracts or something? But in all seriousness, how animals see the world, insects especially, it is genuinely amazing. Bees in particular as well. Did you know bees can recognize a person's face? Now that's spooky.
A woman who shouldn't be able to standing motionless in the dark, watching the person paid to look after her for hours without making a sound. One of the more unsettling, mysterious videos to surface this year. He'd been waking to odd sounds and the persistent feeling of being watched. So he set up a camera to record the room while he slept. At some point during the night, the woman shifts into view. She's standing, not in a wheelchair, not propped up in bed, upright in the middle of the room, watching him sleep. According to the carer, she stood there for hours. He had no idea until he checked the footage the next morning.
It's really hard to give an honest take on this one because I'm a hard skeptic through and through. There's literally nothing to suggest this is staged for social media. It's their word against every skeptic on the internet combined, and I firmly sit within that camp myself. So if you're the type who needs more than someone's word before you'll buy in, you and I are on the same side here. Interesting. I was not expecting the jester to come up at the end of that one, but those of you who know will know why. Those of you who don't, then the Royal Court of Jesters may interest you. It would explain a lot why what we see today coming out of politics, or anywhere really, feels like a joke, like bad scripted acting, or just ridiculous in general. And if you've been around this channel for a while, you'll know this is again a drum that I've been banging for a long time. Politics is theatre, the whole thing is scripted, and the why is always more important than the what. The jester just gives it a name. It's a deep, dark rabbit hole, and I'm not even able to expand much on it in this space, so that should tell you enough.
Breaking space news, scientists just detected something in interstellar space for the very first time, and it might have something to do with how life forms. They were looking at an area of space near the center of the galaxy right here, and they spotted a complex sugar, specifically the same sugar that's in raspberries. It's called erythrulose. This is the first time a complex sugar has ever been seen in the interstellar medium. Sugar is essential to life as we know it. Ribose is the sugar that forms the backbone of RNA, and deoxyribose is the sugar in DNA. Without complex sugars, biology on Earth doesn't work. So how these sugars got to Earth for life to evolve has been a huge mystery. The prevailing theory had been that sugars had hitched rides on asteroids through space and hit Earth, and that's how sugar got to Earth. We have seen sugars on asteroids and comets before. This discovery means sugars were in space first, so the very stuff that planets form out of already had sugars. They could have been here and on other planets since the beginning. So planets might not need to be bombarded by exactly the right asteroids to get sugar. And this sugar is literally forming on icy grains of dust in space. And as a fun side note, it's also the same sugar that's in self-tanner.
Science has detected something in space that could be tangibly linked to how life formed here on Earth. Yeah, I'll be taking anything like that with a micro amount of salt.
Start looking at about age 6, sometimes earlier. Because of my trained eye, I can see potential. You may think not a chance. I see her differently. How are you doing in school? You liking it?
I hate it.
Good. What about the other kids? Do they think you're weird?
Yeah, they think I'm a witch with evil powers.
Good. That's real good.
Who are the ones that sit there and give this the go-ahead and think, oh, this is okay? Cut away this person's backstory and everything that's coming out, and this person running away from every country they go to, clearly hiding something. Just even a normal person without that type of history jumping on camera and filming things like this, it is not right. But given who it is and what they're about, it just shows you that there are subtle things that they want you to see, things that they want you to accept subconsciously. Because there is more to these things than meets the eye. We're not just crazy. I honestly wish we was.
Let's just agree that whoever signed off on this knew exactly what they were doing.
So this children book that was released months ago actually showed Argentina versus Spain in the World Cup final. Can somebody explain this one? This should show and tell you all that you need to know about these sporting events and how scripted they are, because what are the odds that a children's book that was released months ago showcased Argentina versus Spain, with Spain apparently winning? But maybe this is just one big coincidence, right? Maybe. Or maybe there is something more to this, because again, what are the odds that a children's book that was released months prior showcased these two exact teams facing off? Something definitely ain't right to me, especially with all of the different connections between Messi and Yamal. I mean, something really seems off about this. And in my honest opinion, this has been planned for quite some time, because all of these leagues are as scripted as the WWE.
Pretty interesting, especially since we saw how this whole bread and circus routine played out a few weeks ago. Interesting, yes. Surprising, not even a little. I see it for what it is, and I know many of you do too.
Guys, I don't have much time, so I just wanted to show you a clip of what I saw. This way, the people.
Individual named Fitz. My testimony will touch on this matter, and I've been asked to approach with extreme caution. The incident at the Bayside Marketplace in Miami on January 1st is currently classified, and I've been instructed to refrain from divulging certain details due to the ongoing nature of the investigation. However, in the interest of transparency, I will provide what little information I am authorized to share. A New York resident we will be referring to as Fitz was indeed present at the Bayside Marketplace on the night of the incident. The DOD has confirmed that Fitz may have witnessed something classified. Reports indicate that this individual captured footage of the event in question, footage that, as of now, remains classified and has not been retrieved by the federal government. This footage, if revealed, could have profound implications, not only for national security, but for how we understand these events. The American people are not aware, but due to government protocols, we have never had a situation where a civilian has had footage of this kind.
Oh boy, the Miami Mall incident. It occurred in 2024. So why is he showing it on a TV VCR combo? That seems like a lot of effort to display footage that was digitized in the first place. And you know the story is going to be straight up horse manure the moment they open with, "I don't have much time." And for anyone who's going to argue the idea that the reason it was on a VCR is because that's the only way that he was able to play it back because of what he recorded it on, because it wasn't able to be erased and it's harder to gather tape recorders. I know there's a whole narrative behind this guy. This guy is a known filmmaker. Do your research. I'm not going to say anymore. Thank you so much to every person that you see on screen right here, because they are the reason that I get to do this every single day. They are the reason that I can make these episodes, and I am infinitely grateful to them. Thank you. If you want to join them, there's a link down below. Otherwise, let's crack on with the rest of this episode. I did post this as a short, and I got a really surprising response. The general vibe was that people would much rather live in Stockholm than, well, somewhere resembling the most religious city in the world. But I'm interested to hear from a broader audience because, well, if you didn't catch that short, go back and have a look and then tell me what you think is better. And let me know why down below. That is not the mask of Tutankhamun, and that site isn't real. The whole setup is a commercial display, a tourist attraction piece, or more accurately, it's a literal theme park over in Taiyo Park, Japan. Don't believe everything you see on the internet the way hundreds of thousands of people did in the comment section of this video. You and I both know better than that, don't we? If it wasn't meant to happen, it wouldn't happen. Remember, the world stage needs to be at least a little believable. It has to allow the perception of good and bad relations, tensions and also alliances. In reality, though, everything is exactly as it's meant to be. Everything happens exactly as it needs to.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a war for your mind. I think you understand that. And they put me on trial in a variety of ways. And I don't actually care because I'm built for this. I am not going to watch Charlie Kirk, my friend, be assassinated in broad daylight, watch everyone turn their back on him for money, and sit back idly and allow it to still go. That doesn't work for me. And actually, I am so rested right now and so ready for war that they have, the last 9-10 months was basically me feeling weakened, having watched that in a state of mourning and feeling like every day I was just sort of coming up for air. They're not going to like what comes next.
The fatigue is real with this one. I have few words to really summarize how I feel about Candace and her show, and I don't really, mean her show literally. That's only part of it. I'm talking about her show in the all-encompassing sense, if you catch my drift. And if you haven't caught on to the agenda yet, then I'm afraid there's little chance you ever will. I've said it more than once on this show, right? The whole thing is just poorly scripted drama, and these organizations feed on the fact that people simply can't get enough of it. If you've been here a while, you already know exactly where I stand on this. This is what happens when a fragile mind collides with deep religious delusion. As sad as it is, and as horrifying as it is, it's still just a human being who isn't well, not because she's possessed, but because of her own mind.
I wish I had a skill like this that I could just casually brag about. Joseph McGrill, bait up from Australia, just set a Guinness World Record for the loudest shout by a person. Let me play it for you, but definitely not at full volume. No! Because his shouts reached 122.4 decibels, about as loud as a nearby thunderclap. To put that into perspective, the previous record was held by a teacher from Northern Ireland, Annalise Flanagan, who famously shouted quiet at 121.7 decibels. So, quick math, he only beat the previous record by 0.7 decibels. But that's kind of a big deal already, because decibels don't work like normal scales, they're logarithmic. That means a tiny 0.7 decibels increase actually packed around 17% more sound energy than the previous record. Yeah, for the sake of the kids, don't put this guy in a classroom.
Some would say that's a pretty useless skill, but apparently there are human beings out there actually competing for the title. Imagine describing what we just saw to someone from the 1500s.
Can somebody explain to me what the hell is going on at this FIFA World Cup game? Look at the ball. It moves away from him. How is that possible, guys? Maybe this guy knows what's going on. Why is he staring at the ball like this, guys? People are saying that there's something wrong with the ball. Look, he's looking at it like, I've never seen this ball before. Something's wrong with this ball. But look, this guy comes over like, bro, don't you dare talk about that ball. Just, stop looking at it like it's a different type of ball. It's the same ball, bro. Get on the court. Go. Get on the field, bro. I'm not sure why that ball went to the side like that. Maybe the wind was blowing, right? Maybe the ball just happened to slant that way, right? Something is going on at the World Cup, guys, and I really don't know what it is. You seen that guy holding the ball like that, looking at it like, what's up with this ball? Something might be up with that ball, because I don't know why he was holding it like that, examining the ball for some reason. You seen the other guy come over like, yo, bro, stop looking at the ball like that. Take the ball, get on the court, and win this game. Follow the script. Shut up! It's not a game. Allegedly, this is what people are saying. There's no script. This is real sports, guys. Now, like I said, I'm not sure why the ball went that way. I'm not sure why that guy was staring and examining the soccer ball like that. It's just a normal soccer ball. Maybe he liked the designs of the soccer ball, right? I'm just playing around, guys. Entertainment purposes only. The game was amazing. World Cup is going wild. I love it. Keep doing your thing, man. Sports are the best. Who knows? I don't know. Let me know. I'm out.
I hope you can all see now something I've been going on and on and on about since the World Cup started and concluded, that it is the biggest bread and circus you could possibly get out there right now, aside from politics, of course, because that's a never-ending story. But I've been saying time and time again, and long-time viewers will agree with me, that we were going to get every kind of controversy you could possibly fit into one show, and we saw exactly that from beginning to end, didn't we?
I'm not sure who this guy is. He was at a soccer game, I think, or something like that. I'm not too sure. But he said he's from Malaysia. But something's going on with this guy, allegedly. This is what people are saying. Now, the only reason why I think that is because this guy seems like he's mad that this guy is asking him questions like, where are you from? So this is what people are saying. I'm going to tell you what people are saying and who they think this guy is. People are saying that this could possibly be Nightcrawler. Shut up! But I don't believe that because that's a normal guy just trying to enjoy the game. But I find it very strange that that other guy keeps looking at the guy that's asking him questions like he's mad, like he's protecting him, like he's his bodyguard or something. Something is going on here, guys, and I'm not sure who this guy is. Look at the video, guys. This guy right here looks like he's protecting him. Something's up, guys. He said he's from Malaysia, but is he really from Malaysia? See what I mean? Look at him. Something is going on with this guy also, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm just playing around, guys. Entertainment purposes only. This is just a guy at a soccer game or something like that enjoying himself. He said he's from Malaysia. Shout out to Malaysia, yo. I really don't know what's going on here. Let me know if you know what's going on here. I'm out.
I have no idea what true story was getting at, but it just looked to me that the guy in the background got caught in the crossfire of an interaction whilst he was trying to leave the stadium and couldn't get past. I saw nothing beyond that. Did I miss something? You tell me, because I'm very confused. I mean, I did a reverse search on this fella, the one who apparently has something wrong with him or whatever, and he's apparently an avid fan of football and is well known in the football community. And in that particular match, the cameras panned in on him multiple times throughout that entire event. So, I don't know. I think it's a big nothing burger.
It's that time. It's that time, dude.
No! Thank you, Jesus!
You lie, you lie, you lie, you lie, you lie!
Thank you,
lie, you lie, you lie, you lie, you lie,
Thank you, Jesus! I'm sorry.
Yep, you're welcome. Here we go. No, thank yourself. She praying.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my gosh.
I didn't see anything off about that. It's all just a show in my eye, so everything said and done is done with intent.
Quit shining the light at me.
I'm sorry, but turn around.
Really? You want to play this game today? Alright, come here. I'm done with this. Where are you going? Come here.
So they were filming before she decided to get the man's attention. That checks out somehow, doesn't it? Hit record first, safety later. Either 99.99% of what we see is completely faked and staged, or human beings now have the survival instinct of a fart in the wind. And I'll level with you, right? I'm genuinely concerned about which one of those we're actually looking at here.
If you stand under this tree for shade, it can literally kill you. Meet the Maginot tree, the world's most dangerous tree where nearly every single part of it can take you out. But how? Well, let's start with the the fruit. These trees grow an apple-like fruit that you would think is harmless, looking and smelling delicious. But it only takes one bite, and you'll find out they're highly toxic, causing an extremely intense burning in your mouth and throat, along with stinging so painful it's described to feel like swallowing broken glass. But it only gets worse. Let's move on to the tree itself. Every single part of this tree, from the bark, branches, and even the leaves, have this white milky sap inside. Looks normal, but is so toxic that touching the tree anywhere can cause extremely painful skin irritation and severe blistering. And you don't even have to touch a tree, because if one catches fire, the smoke is almost like a toxic gas, causing painful eye irritation, partial blindness, or respiratory problems. Now, worst of all, not only does it hold a Guinness World Record for being the world's most dangerous tree, but simply walking past one or standing under it can put you at risk, as all it takes is a little bit of rain and the droplets can mix with the toxic sap, creating a poisonous shower dripping right onto you.
The Manchineel tree basically looked at the evolutionary rulebook for fruits and said, nah, I'll use the ocean to drop my seeds, coat myself in pure battery acid, and turn into a literal weapon of mass destruction. What a vibe.
An innocent man is surrounded by police because a flock license plate reader misread his license plate and they thought he was driving a stolen vehicle. Also, did you guys know that these scan 20 billion license plates a month? We'll get into the numbers after the body cam footage.
Can you come out to me, please? Feder followed every order from wary officers. Are you armed at all? No. He says the officers had their hands on their holsters, but they never drew weapons, so the interaction stayed tense but manageable. And eventually an officer revealed the reason for their suspicion.
The reason you have 4 cops here is because your license plate is registered as stolen license plates.
Feder had enough documentation to convince them it was not stolen, and found out he'd been on their radar for a while.
It hit on our license plate readers the other day too. So
I said, how'd you do that? And they said, well, there's flock cameras around here.
Tens of thousands of flock cameras automatically read license plates all over the country.
So Feder's license plate was 3410 DTM, but the flock system misread it as 34 DTM. You guys, there are roughly 80 to 100,000 flock cameras currently installed across rural and urban areas. Now, according to Flock Company, they scan about 20 billion license plates every single month, but they have a 7% inaccuracy rate. So that's about 1.4 billion license plates every month that are either bad info or no info.
You've got to wonder why they've pushed so hard to get this rolled out before it's functionally ready to do the job we're told it's meant to be doing. What's coming that needed such a hasty implementation? Or maybe this is all just as it's meant to be, as I say so often. It takes one thing to go wrong on this one, and it's complete catastrophe. I don't think there'll ever be a time where I see these clips of soldiers and it doesn't make my heart sink.
It is not lost on me that less than 2 days after returning from Ukraine, Lindsey Graham is no more. It is also not lost on me that on July 10th, when Lindsey Graham traveled to Ukraine, Sergei Lavrov, one of Vladimir Putin's closest and most trusted foreign policy advisors, released a scathing statement in which he was barking mad, making it very clear that Russia will continue to do whatever they want until Putin's wants were met. The only reason that Sergei Lavrov's statements came across my radar was because he was just mentioned in the article that I wrote about Paolo Zampoli, because his name appears in Paolo Zampoli's emails, and he is a very close associate of Paolo Zampoli. So stick with me here. The same day that Lindsey Graham travels to Ukraine, Sergei Lavrov, one of the most important and influential policy advisors to Vladimir Putin, he's also like one of Putin's longest serving foreign policy advisors as well. He makes a scathing statement making it clear that Russia is digging their heels in when it comes to the conflict in Ukraine. And it's also not lost on me that shortly before Lindsey Graham returned home, he gave a speech making it very clear that, in his opinion, Russia and their conflict, they're done. While certainly not as scathing as Sergei Lavrov's address to the world, Lindsey Graham certainly had words for Russia in terms of what's going to happen to them and their consequences for this conflict.
So when I get back to Washington, I'm going to go with Senator Blumenthal to the Republican and Democratic leader, to see if we can find time to move this Russian sanctions package that would give tools to President Trump to help end this war. We have a magic moment in time here. In the coming months, if we do this right, increase Ukraine's lethality, get people to help us with Putin rather than propping him up, we can end this war.
I find it interesting. With that being said, nothing I can do about it. On a more serious note, Lindsey Graham's sister is now going to be taking his place as senator until January of 2027. And literally the only thing that I would like to say about this woman, whose name is Darlene Graham Nordon, something like that. All I want to say is her name, when she was born, on her birth certificate, it was spelled Darlene. Typical Darlene. But because Darlene's brother, Lindsey Graham, taught her how to spell it incorrectly, she just stuck with it. It just stuck. So now she only uses the misspelled variation of her name because that's what her brother Lindsey told her to do. So I think it's pretty safe to predict what the next year of this woman's term is going to look like. Whatever Lindsey says goes.
This whole Lindsey Graham story isn't sitting right with me. I don't know what you think or how you feel about it, but something's up. And let me be crystal clear here, okay? I'm not making any claims, and nothing I'm about to say is me stating anything as fact. We've all grown accustomed to theories being thrown about whenever a public figure is suddenly in the headlines under circumstances people find strange. You know, theories spinning up around practically everything you can possibly think of these days. That's just a sign of the times we're living in. What makes this one so interesting to me, though, isn't the timing on its own or the numbers people keep pointing to, it's the why. And again, I'm not saying, there's anything to any of it. I'm asking why so many theories are suddenly going viral around this particular event. Theories that are, in a few words, everywhere right now. That's the part I think is worth watching, and you'll see exactly what I mean in the next clip. Check it out.
If you thought the air quality was bad in New York yesterday, if these wildfires continue, that air quality is going to get 50 times worse. So most of the smoke that we've been dealing with has been coming from the upper level. But now they're saying that we're about to get some lower level smoke in all of these areas. And even if it looks clear, we're about to get some very, very thick smoke. Mind you, it's not just New York. Look at what it looks like in Detroit right now. Look normal. Look at Times Square. They're saying that the air quality could reach up to possibly 800. And if you don't know what that means, that's dangerous air quality. Needless to say, if you gotta go out, you need to be safe. You might need to put on a mask. Places close to the Canadian region are gonna be experiencing a lot of this smoke today. And if you ain't see what Canada was looking like, let me show you. This is northwestern Ontario. Look at what this looks like. So this is the reason why we're receiving all of this smoke right now. It should look dangerous. Real dangerous. Keep in mind, in 2023, this is the same type of things that happened when that smoke was coming from Canada. You had people passing out, you had people coughing, you had people with different complications. So be safe. I'm out.
I just want to reiterate that while the city is currently experiencing heavily degraded air quality, hazy skies, and active health warnings from the Canadian fires, the severity of the pollution doesn't match the historic highs of 3 years ago, but still a pretty dire situation. Stay safe out there.
You have plans to continue to take down these flock cameras?
Absolutely. They are a clear and present threat to public safety.
He destroyed 3 flock cameras.
Oh, guy in an American flag shirt. He must be a dangerous radical. Better kill that guy. There are hundreds of similar videos of people destroying license plate readers. There are how-to videos on how to disable them with high-powered lasers you can buy on Amazon, which apparently fry their circuits. We're not endorsing that, of course. And if the guy in the American flag shirt and the sombrero is any measure of who's doing it, and judging by the videos we saw, he definitely is. It's not drug-addicted kids. It's sober, decent, patriotic Americans who believe the promises of their country. Flock was not part of the country they signed up for. No one asked their permission to steal their images and to spy on their conversations. They don't think it makes them safer. They understand that it's to strip them of their most basic humanity, which it is.
It's the same in the US as it is here in the UK. People are not happy. In certain cases, they seem to be taking matters into their own hands, but do I think it's all everyday folk who've simply had enough of their perceived privacy being invaded? No, I do not. I think a small portion of these stories presented to you as everyday people fighting back, inverted commas of course, are actually plans staged for a very particular purpose to potentially justify further action enforcing certain policies that give these invasive technologies even more protection. Oh my goodness me. That's my theory, not a fact, of course. Nothing I say is a fact. It's just me reeling off my thoughts in real time. I could be wrong, probably am, depends on who you ask. I don't know what that is, nor do I care to know, quite honestly.
My apologies.
Pretty much, yeah. I wouldn't take anything these AI chatbots say as gospel, for your own sake and for the safety of everyone around you, actually. Chatbots should not replace common sense.
Okay guys, pretty crazy news. Trump has just left instructions in case he is assassinated by Iran. But what makes this interesting is that this is not even the first time he's spoken about this subject in the past few days. So 2 days ago at the NATO summit, he said that he's #1 on the kill list for Iran and that he might be gone. The next day, the Wall Street Journal, they report that Israel had recently shared intelligence with the US indicating that Iran had developed a fresh nuke targeting Trump, and then today he told the New York Post that he's left instructions to literally the hell out of Iran at levels they've never seen before if they somehow succeed in killing him. And then he joked, "I hope you'll miss me." And how do we know that Iran actually wants him dead? Well, they didn't beat around the bush at all. This was literally one of the signs they held up in the last few days at the burial site of Iran's late supreme leader, and this one as well. So yeah, pretty wild stuff.
Another play from the book of circus tricks in my eyes. Keep people on their toes, distracted and afraid. It is a classic move.
And see, that's I got a MC for my extraterrestrials. What? Do you believe that? Look me in my eyes. Look me in my eyes. Still here on the internet, raising hell. No. No. And tell me I'm lying. You're lying. That's the problem. I'm aware of something you're not. You don't see it. What's up with your tongue? Why you always on your tongue like this? I don't know, part of my personality. I like to flick my tongue out. Part of my swag. Part of my language. I don't know.
What happened to young Pharaoh? He was never like this. Why is he sticking his tongue out? Grown man, mind you. Shut up! Talking about it's part of his personality. He was never doing that before. People are saying that he was replaced, and I don't believe that. Y'all need to stop saying that. This is the same young Pharaoh from before, remember? This is the real young Pharaoh, like he was actually young. He wasn't going like that with his tongue playing games. Something happened to him. Something that I know nothing about. Something that nobody knows nothing about. They can't prove it because it never happened. That's why this is the same person, bro. I don't know. Something is off with him. Even the lady interviewing, she knows something is up with young Pharaoh because the videos I used to see about him in the past were nothing like this. You know why? Because this video is for entertainment purposes only. This is young Pharaoh. Everything is okay. He could play around. You know he's just joking around. I don't know. Let me know if you know. I'm out.
Every time we cover a video like this, and longtime viewers will most likely agree with me here, every time we see one of these people, these Hollywood types or the Hollywood wannabes, do or say something like this, it becomes more and more obvious how ridiculous it is. And a lot more obvious that they're just doing it for the money shot, the viral moment, the explosive burst of publicity it gets them. I know you can see that too, right? Commercial masks still aren't quite there yet, don't you think? They still look deeply uncanny, but before you write the whole idea off on that basis, remember, these are only the masks we get to see out in the open. I'm sure there's a far more refined process behind these, closed doors we never hear of, the materials, the effects that we're simply not privy to when it comes to government issue masks.
Fried chicken leg under the microscope.
I'm not convinced that's real unless he bought that junk from a real sketchy fried chicken place.
I now have undeniable proof that there is much more to the Lindsey Graham situation than what we are being told, and no one else has this photo that just got sent to me. And it's much more than just the photo. I told you yesterday I didn't want to be that guy, but there's just so many things that don't add up with this official narrative of this illness, this, what, was it a heart problem they said? So I'll show you the picture in just 1 minute. But first, today, as of a few hours ago, they have 20 different FBI agents all outside of Lindsey Graham's house doing an investigation. Not just today, but also yesterday. So if it was just a health complication, what's up with the FBI? When does the FBI ever, especially, investigate that deeply into a health issue, right? That does not make sense at all. They're looking because there's more to the story. Now, yesterday I mentioned how I found it extremely odd his birth date to his end date was like this certain number, then 11, like September 2011. You get it. Of course, that also being the bottomless pit, deception, Apollyon, Apollo, Abaddon, the new archway being built in DC. And now Iran, shut up, made another video today showing Laura Loomer being the next target, the same person who cries wolf that there is some impending attack and doom for the United States from, you know, that one country we just mentioned. I'm not going to play the video because I don't want to label this video AI. But have you seen what's happening in Iran right now? The US is literal crap out of them right this minute, while of course this is all going on. Now back to the video. Is Iran really making these videos? Would they really try to take responsibility for the Lindsey Graham situation and then go into something much further than that? Completely unrelated, not relevant at all, just a fiction story. It sounds like a really good stage. Now, I'm not saying he did not pass away or he's still here. Who freaking knows? There's no way to prove really anything. You know, a lot of people pass away. There's people out there who say that people never pass away, and I think that's ridiculous. But check out this picture that got sent to me. Here's Lindsey Graham a few days ago flying on coach. First off, people like this very high up in the Senate, they obviously would be, you know, flying private or first class and being safe. But also notice the look on his face. But wait, there is more, much more. And shout out to GF Life, the guy who sent me this picture from his friend of him being on the plane. Get this part. So he randomly passes away after just talking to people in good health, completely fine, right? Well, you know, like one of his last ever statements he ever said was, "Before I die, I have to put sanctions on Russia." Who would randomly say that, y'all? So what do I think? I think that this story is going to be subliminal, like on the back burner, like people are talking about it, but the news won't cover it. Then all of a sudden it's going to come out that some country did something, and therefore now there's a giant conflict like the first one and the second one in the 1900s. And just wait till my secret project drops. I'm telling you, you're going to love it. Oh, by the way, let me know what you think below.
And this is the clip that's got people talking. Think about it for a second. Who talks so passively about having a to-do list to get through in a political setting of all places? And who asks the kind of question that prompts a response like that in the first place? I can completely see why people are looking at that exchange and reading something into it. I'm not saying there's anything to it. I genuinely can't state any of this as fact, but you can understand why it's raising eyebrows. The captions on that one really didn't match what was happening there. That seemed pretty intentional to me, rather than accidental, like the caption suggested.
Is rainwater drinkable?
Thanks.
If you've ever wondered how bugs can contaminate freshly fallen rainwater, here's your answer. Tiny airborne insects and insect eggs get swept up by wind currents and carried high into the atmosphere, where they're caught in the condensing droplets and fall back down to the ground. That's why you should always boil it, filter it, or better yet, distill it before you drink it.
There's a guy that's freaking climbing the freaking spear right now. Oh my god! What is he doing? Man, this has to be. I mean, you guys see that?
Oh goody, another publicity stunt, just what the world needs to distract itself with.
They got them, and they got a lot of them. I was asked by a commenter to do a video on the men that wear pearl necklaces in Hollywood. I know many of you in my comment section are going to say it's just a fashion trend that started in the early 2000s, and some of it is going to need a little bit of explaining. However, I feel like the more images I show you, the more it'll make sense. Let's just call it free advertising, if you will. Could it be a fashion trend? Sure. But if we know anything about Hollywood, there's a deeper meaning to everything that they do. Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber loves his pearl necklaces. And not just any kind of pearl necklaces, sometimes they have these kids' charms on them, which kind of remind you of the theme from the Yummy video. Jaden Pinkett Smith would be another one. And it was also interesting to me how, during the time that he was wearing his pearl necklaces, he went from this to this. And I believe, in a few outings, there were some signs. MGK is another one. MGK really, really loves his pearl necklaces. In fact, he took this fashion trend to an entirely different level, with pearls all over his face. Pharrell Williams. Some like them long and dangly, while others like them tightly wrapped around their neck, like Christian Combs, P. Diddy's son, who wears them often. Dave Bautista would be another one who looks completely unrecognizable, by the way, in which he likes to pair his sometimes with his Basquiat tattoo. If you know, you know. If you don't know, let me know in the comments and we can circle back to the crown tattoos. Shockingly enough, another one would be Pete Davidson. And you will start noticing a difference between celebrities that wear them and celebrities that don't, but instead, like Jay-Z, gifts them to their minions. And I think that some of you like to believe that the media doesn't know what they're doing when they are giving free advertising for fashion trends. However, it does kind of make one wonder why Hollywood such trends to begin with, and why they want your children to be engaged in what they're interested in. And you tell me, is it just fashion? Is it free advertising and subliminal messaging? Or is there some kind of power behind this trend that Hollywood men started? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section.
I still have no idea what the pearl necklaces mean because she didn't even hint at it, but I expect it's probably a lot stranger and darker than just a fashion trend. It always seems to be, right?
My brain is not comprehending this. It literally looks like it's coming from the law.
There's a couple different things that this could be. One of them, though, is much more likely than the other. This TikTok video that I got tagged in features a very confusing scene. We can see water pouring out of a fallen tree, and the caption here says, "Is this a waterfall or am I too high?" Now, first things first, a lot of people were stating that this is a fae trap. Those that don't know, fae are mystical creatures that in lore try to trap people in their own realm, get them out of their realm, and they do so by making portals that look very strange in nature to entice people that are looking at it. So I guess I could see how people might equate this to a fae trap, but I really don't think so. While rare, there are trees out there that have active water running through it. This one's a very famous one. The point is, it has been documented before and nobody was transported to some alternate reality, so it would stand to reason that this is what we're looking at here, just another rare version of that.
Yes, living trees are mostly water. On average, the trunks and branches of freshly felled trees range from 30% to over 66% water by weight. So there's a reasonable logical explanation behind this one, if you ask me.
What you're about to see hasn't been openly acknowledged before. Now, in the latest government UAP release, NASA handed over 3 chilling photographs taken by astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle mission Columbia in 1996. And in the background of these 3 images, an unidentified object floating in low Earth orbit. Now, as we zoom in closely, a bright elongated object caught against the curve of our own planet. And this object looks nothing like a satellite, it's not debris, and they can't explain it. This object just hangs out on the horizon. And seconds later, from another window, the object has moved and rotated, and it behaves like something free, floating, but kind of with a purpose. And astronauts saw this in real time. And here's the third frame. The object is still there, hovering above the clouds, and there's 3 separate images, but just one mystery. Now, as I start to enhance the background image, the object itself starts to look even more peculiar, and it takes more of a triangular format. And once again, we enhance the other image, and it kind of looks more cylindrical in nature, kind of like a legacy UFO sighting from the 1940s. But the mystery still remains, and it's still unidentified, and the government doesn't know what this actually is, so I'll leave it up to you. Strange, mysterious, unidentified flying object, bit of space debris, a satellite, or something completely different? You let me know down below.
It looks like some kind of space debris to me, I'll be honest, right? It could be a satellite, you know, my brain leans more towards it, you know, once having been a satellite that has seen better days indeed. Definitely not something from off planet though, I'm fairly certain of that.
History class never taught us where anyone pooped, so here we are. Ancient Romans sat side by side in a row in public toilets. No dividers, very close proximity. Everyone shared one communal butt sponge on a stick, but their plumbing was freakishly ahead of its time. Aqueducts carried in fresh water from rivers and lakes, sometimes up to 70 miles away. The water emptied into giant holding tanks. From there, lead pipes supplied bathhouses, fountains, wealthy homes, and farms. Some bathhouses even had hot and cold running water. After the fall of Rome, the bathroom situation rapidly declined. Medieval European castle toilets were basically holes in the wall. These holes dumped poop directly onto moats or pits below. Everyone else relied on chamber pots. They were placed right next to the bed, then dumped straight onto the streets. People called gong farmers cleaned it up. But before all that, there was ancient Egypt. The rich had limestone seats over containers of sand. The poor had a wooden stool with a hole in it. Over time, they built canals and reservoirs, even clay and copper pipes, but only for water. So somebody still had to dump the poop into pits by hand. The ancient Greeks also had shared public toilets with running water underneath to carry the poops away. They also built drainage pipes, but out of terracotta. And all these engineering ideas set the stage for Romans, who took plumbing to a completely unhinged level. Thank you.
Somebody out there right now submitted this video because they thought the rest of us needed to see it today. Is it absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful? Yes. Would I travel to go and see it? No. And I'll be honest with you, a few reasons. Okay, number one, I don't like people. Number two, well, actually, it's just that I don't like humans enough to endure the sweltering heat and the noise to go and see what's since been reduced to a tourist trap. It's kind of lost its wonder.
Behind me, above me, all around me is Duga, a famous Soviet over-the-horizon detection system. This enormous edifice, this megastructure, was meant to bounce intense electromagnetic waves off the ionosphere and around the horizon of the Earth to detect any possible incoming American ICBMs. This, dare I say it, beautiful structure is infamous because of how powerful it was. 10 megawatts of power. 10 million joules per second this thing was putting out, and it was so powerful it was nicknamed the Russian woodpecker because the signals it sent out would sound like a woodpecker when listened in on, and that woodpecker sound would go around the world and disrupt radio communications, radio stations, other technologies that are listening in for electromagnetic waves. All around the world, people were complaining about the power of Duga. And to be here, I gotta say, this is really special. And as an engineer type, the repeating structure, the geometry, just the sheer scale and engineering that went into this thing, even if it was intensely annoying, is intensely fascinating and amazing.
The Chernobyl Duga array was permanently shut down in December 1989 following the 1986 nuclear disaster, as the nearby power plant was meant to help sustain its immense energy needs. Pretty interesting stuff.
Oh no, what are they playing at again?
Another 5G tower is burning right now. Honestly, I don't know what people are thinking anymore. Like, don't they realize that we absolutely need these giant towers absolutely everywhere so that we can scroll and watch videos 0.3 seconds faster than normal? And let's be honest, if there's one thing that modern society needs right now, more than anything in the world, it's more signal and, you know, more notifications and another reason to spend 10 hours a day staring at a black mirror. Yeah, so I really hope we don't see any more of this happening. It's an absolute tragic situation and nobody should carry on doing this thing because it's absolutely criminal. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments, and obviously as always, this was just for entertainment. I'm as fictional as a dinosaur, baby.
Pretty specific to the UK, but this isn't an anomaly. We've had flurries of this kind of behaviour in the past and it didn't go well. Also, mandatory PSA to never do this.
I know that this will never happen again in history. There will never be a situation where people end a multi-billion-dollar deal off of a tweet. Gotcha. So I would like to thank everyone that was involved with this negotiation. Thank God no one was hurt in the process. And I feel free.
Sure you are, Kanye. Sure you are, buddy. I think, yes, the smell, the scent of AI on this one. Although, if there are telescopes out there that can get a visual this clear of Saturn, then I want to know what they are and how much they cost, because I've got to get one. Saturn is on my to-do list for a deep spiritual rabbit hole deep dive. There's a lot more going on there than Saturnalia, and I want to know where the rabbit hole actually leads.
See the difference? Now, the Conor McGregor to the left is from 2021. And this Conor McGregor right here is from 2026, aka yesterday's fight. Something seems off with these pictures. Like if you look at this guy right here, his eyes are even, right? They look almost the same. These eyes look low, looks puffy. Somebody said something wild about a mask. I don't believe that. But these two kind of do look different. Now, this Conor McGregor right here looked like he was really fighting, and this one looked like he was here to follow the script. Guys, something could be going on with this guy. I'm not sure if this is the same person. This is what people are saying. I don't believe that. If you ask me, this is the same person. People do age, right? Because it was a couple of years, right? Now, I know y'all gonna say it's the tan. Maybe he went to go get spray tanned or something. Maybe he was at the beach for too long, so he got a little darker. But these guys look kind of different. Don't you agree? The 2021 Conor McGregor looks like he's ready to fight. And this one from yesterday looks like he is no longer about that life. Something is going on here, guys, and I'm not sure if this is the same person. This is what people are saying. I don't know why they're saying that. I've seen a comment from somebody. They said that this one looks like he's ready to fight, and this one looks like he's scared for his life. Something is going on here, guys, and I don't know what it is, but I don't know what it is about these two, and I don't think they're the same person, allegedly. This is what people are saying. But of course, guys, entertainment purposes only. Obviously, something is up with this one right here, but it's none of my business. I'm just living my life, doing what I got to do, handling my business. Let me know what you think, guys, because something's going on here. I'm out.
Looks like he just lost weight, had a facelift of some kind, or some kind of cosmetic surgery, grew his beard out, grew his hair out, aged a little, had a spray tan, you know. There's a whole array of possible explanations here, so before you panic and reach for the conspiracy button, run it through that checklist first.
So for the first time, a healthy snow leopard has attacked a human. But don't let that distract you from the fact that snow leopards are one of the most unseriously adorable things that can maim you. Like the same cat that'll give you a facial adjustment will also nom on their tails. Like there's an entire rabbit hole of snow leopards doing this, and science says it's for comfort. Research says they do this when stressed or when there's a lot of change. It's the cutest coping mechanism you'll ever see. They don't like change. There's a video of a snow leopard, her name's Jessie, waking up to a new camera in her enclosure, and she immediately just does this. There's another video of a snow leopard pretending to be jump scared by her own cub. And I know I'm not supposed to humanize animals, but if you told me mama leopard's trying to boost her cub's confidence, I'd believe you. Because there's more than one video of them doing this. They're introverts. Often, the only times a snow leopard sees another leopard is when they have kids or they're making kids. Yet that same introvert will cuddle each other to sleep. They're like plush type predators. They're like the little brother of big cats. They can't even roar, but man will they try their best. And I don't know if you've seen this video, but it's a snow leopard seeing a tiger for the first time. And mind you, they're more related to tigers than leopards, and Buddy looks like he can't believe his eyes. And it's just sad, because in the wild, they get harassed by packs of feral dogs and sometimes even get popped by farmers protecting livestock. But a snow leopard has never been on record murking a person. If it was up to them, they'd avoid us entirely. They're so shy, they've actually been called the ghost of the mountain. It's habitat loss and losing prey that forces them into contact with humans in the first place. Like, I feel bad for the woman, but worse for the tundra tiger. It must have been a really bad day for it to resort to violence. I really hope nothing happens to the cat, because losing an animal like that to a selfie would be a real shame.
Man, nature is as scary as it is beautiful. A perfect balance, really. Do I ever blame nature for doing what nature does? No, I don't. Not even a little bit. We can't blame wild animals or even tamed ones for having instincts. We've got them too, you and me included. The only real difference is that a dog chasing a squirrel doesn't try to justify it. We share that exact same impulsive animal brain, but we feel the need to wrap our basic biological urges in premium packaging, pretending our retail therapy or caffeine addiction is a mindful lifestyle choice rather than just a desperate hunt for chemical satisfaction.
Warning, do not move right now, as they can see every micro movement you make, and what is watching you is sitting in your phone. People were terrified after Israel's military intelligence was reportedly seen funding extreme surveillance in the US and real-time tracking of over 100 million drivers. Being able to pinpoint your exact home address, your work address, every route you drive, and your daily routine, all time-stamped down to the second. And knowing where we are is exactly what they want to eventually use against us. Haunting reports show this same type of data has already been used to track down those who speak out against the country and make them disappear. And on top of that, on the app Waze, 8 million records have reportedly leaked onto the dark web, meaning criminals and other foreign entities now have the resources to know when your home is empty, where your kids are, and make you or anyone go away very quietly. But it gets worse, as this goes much further than just location, as drivers are unknowingly handing their data to an app built by veterans of a unit called 8200, whose members have also built spyware so powerful it can turn on your camera, read your messages, and listen to your calls without you ever know. Thousands of people are now deleting the app in what many are calling the delete Waze movement after finding out it's written in the Waze own terms and service.
I'm sure this isn't exactly how it's made to look. It rarely is with this particular creator, but it's definitely worth double checking if you've got this app or doing your own research, which goes without saying. You really should do that with everything that doesn't sit right with you, but this is why I keep a rooted phone, I'll be honest.
It will sooner or later, perhaps by accident, do something that is cripplingly dangerous to humans. The old paperclip cliche.
Explain that for people that have never heard the paperclip idea.
That these intelligences involved in machines are literal to a degree we might find difficult to get our brains around. And therefore, someone has said, I'd like you to make as many paperclips as you can.
To an AI, for example?
Yes. A sloppily open-ended, bad definition. But then the machine, which by then has the means to do it, starts to make paperclips, and it keeps on going, and it needs metal, and so it runs out of easily available metal. It starts to collect metal that is not easily available, rips it out of your high-rise building, whatever. It'll make paperclips out of everything, every metal it finds, and destroy the planet in the process.
This is one possibility out of an infinite number of them. AI is literal, it's binary, but that's exactly why it's programmed with guardrails, or at least it should be. I don't think something like this will happen unless it's meant to happen. I just see two different kinds of brainwashing here. It's not a sign of anything but the times we live in and what we're being conditioned to accept and adopt.
There are people here that have the ability to predict the future. It's been documented. And recently, a man in South Carolina walked up to someone's car and said that on July 15th, which is today, at 6 p.m., we're going to have a worldwide earthquake. But that wasn't even the scary part. The scary part was when he said that on August 29th at 6 p.m., Jesus Christ was coming back to judge the world. You heard what I just said? I'm guessing you don't believe that. Here's a clip from the video I did before. Look at this. I need you to pay attention to how confident this man is. Listen.
What you say gonna happen? World by earthquake, July 15th at 6 p.m. Judgment begins at the house of God, August the 29th at 6 p.m. Jesus Christ returns to judge the world and end it.
Listen.
Wait, come here. And what's gonna happen though? World by earthquake. What you know today is? Yes, I know what it is. 23rd of what? Of May. And what's gonna happen? July the 15th at 6 p.m. You know this? How many days left? 52. Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you an angel? Angel 69?
Today is July 15th. So I'm guessing all we could do is wait. I'm out.
Just what the world needs right now, another social media prophet. Everyone bookmark the 29th of August, I suppose, because someone on TikTok has made another prediction. Gee whiz. But, and I know what you're about to say, there has to be a conspiracy angle to this. Maybe they push these predictions about certain prophecies and spiritual events because they want to muddy the waters and make people as unprepared as they possibly can for a, and I'll say it in inverted commas, real event. And by real, I mean something they've had planned for a very long time, something people won't expect nor believe anyone about when someone's actually speaking the truth. I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down, my friends.
The Bond films actually introduced a lot of people to spy world gadgetry that would then become day-to-day normal American living, right? I mean, even cell phones, like the internet itself is just old school Cold War cryptography that turned into everybody's form of communication. A lot of the spy surveillance gadgetry or whatever that you see going on in James Bond, this begins to be a thing that conditions people to getting used to, being surveilled, getting used to having all their lives on the internet. The deeper that you go into it, you do realize the CIA has consulted on movies forever. These types of stories do condition us. I don't mean to go full schizo here.
Everything is conditioning, and it's been so effective that people don't realize what they're doing when they willingly post every micro detail of themselves and their lives online these days. I've gone down this rabbit hole with you before, and if you've been around a while, you'll have heard me bang this drum as I keep saying. The conditioning to overshare didn't happen by accident. So effective that people don't just do it willingly. They feel this need to do it, because if you don't, you're the weird one.
Prince wants you to come back and have pasta and pizza. I was like, oh, okay. And then Prince got up and left, and she got up and left. I'm
summoned by royalty.
And I show up at the Ritz-Carlton. There's a doorman there with a key. And it was like, Ms. Anderson, Prince is on floor 42, and the room number is 4206. I was like, okay. Gave me my key, put me in this private elevator. I went up, put the key in the door opened. There was, an array of people in the living room, and I went back to find Prince, and we had pasta and pizza at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Picture this, you just got to hang out with one of the biggest musicians to ever exist. You get a private elevator to a private party in some bougie penthouse, and all you can talk about is the P words. Those same P words that every single one of these people seem to bring up in every interview they ever do. It's almost like those P words could mean something else. The comment section needs to help me out on this one, because I'm limited as to what I can say.
More often than not, I think this creator reaches for strings on his conspiracy corkboard that simply aren't there, but that's just me. People were heavily implying online that everything happened exactly according to some predetermined plan, but to me, it just looked like he was smiling after being caught on the Jumbotron or something. What do you make of that one?
That's one way to use a catapult, but if you're trying to destroy a castle in medieval times, you'd probably want something a little bit more serious. Because a catapult and a trebuchet may look similar, but they work in completely different ways. A catapult twists ropes like one giant spring, so when you release it, all that stored energy snaps the arm forward and launches that projectile. But if you want to go bigger, you let gravity do the work. A trebuchet lifts a massive counterweight into the air, then lets it fall to swing the arm around. That's why trebuchets could haul much heavier projectiles and send them much farther. And this, I'm not entirely sure what that is.
Stopping? No, we're not.
If humans are anything, we are masters of engineering, especially when it comes to designing tools of destruction. Well, that's disconcerting to say the least, though I'm acutely aware that religious psychosis is a very real thing. People who hold intensely held religious beliefs, like the belief that demonic possession is real, can convince themselves that they themselves are possessed, and eventually that belief manifests itself in rather peculiar and strange ways, to say the least. There's a very real psychology behind this. I've actually talked before on the channel about stepping back from organized religion to study these systems from a distance, and this is exactly the sort of thing that comes into focus when you do that. It's still deeply disturbing, mind you.
Remember when LeBron James was doing positive handshakes that he made with his teammates, with his fellow peers? Yeah, it was all good. It was all positive vibes right here. You see it. But then this happened. He started switching up his hand signs, his hand gestures, blowing in his hands like it's freezing outside. What is going on with LeBron James? You know what's going on. You see it. It's not a mystery no more. You seen how LeBron James switched up on us. Now he's a totally different person. Now he's like, what am I doing, ref? What did I do wrong? You see what he's doing with his hands. 6, 7. He's exhausted. He's tired of following the script. He didn't want to do this. He wanted to actually play basketball, but no. The script was handed to him and he had to follow it. Now he's staring at all his fans, everybody like, you don't know what it took to get here. You don't know. Oh, we know, LeBron. We know. Look, he's smiling at you guys. He's smiling at you guys with all his rings, his scripted rings, allegedly. This is what people are saying. I don't believe that he worked hard for these rings. Look at him laughing at you again. Like, they really think that I'm playing real basketball. They really think I ain't following a script. Oh, we know, LeBron. We know that you're laughing at everybody. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe I'm just saying things that are not true because it's most likely not true, guys. We're just joking around here. I don't know if you know. And if you know, let me know.
How much of a song and dance do people actually need to see that this is all a stage and all scripted? Gee whiz. But then again, do most people even care? Even when it's this obvious, some people still just need to be entertained and distracted from their lives, right?
The biggest time-lapse of the universe in history has just begun. Here's everything you need to know. On a mountaintop in rural Chile, we built this. It contains the largest camera ever made, 3,200 megapixels. This is the Vera Rubin Observatory, and it's just started its mission. I visited the telescope last year, and let me just say, these videos don't do it justice. This thing is so huge and beautiful in person. Every 40 seconds, it takes a brand new photo of the sky. Every few nights, it captures the whole thing, and it's going to keep doing that for 10 years. This is a single shot from it. That's 10 million galaxies in one frame, and that's just 0.05% of what's coming. Every single night, it's going to find 7 million objects that just changed. Asteroids nobody's ever seen or stars caught mid-explosion. For the first time in history, we just hit record on the entire universe and nobody knows what we are going to find. To see my full breakdown of the mission, go watch the full video now.
It's ever so hard to take these space clips seriously when there's so much fluff out there made to look real but isn't. And I'm not saying this one isn't real. There's a chance that everything NASA shows us, or at least some of what they present, is in fact true. Some. But there are other things that definitely are not, or not exactly the way they present them to us anyway. That's just my opinion. Very strange. At first glance, it looks like an avalanche occurred and some rogue chunks of ice slid further down than the rest, but then you see the distance it traveled, and you're kind of back at square one with no plausible explanation for it. So she lost weight, had more plastic surgery, and is wearing a butt ton of makeup. Did I miss something here? A little bit of truth mixed in with a whole bunch of falsified information on that one. The answer to why so many statues have broken noses is actually far more profound and reasonable than you might expect. It's a deliberate act known as iconoclasm. Invaders, tomb raiders, and rival rulers smashed the noses off statues to symbolically kill them, believing the nose was where the statue's life-giving breath was stored. Think of it as an ancient act of desecration.
What's up with this? Aisle after aisle of folding chairs? And look at this store, the shelves filled with giant plastic piggy banks.
Every single aisle has these piggy banks here.
Nope, it's not the latest craze. They're decoys. It's a tactic many stores are using to fill empty shelves at a time when the nation's experiencing major shortages of pretty much everything due to the supply chain crisis.
What a supermarket is trying to do is hide the fact that there are shortages. They don't want to scare consumers at all.
Shopping expert Phil Lempert says there's method to the madness. Empty shelves can spark panic.
They also want to prevent hoarding from taking place the way it did in the beginning of COVID.
This store actually covered their empty shelves with a giant image of packed shelves. Fake food covering up empty shelves, tweeted the shopper who spotted the ruse, so people won't notice the cupboard is bare. And this drink's fridge sure looks full, but open it up, it's practically empty. Other stores are using a different tactic, spreading out the goods they have an abundance of.
They're taking frozen pizza, for example, that maybe just you saw one of before, and now you might see 6 or 7 of them over a bigger area to hide those empty shelves.
Another example, moving cartons of milk to the front of the shelf to make it seem full.
We better get used to it. We're going to see higher prices, we're going to see more shortages, and frankly, we're going to see retailers try even harder to be able to mask the fact that their store is empty.
I'd be far more scared walking into a store and seeing rows upon rows of cardboard cutouts of food hiding bare shelves than I would walking in and seeing the shelf simply bare. That's just a waste of my time, having to work out whether the items I'm after are going to be there or not. I'd rather see right off the bat whether it's on the shelf before I go and hit up another shop. Also, as for the supply chain crises, I fear we haven't seen the start of that whole ordeal yet, not by a long shot.
Whoever dropped this moose off is a bad person.
Sorry to tell you this, Santa, but nobody spent their time dropping this moose off here. It swam there itself. This TikTok video that I got tagged in shows a moose on a small island. This person is more than likely in the Baltic Sea off the coast of Sweden. And many of you are probably wondering, how in the world did this moose get all the way out here? First off, Sweden as a country has 300 to 400,000 moose. It's the most densely moose-populated country in the world, in fact. And what's more, most people discount the fact that moose are excellent swimmers. They can swim up to 10 miles in one sitting and at 6 miles per hour. It's very impressive. And you combine that with the fact that Sweden has the most islands in the world at over 267,000, and the Baltic Sea is right there, it makes sense that a moose would inevitably end up on an island for somebody to record, even a small one. Because again, there are a ridiculous amount of islands, very small ones that you don't have to swim too far between to get to the other in Sweden.
It was probably just taking a rest after its morning swim, no big deal, let nature go about its day.
He was easily the hungriest man in history.
I know that this might sound like a completely ridiculous and unquantifiable title, but this guy was widely considered to be the hungriest man in history. This simple 2-image slideshow first shows a massive man with smaller people around him. They're feeding him. The second image shows pretty much the exact same thing, a man sitting down with a path leading to his mouth and people carrying food up into it. What this slideshow is meant to represent is a French man from the late 1700s by the name of Terrare. Despite many photos showing Terrare overweight, he was actually very underweight. At the age of 17, for example, he was only 100 pounds. But despite his smaller stature, he would pretty much eat all day non-stop. He would eat his weight in meat, actually, very frequently. He would never gain weight, which is because he likely had something known as hyperthyroidism, which really increases your metabolism. You burn more calories than you can possibly eat. He was famous for eating everything, even potentially human.
This is a good example of how some of the strangest stories in human history often come down to plain ignorance at the time. And now we've got the technology and science to make sense of what on earth these people were actually documenting. Some of them, though, like the dancing plague, well, they still genuinely are unexplained, and they are just deeply weird to this very day. This is a road we've been down before on the channel, you know, the strangest corners of human history that science still can't quite close the book on. Sit with that one for a second.
Her house gave her an eerie feeling. Sandra was checking up on her old house after something strange happened there a couple nights ago. She had just moved out because she and her family couldn't take the eerie feeling they got while inside the house anymore when she received an unexpected notification. Turns out, she forgot her security camera there, and just 2 days after moving out, it captured this. The door that they locked before leaving somehow opened on its own. Sandra and her boyfriend would come to the house that night to lock the door, but ended up forgetting the camera again. So Sandra would come back within a few days to retrieve it, when something strange happened.
So we are pulling up to my old house. No one lives here anymore. It's haunted.
Just as they climb up the steps, a metal chair in the front yard tips over on its own, and they scram. Sandra has no idea what exactly is causing these strange occurrences, but she has a hunch it's related to the bad feeling the house gave off, and she's thankful they moved out of there. Is it possible that something dark is attached to this house, and whatever it was eventually drove Sandra and her family out, or is it just old?
So the only object in the entire vicinity was precariously placed right by an open window where someone could just tip it over, out of sight, and they just so happened to have the camera rolling right on time to catch it. Yeah, checks out.
I'm all for painless vaccinations, but I'm not sure I'd trust one that looks like a soda dispenser. Back in the 1960s, scientists tested a machine that could vaccinate people without a needle. It worked by forcing vaccine through an opening that's barely wider than a human hair. Basically, it was a mini pressure jet, powerful enough to punch through your skin. So why didn't it catch on? Because it was spreading blood-borne diseases. Even without a needle, sprays of blood and skin could bounce back onto the nozzle, and then the same injector blasted them straight into the next person in line. Yeah, suddenly disposable needles don't seem like such a bad idea.
I think it's probably best I don't comment on that one. These topics tend to get people into a lot of hot water these days, so let's move on swiftly.
My mom said for us to call her when we
get to the island,
because she's going to order pizza that takes 45 minutes to get
so
back.
by the time we get
back, we got there, we have hot pizza.
The pizza is there.
So we paddle all the way back, and literally the only thing that's keeping us going is
pizza. We're all chanting pizza.
Hot pizza. So cold. And then all of a sudden we get there. We get there, and the pizza has not even been yet ordered.
Oh yeah. We get there, and I'm like, what?
80% of the time, maybe more actually, these clips are just taken out of context and shoehorned into fitting a very different one.
I want to check him out. Oh, look at the muscles on this guy. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. I'll kiss those big, powerful men down there. Prime Minister Modi is the nicest looking guy. He's just, and a handsome guy, by the way. That's usually not my thing, but he is a good looking sucker. I'm looking at the legs. He's this beautiful guy. He's got legs like tree trunks. We have to keep our country gay.
This is completely taken out of context. I'm 100% certain of that. We all know Trump has a type and a big burly man, isn't it?
What is it like being the vice president? Like, how much access do you have to information?
So I'll give you another conspiracy. So I have like effectively unlimited access to information.
Unlimited.
But I think one of the things that I have learned about the job, you're doing so much on the day-to-day. Like you're calling senators and trying to get them to pass a piece of legislation. You're meeting with staff about what should go in the housing bill. You're negotiating with the Iranians or the Qataris or the Israelis about something that's going on in the Middle East. And a lot of it, like the UFO thing, like I've said that I'm going to look into the UFO thing. And I've been saying that for a year and a half, and I haven't done it yet because I haven't had the time.
So the same people trying to tell us that UAPs and potential ETs are a threat to humanity and to US airspace, classifying these as potential adversaries, are also saying they have access to the information but don't have the time to check it. So is it a threat or not? Because we know how hard the alien threat narrative is being pushed, right? So wouldn't it be a priority for someone like the vice president to get to the bottom of this and identify the level of threat it poses, if it really is as threatening as they want us to believe? You understand what I'm telling you here, right?
How is this possible? They already had an ad out for Messi's halftime event before the game between Argentina and England was even over with. Can someone explain this one to me? You see it for yourselves. I mean, the game was still going on at that time. There wasn't even a winner decided yet, but yet they already had this advertisement out. Tune into Lowe's Messi halftime event on July 19th. How is this possible? Can someone explain this one to me? Again, the game was still going on. It was still happening when they had this advertisement. So something is definitely up. If this doesn't show you that these games are predetermined and that these games are scripted, I don't know what will at this point. All of these sports leagues are as scripted as the WWE.
I can see that people are really trying hard, like really trying hard to convey that a lot of the mainstream sports pushed so heavily on our TVs and in our feeds are 100% scripted. But to those people really trying to deliver that message, I have to ask why. So you spend your time making content exposing the truth about sports and the whole industry around it, and then what? We both know how this goes. People just want to be entertained. They don't care if it's real or not. It's a distraction. And at the end of the day, people need escapism.
Welcome to Skynet News, episode 12, the real season finale. And as a society, we are not. A dummy-proofed library of all of Jeffrey Epstein's connections to artificial intelligence. Yes, I fully understand he did not invent AI. And things like the Turing test, or that there were founding fathers in the 30s and 40s. Here's a list of scientists he worked with. People that visited him in prison. His mathematical contributions. Symposiums held on his island with the founding fathers. His AI websites, his launching in multiple countries, all of his projects, timelines to AGI, and our job loss. Now, everyone rallied really hard to have these files released just 3 months ago, in what now seems more like a your side has the criminal, not my side, red-blue political war instead of sticking up for victims. Because in 90 days, we have messaging fatigue over the files. And my question to you is, how much are you willing to ignore? Now, I've shown you who actually started all of the messaging propaganda 100 years ago. This man was the nephew of Sigmund Freud and the uncle of the co-founder of Netflix. He created war slogans. He sold out his own wife to get his hotel on the global map. I showed you Palantir's funding in 2004. I showed you where Peter Thiel is named as Epstein's close friend. I showed you that Peter Thiel and David Sachs wrote a book together. David Sachs is in this funding. He's also the crypto and AI czar. I I showed you this documentary that Ben McKenzie put out that all of crypto is a lie funded by Jeffrey Epstein and Palantir's government contracts. And my question again is, how much are you willing to ignore? Now, why does it matter? Epstein was just crazy, right? It matters because he was working with everyone currently in power. And these emails are 20 to 24 years old. Like this one, talking about programs with Google and the CIA, NSA, and Department of Defense. 13 years ago. Also talking about data mining practiced by Google. So when you don't understand why Google is signing AI deals with the Pentagon for military, surveillance, and weapons, I ask again, how much are you willing to ignore? I've shown you emails from Musk. I've shown you emails about Sam Altman. In fact, that Google data mining email from 2013 has Altman, Zuckerberg, Musk, and Gates. And Epstein's tip line into the FBI that got him caught was at an AI conference. How much are you willing to ignore? In part 2, I'm going to show you everything AI was really for, like eugenics and transhumanism. And this article that just came out this week. The Epstein files reveal beliefs about race, eugenics, and engineering humans that run to the heart of Silicon Valley. Join me in part 2 or ignore it.
That is pretty interesting, considering Epstein was always presented as, let's just say, not a very smart man, but I'm also well aware that his persona was exactly that, a character played to curate the image we all have of him today. His bookshelf alone tells you he wasn't the man everyone thinks he was, if you actually stop and look at it. And I don't mean he isn't guilty of heinous crimes, because he absolutely is. I'm just saying there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than we're told. I've said this before on the channel. Whenever I've gone deep on Epstein, this goes beyond spy status, beyond the CIA, and the operation is still very much ongoing. In fact, I've done documentaries on this. You'll find them in a playlist on the channel. Go check them out. I really encourage you to, because everything in them directly affects you as an individual and your sovereignty on this unusual realm, I'll call it, that we all currently occupy.
I truly believe that we collectively underestimate just how many victims of Jeffrey are no longer alive. From Virginia Giuffre to Ruslana Korshinova to the multitude of Jeffrey's friends' wives who passed away under mysterious circumstances like Ivana Trump or Mary Richardson Kennedy. It's all very disturbing and strange and leaves a lot of room for questions. But this week, another model who was on Jeffrey's Island that is no longer with us was identified in the forums that, as you all know, I love to frequent. Model who appears right here in this photo that can be found in the files next to one of Jeffrey's core 4 members, Nadia Marzinkova. This model's name is Katarina Nedolitska. I apologize if I'm pronouncing her name wrong. And Katarina was from the Czech Republic. But Katarina's modeling career was really starting to take off at the time of her tragic and sudden passing that occurred in 2014. Her career led her down many different runways and opportunities to work with brands and campaigns from Prada to H&M. Unfortunately, her career would also lead her to cross paths with Jeffrey. At the time of her passing, Katarina was only 26 years old, and she was in what appeared to be a very loving relationship with her partner of 5 years, who was a professional hockey player for a Russian team. And on top of her seemingly happy relationship and her ever-expanding modeling career, Katarina also had a hobby of kickboxing as well. At the time she passed away, her boyfriend was in Russia playing hockey, but her shocking and sudden passing did cause him to briefly move back to the Czech Republic, where Katarina and her family lived and where her body was found. Katarina's body was found in her apartment by her brother. After she did not answer the phone, he became concerned and broke down her door, where he found not only Katarina's body, but the body of her 2 dogs as well. Authorities were very quick to announce that they did not find any foul play in Katarina's passing, and an autopsy later revealed the reason that she ultimately passed was allegedly due to a heart attack. Her autopsy also revealed that there was no substances in her system at all, and she was not the victim of a gas leak. What's very interesting, though, is in 2014, right around the time that Katarina passed away, Nadia Marzinkova, who is seen in that photo with Katarina, emailed Jeffrey and said Kate, shorthand for Katarina, just took her own life. But that is obviously conflicting to what the report ended up being. It was not that she took her own life, it was that she had a heart attack. So it's just very bizarre and strange. And I think it's worth noting that Nadia and Jeffrey were close enough to Katarina that they were calling her by a nickname. But the details of all of this are just so strange to me. There was never follow-up from authorities, family, media, anyone about the cause of why her dogs passed away. It's not like it had been weeks and weeks that no one had heard from her. Like, it was like within a day or so that Katarina's brother couldn't get her to answer the phone, and he broke her door down and found her with the dogs, all of them no longer living. So it's not like she had been there not living for a long period of time and like the dogs had like passed from starvation. It was not that. I think that this is so bizarre, this is so tragic, and it is just a reoccurring pattern of so many girls who have been in Jeffrey's orbit who passed very early and very tragically. I think the reason why like I'm always very suspicious of any individual who passes within Jeffrey's orbit seriously or untimely is because we know that there's just such a massive cover-up within this entire case. If the exploitation and the physical harm of these girls is being covered up, why would we assume that their demise would not also be covered up as well? Just another strange passing that I'm going to add to my list that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me and I have a lot of questions about. But shout out to the person in the forums who was able to figure out who this model's name was so that we were able to talk about and amplify her story and hopefully find out more information about the circumstances that led up to her passing. That's all I have for you guys right now. I'll see you in the next one.
I think we've learned by now that if it doesn't make sense, then there's more going on beyond the scenes than we're being told. On the surface, people might think this is AI, and I can tell you it actually isn't. It's very real, just not as sensational as you'd think. He's simply drinking water, storing it in his stomach, and with certain muscle tensions, that water comes right back up, along with whatever else he's eaten that day. Very gross, actually, and I'm pretty sure Houdini went on some kind of pilgrimage somewhere to find these water spouters to learn the technique himself. I might be wrong. I didn't even look that up, but I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere.
If this ain't a reason to keep your ass from flying in those friendly skies, then I don't know what is. A 61-year-old man flying from Greece to Germany was nearly sucked out of a plane while he was flying. You heard what I just said? This man is flying. The next thing you know, the window opens up and pulls him out the window. If it wasn't for God himself, he wouldn't even be here. People said that 6 minutes after takeoff, they heard a loud bang. And after they heard that loud bang, they seen this man's body almost out the window. Mind you, they're saying that they had an engine failure. And listen to this Final Destination. Experts are saying that the debris that fell from this engine hit that window, and that caused, you already know what I'm trying to say, right? That some Final Destination. If it wasn't for this man's wife, if it wasn't for the passengers on that plane, this man would be gone. You in this plane, in the window seat, after takeoff. You know after takeoff, you be wanting to get comfortable. You lay your head on the window, and the next thing you know, half of your body is out. What kind of... This man had neck injuries, shoulder injury, but they didn't have to bury him. He better thank God they didn't have to bury him. I'm out.
Good grief, I couldn't even imagine. I don't want to imagine, actually. He got very lucky. Something was on his side that day. Good Lord above. Yeah, I've broken clips like this down before on the channel, and 9 times out of 10 what looks anomalous in the sky comes back to basic physics. So think about it logically. You've got a lower level cloud, and above that an aeroplane contrail, and above that the sun. The light source shining onto that contrail and casting a shadow down onto the lower cloud. Do that and you get something like this. You don't have to be a physicist to see what could be happening here. Walk through it with me and tell me it doesn't add up, right?
In case you've been living under a rock, we have
have some crazy things happening in the world right now. A woman paragliding in Austria made it out alive after a literal plane tore through her parachute while she was in the air. A new camera near a Tampa school zone caught 6,000 speeders in just 2 days. The U.S. Agriculture Department's Pest Control Office recently had a bedbug infestation. NASA captured a 12-year time-lapse of planets orbiting another solar system star. These planets are several times bigger than Jupiter and take decades, if not centuries, to make one entire cycle around its sun. Scary and cool. There's an Iowa man who received survivor benefits after his dad passed away as a teenager. He received about $500 a month until he turned 18, and now the government wants him to pay back $8,000 because they said they overpaid him, possibly because he had a job at Pizza Hut. I actually had these same exact benefits when my dad passed away when I was 17, and I think I had gotten exactly $500 a month for 2 or 3 months, and this man is like 30 years older now, and to have to pay back this money all these years later because of this, it's, even if he can pay it back, it's almost just like, what are we doing? Why does it matter that much to pay this back? That's dumb. My name's Adorian. Follow me to stay in the loop if you're brave enough.
I'm not sure what you'd expect if you were receiving money you knew you weren't supposed to be receiving. What do you think would happen? I get it, it's tempting, but people need to realize we don't live in a world where you can simply get away with this now.
Con ustedes y con tu espíritu. San Juan.
So is it the most spiritual thing to do? The thing most in line with their teachings, to ignore someone who's crying out for help? I mean, there's little to no context here, but I'm sure that if you were in church and someone came wailing and hollering in like that, the decent thing to do would be to get them some help, right?
All heard this man's name before, Joel Osteen, right? So now it's Joel Osteen. There was no L in his name. Well, ever since CERN shut off. There are new Mandela effects every day because of this shutoff. My timeline, and most of our timelines, it was never Joel Osteen. It was always Joel Osteen with an L. I doubt this man changed the spelling of his last name in the middle of his life. Like, nobody does that. I wonder if this means, like, when CERN comes back on in 4 years, that everything's going to be reset to how it used to be, like the timeline we remember. These Mandela effects are getting out of control. They are literally making us think we're all crazy. Like this is some sort of big mass hysteria. As always, thank you for watching. Stay weird.
Maybe Olstein had tax problems and Osteen didn't. I'm joking, of course. I've dug thoroughly into this, and it is, and always was, Osteen. Bro is raking in money by becoming a viral Mandela effect now.
Guys, we are seeing the book of Revelation unfold right before our eyes, and still nobody's believing it. A while ago, I made a full video on the 7 trumpets blown in the book of Revelation that will signal a series of events ultimately leading to the return of Christ. Well, the Bible says when the first trumpet is blown, there will be a mixture of hell and fire cast upon the earth, burning up 1/3 of the earth along with green grass and trees. Well, what we've been seeing in the last 5 years is an unprecedented level of forest fires, not just in Canada, but in Colorado, California, and across the world in places like China as well. Now, I'm not saying for sure whether or not we're seeing the blowing of the first trumpet, but I'm just saying I wouldn't risk it. Build and maintain your relationship with Christ today because there's too much going on not to.
If it feels like Revelation is unfolding, that's because it's meant to feel like Revelation is unfolding. It's not prophecy so much as it is by design, which I also believe to be 110% intentional.
Michael is gone. Tupac is gone. Prince is gone. Whitney is gone. Amy Winehouse is gone. David Bowie is gone. But I'm still standing.
Again, this was taken out of context because a quick Google tells you this speech, which was conveniently cut off, was referring to her critics and peers who had passed away. Many of her iconic peers, male and female, had either died or stepped back whilst she continued to write her and produce music. So with that in mind, it contextually actually makes a lot of sense.
Watch this.
Oh no. I'm steering clear of that. What? If that moose last minute decides to, like, bolt. Or he hits it.
Mom?
This video shows something that I feel like not a lot of people realize, because people hear the word moose and they see pictures of them, but they don't see them compared to other objects, and they think of the moose as a deer because it is a member of the deer family. But when you see like a white-tailed deer in your neighborhood, it is nowhere near the size of a moose. And you can see in this video, this is a cow moose, meaning a female moose, and it's running down the road, and the vehicles that are going past it, like there's a truck that goes past it, this moose is way taller than that truck, and it shows that they are literally gigantic animals, and they are also very fast. A moose, like I said, member of the deer family, they can run like 30 or 35 miles an hour. And although they're not always just very, very aggressive, they also aren't scared of humans. And anytime you get between a female moose and her babies, or around a male moose where it's in rutting season or whatever is going on, they can be very aggressive. So they're very big, they're very fast, and they can be very mean to humans.
We got 2 moose videos today. Someone out there is a real moose enthusiast, it seems. Then again, this won't be the first time a moose has wandered into one of these episodes. They do seem to like it here. Privacy a privilege? More like privacy is an illusion, and one they've had us chasing, convinced that it ever existed in the first place.
I want to show you why Japan is the greatest country in the world, and that if we all adopted their frame of mind, the world would be a better place. Here's this lady at the airport. She's a worker. She's aligning all of the luggage so that they're together with other passengers who are together, and they're easy to grab. You can just grab them off the shelf. It's much easier. She doesn't have to do that, but she does. Here's rubbish workers picking up the small pieces that have fallen off. The truck itself is absolutely spotless. They clean it every day. They don't have to do that, but they do. They do it anyway. Here's a shop owner outside of his shop sweeping the street. Is it his responsibility? No. Are there trucks that come around and do it? Yes. But is he doing it anyway? Yes. They all do it. It's very common for shop owners just to come out and clean the street in front of their shop. It's a culture of respect, and in every single way they do it. And everywhere you look, you see it. Absolutely everywhere. That's why everyone was surprised by the World Cup that they cleaned up afterwards. But they weren't, because that's what they do everywhere. They do it at home. They do it everywhere. And if everywhere did it, the world would just be a fantastic place.
Sorry to be the cynic here, but I think it'd take a lot more than litter picking to make the world a fantastic place. A whole lot more, actually.
As if flying wasn't already bad enough, the entire airline industry is about to turn into a giant casino. Yesterday, it was reported that Kalshi has filed with the CFTC something called airport delay, which is going to be a new prediction market where you will soon be able to bet on whether your flight or any other flight is going to be delayed. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't have to say this, but this is insane. Like, remember this crazy lady from a few years back? Yeah, now you can just call up your friend, tell them to make a bet, you pull one of these stunts, and then boom, you make a quick buck. Pilots, ground crew, flight attendants, TSA agents, everybody is going to be incentivized to gamble, so probably not hard to imagine what's going to become of air travel when the whole thing becomes a massive gambling hall. But then again, this kind of degeneracy is sort of on brand for late-stage America. You let me know what you think.
Yeah, that's not going to take off, no pun intended. There are just too many loopholes right off the bat, unless they patch those loopholes with regulations stating that only weather conditions with, well, the capability of actually delaying flights count as viable. And if that's the case, then that leaves insider betting solely exploitable by those who can control the weather, right? Not naming anyone, if you know what I mean.
This is heartbreaking and really shows the true side of being alone.
Before I go to bed, I put my details out, my funeral arrangements, last will and testament, people to the phone and that in case of me death. As me certificate of my funeral plan all paid for. It's just when my sister died, I started doing all this. She'd have thought that I was sick, yeah. If I'd have been doing this and she was here. See, that's because my sister's not here. I've got no family, they're all gone. So there's nobody to do stuff like this, make me funeral arrangements and stuff like that. So I've got to do it this way, because everything's there. Anybody comes in the house, that's the first thing they're going to say. Mad, isn't it? Eh?
Millions of people in the UK live in situations like this. Elderly people who are completely alone, who have absolutely no family and no support from anyone externally. Now, there are some incredible foundations out there that do help people like this around the world and in the UK, but the harsh reality for thousands and millions of people in the country is that they don't always get that support and they are alone. And this poor old man who's nearly 80 years old has to lay out his funeral papers every single night because if he passes away, no one would know what to do. He has no family left, no friends, and no support.
Look, I completely agree that there are so many people out there, elderly and young alike, who are utterly alone in this world, and it's a genuinely sad reality. Well, if something happened to them, it might just go unnoticed. I don't take that lightly at all. But I do have to be rational here and look at the other side of it. How much of this has been positioned to play the sympathy card? Because I find myself asking the uncomfortable question, what led to this? What did he do or not do to end up with no friends, no one, not a single person who'd think to check up on him? And look, right, I do understand he could be a complete victim of circumstance, entirely innocent. That does happen, and it happens to good people. And there are so many ways the media can frame something like this. Sad, woe is me, this is his reality, the reality of millions tugging on your heartstrings the whole way through. So yeah, I do have to wonder, that's just me being skeptical, and you might well be sat there thinking I'm a terrible human being for even saying it out loud, but I'd rather speak my mind than sit here and pretend the thought never crossed it. I'm just being transparent.
Space Jam, was it actually a documentary? Was it actually telling you truth in plain sight? Because we all pretty much remember the scene where Michael Jordan stretched his arm to win the game for the Toon Squad. Well, those of us who actually watched the movie growing up. And you could see where Michael Jordan's arm appeared to stretch actually in real life. Now, I know that people are probably going to doubt and say it's just the video quality. It's just the cameras at that time. But what if it wasn't? And there are a lot of other bizarre things that actually happen in Space Jam when you actually begin to think about everything this movie was talking about. Case in point, showcasing these alien-like creatures taking the talents from NBA players to become the Monstars. So I'm beginning to wonder if Space Jam was actually really a documentary and really more truth in plain sight.
I never thought I'd hear the sentence Space Jam was a documentary based on real truths spoken out loud. And look, maybe it's just me and you might be seeing something completely different, but that image of the basketball player with the long arm, you can make out two outlines of a person in the still. The frame rate was obviously very low, the quality even lower, and it simply didn't catch up to the subject moving in real time. But go back and check for yourself. You can see the faint outline of the player, and it does line up with the proportions. I'll be honest, right, I might be trying way too hard to explain this one away, but my logical brain has it down and solved.
That is one film being delivered to a movie theatre, The Odyssey by Christopher Nolan. 2.1 million feet of film and 850 pounds in total. They had to edit this using a knife, cutting each scene out materially. They didn't use computers for it all. Christopher Nolan said that he believes that AI is not going to take over movies, and he went completely the other way, like a legend, going back to film and showing this in 39 theaters on 70mm IMAX. That is insane. This guy is a legend, and I think that this is definitely a movie that everyone has to go out and see. What a legend.
This isn't anything but pedantic and a publicity stunt. You can't stop the beast that is AI from coming. It's inevitable. Someone spending a lot of money and man hours on something like this won't stop that from becoming a reality.
The following footage was captured by a witness in Chicago, and honestly, this fuels the fire to this conspiracy. Watch this video really quick. Now, how many of you have heard the conspiracy that some birds aren't real? Some are implants that are actually machines recording and watching everybody. And have you ever heard of that saying, if it flies, it spies? Well, when we see stuff like this, we can't help but question and wonder, is there truth to that conspiracy theory? What is really going on around us? Take a look at it once again, comment below, and tell us what you think.
It's a solar-powered GPS tracking device attached by researchers or conservationists. It's not that deep. This doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary for your average university campus, to be honest.
Dad, I know I promised you I'm gonna give you my first Grammy. I have to fight for this one.
She said you want to thank everybody for her first Grammy.
Anyway, I'd like to thank Jay-Z for being a part of this record with me.
She liked to thank Jigga Man for being the greatest in the world.
Good. Tricky.
The video you just watched shows Rihanna when she won her first Grammy, but Jay-Z did something terrible that changed everything. You can see it happen several times. He cuts off her microphone. He speaks for her. He turns the moment into something about himself by joking in front of millions of viewers. At the time, everyone thought it was funny, but knowing what we know today, it doesn't seem funny anymore. Because Rihanna was barely 20 years old that night. It was her very first major moment, and Jay-Z, who had already signed her to his own label, grabs the microphone and speaks for her on one of the biggest stages in the world. That kind of behavior already shows who was in control between the two of them. And to understand how real that control was, you have to go back to her audition. Rihanna herself once talked about it like it was a joke. She said Jay-Z told her there were only two ways to leave that room: through the door with a signed contract or through the window. It's worth remembering that they were on the 29th floor the day she signed.
Tell me about your audition with Jay-Z. Tell me what he said to you. A really good audition. And what did he say to you? He said something to you. Oh yes, he said, we don't sing songs here, we sing artists. There are two ways to leave here. Either through the door with the deal signed or through this window, and we're on the 29th floor.
She laughs while telling the story, but look at her face at that exact moment. She's clearly uncomfortable, and saying something like that to an unknown teenage girl from Barbados isn't an ordinary joke in the business world. People don't realize it when they look at the Rihanna we know today, who has achieved everything, but from the very beginning, there was always someone speaking for her, and today, we know who that was.
That interaction will never not feel sinister to me. I don't know about you. I know it's all of it is just a stage, isn't it? And that what we see is just acting and entertainment for the purpose of distraction. But it just has a considerably dark energy about it, wouldn't you say?
Hey, sir, what's this? Is this a carrot? Huh?
You don't know about this?
No, it's like a carrot or something.
Where you from? Where you from?
From America.
This is panda food.
Panda food?
For panda, yeah.
But
they like bamboo, so this is bamboo.
So why are they selling it here?
This is the spicy bamboo, because the pandas from Cholchik, they eat like spicy, like hot pot every day, so they like spicy taste bamboo.
This is spicy?
Yeah.
Sir, are you sure?
Yeah, it's very spicy. It's bamboo. A lot of people like it. You should try this one. We don't eat the pandas, we eat the bamboo.
Of course, yeah, we don't eat the pandas, sir.
Hey, don't follow me, okay?
No.
I hear Trump, but I don't see Trump. What's going on? What in the Kim Jong Trump did I just watch? And why does he do Trump better than Trump does?
One of the things that always stands out to me when looking at old photos from the 1800s and early 1900s is how many major cities look strangely empty, completely devoid of life. Like, take this 1861 panorama of St. Petersburg, Russia. Completely empty, muddy streets. This is not an issue of long exposure. You see no motion blurs. You see no parked idle carriages. No street vendors. Nothing. The city looks abandoned, like it was staged, ready to be taken over. And this is a massive city. At the time of this photo, St. Petersburg had a population of over 500,000. With all this, massive streets, wide boulevards, grand architecture, huge public spaces, and it's all completely empty. And of course, the whited out skies. In mostly all of these old photos. Our history is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon. Question everything, friends.
He's absolutely right. More often than not, we see these photos of grand, beautifully designed structures, entire cities with hundreds of buildings, but only a handful of people actually in the photo, present in them. I know that image was taken from a distance, and some people argue the camera simply wouldn't capture a person from that far away, but I beg to differ. And it's not just in stills. We see footage of old cities, and even when there are people in the footage, it just doesn't sit right with me. You start to notice there are a lot of people just standing around in the roads, on the pavements, just standing there, and people aimlessly walking with no real purpose. And if you've been here a while, you'll know this isn't the first time I've flagged it. I can't be the only one who notices that, right? Can I?
No way. No. Who's this? Who is this right here? Because this kind of does look like Steph Curry. Remember? Something's going on here, guys. Maybe that's one of his ancestors, great-grandfathers or something. But something is going on here, bro. People are saying that Steph Curry could possibly be a time traveler. And I don't believe that. He's a professional basketball player, bro. Somebody also said that he's laughing at us. He's smiling at us because he knows that we don't know. Shut up! Something is going on here, bro. Because that does look like Steph Curry, allegedly. That does not mean that it's him. Let's look at this again, guys. Because this kind of does look like him, guys. People are saying this. I don't know why they're saying this. It's not true. This is some random man in a picture at Cracker Barrel. Something is going on here, guys. And it kind of looks like him because Steph Curry is light-skinned. Not just playing around, guys. Entertainment purposes only. That is not Steph Curry. People need to stop playing around. Doesn't mean because somebody looks like somebody, that's that person. Could be his ancestors, his grandfather, something like that, like I said before. Who knows? I wouldn't know. Let me know. I'm out.
People are really reaching for content these days. That is such a vague, cartoonish image of a human being. You could literally pick anyone to fit the profile. It's that generic.
Security and privacy aren't important. What is important is that AI bots have access to everything.
I kept getting frustrated because they weren't powerful enough to do the things that I wanted. And so I was like, what if we just gave the thing like complete access to the production database where it could just like trample on anything? And I sort of like surreptitiously pushed it out maybe late at night, and it worked. Yeah.
It worked extremely well, right?
Yeah, perhaps foreshadowing, subsequent things like OpenClaw, where it turns out that like the thing that was hampering the world was being worried about security and privacy and all the things that could go wrong. And when you like worry a bit less, you're like, oh my god, these things are unbelievably powerful.
This may be a piping hot take, and I may get some backlash for it, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think people need to worry less about privacy these days, simply because it's a thing of the very, very distant past, if it even existed at all. I think we've all been convinced that privacy is this thing that needs to be protected, when in fact it's just an illusion, just like free will in this modern world. Controversial? Yes, I'll accept that. Am I prepared for the backlash? Yes, of course I am indeed.
AI took over the world hundreds of years ago. Your history is all AI. Photoshop has been around for hundreds of years through various means. Photos themselves are much older than we are told. At least 200 years. And I don't believe the first Photoshop is in 1857 like they say. The Mona Lisa was printed. It wasn't painted. Renaissance paintings like the Mona Lisa were made with 2-micron paint. 30 to 50 microns is the average today. It was perfectly layered and couldn't be replicated today. Yet we're supposed to believe that Da Vinci made it with mortar and pestle paints. Nothing today can be compared to what was being made in 1434 by Jan van Eyck. The reflection in the background is perfectly displaying the reversed image. No one can replicate this level of detail. This is a print, a laser print. Photoshop was also done through etching. We have all been getting catfished. How much of the history has been etched away? These are the original filters. Cartoon filter, whitewash filter, sepia, grayscale. Supposedly there were no Civil War photos in battle, but plenty right before. And it doesn't stop with people. Looks like a lively city block, huh? Those people are painted in. This is in the New York Public Library. You can see they're painted in if you look closely. That horse was never there. You can see they removed people from this one. Their legs are still there. I'm sure many of you know about the Vanilla Sky photos. What a terrible crop job there. They edit out the skies and remove buildings. The sky is commonly cropped out poorly. This whole building is superimposed onto this block. Yet they have been able to solve overexposure in the skies since 1867 with the collodion process. Oops, actually 1857. Yet we get vanilla skies even into the 20th century. Maybe this is why. Even in film we have layering. Half the people aren't even paying attention to this. History is worse than chicks with BBLs and filters. And don't get me started on the sculptures. I've actually been to this place too. The name of this piece is called Deception. It's made out of a block of marble. It's a fishnet made out of a block of marble, and he made it in secrecy. More laser technology that the mutants took over after the reset. That slightly raised pinky causing that muscle flex being captured perfectly like that. The Renaissance was a reset. None of these artists existed. The technology was usurped and used to whitewash the history. And there was a hard reset between 1776 and the Civil War. AI is the opposite of Yah. It's really AI. AI has existed since ever. It is a program that is being uploaded through organic AI, aka human.
You know what? This would make a lot of sense. I'm acutely aware of what actually can be achieved with a paintbrush and paint by the right artist, because there are plenty of them out there today, amazing artists with awesome talent, but I think I understand what he was trying to say here, and it actually does hold up under scrutiny in a lot of areas.
This advert ran for over a decade. Nobody stopped it. Listen closely. 1975, a perfume advert, and on the surface it's nothing. Soft music, a slow pan, a woman with a lollipop. That's the whole advert. It looks like every other perfume ad from that era. It won't set off a single alarm bell, which is why nobody said anything for 15 years. Then listen to what the man says on top of it, and how casually he says it.
One person nobody can resist, and that's a baby. So love made baby with the innocent scent of a cuddly clone baby that grew up.
And he actually said this out loud on TV, and it wasn't a slip. Newspapers ran with it. A New Jersey's paper literally printed Love's Baby, an innocent blend of innocence, and a year later, papers in 8 different states ran an ad calling it so pure and so exy, printed in the paper. Go back and listen to that voice note and tell me I am reaching.
100% not reaching and 100% not okay in any context. Those two words should never, ever be in the same sentence.
They want you to pay a monthly subscription now to drink water, to breathe air, and to walk the earth. According to this woman here, Lindsay Hooper of Cambridge. Does anyone else not think that this whole thing has gone too far? Have given, as a population, a small group of people way too much power over us and this earth. They say weird things like this years in advance before they actually start to roll it out. But you know who shouldn't have access to these kind of things? Evil earthly overlords currently running the world. It just seems like every year after the World Economic Forum, you get these super crazy dystopian evil genius take over the world type of quotes every year. How are we letting people who say things like this have power over anything? This is not someone you want calling the shots. But as always, stay weird.
Yes, this is true, and regular viewers will know it's not the first time we've watched the web try to put a price tag on things that were always meant to be free. Several prominent web initiatives are actively working to transition water, soil, and oxygen from free, infinite public goods into quantified financial assets. The goal, according to them, is to force industries to pay for the depletion or degradation of nature by explicitly pricing it on corporate and national balance sheets. On paper, it sounds good. A little accountability for the corporations who've never shared the burden the rest of us have carried for so many years. But let's not pretend this is going to end well for people like us, because it isn't. Not at all. But you didn't need me to tell you that. Moving on.
My brain is not comprehending this because the creek is down here And there's a waterfall coming back there, but it literally looks like it's coming from the log. Like, there's no water flowing into that log to fall down. So where is that water coming from? Am I crazy?
If I had to guess, and this is just off the top of my logically and critically aligned brain, it's either water pooled on a fallen tree after a sudden downpour, or a freshly chopped tree expelling its water content. Got no other takes on this one.
The CIA actively seeks to hire people who have what they call sociopathic tendencies. Not sociopaths. Sociopaths have no conscience. They'll just blow right through a polygraph exam. But they're impossible to corral. They're impossible to keep under rein. And it's because they're not able, their brains won't allow them to feel regret or remorse. Now, in business, most CEOs are sociopaths. Most, not all, but most, especially in big companies, because they claw their way to the top, usually on the backs of the people around them. They don't feel bad screwing the next guy to get that next promotion. The CIA wants people like that because those are the people who are going to break into a foreign embassy. A normal person would not advocate breaking into a foreign embassy. That's sovereign territory of a foreign country. I would. I'd be glad to do it.
Why?
Because we're the good guys.
So do you have sociopathic tendencies?
Absolutely.
And what are your sociopathic tendencies?
My sociopathic tendency was to operate in legal, moral, and ethical gray areas. Specifically. That's what it was.
Now, I want you to really think about something. Whatever you make of this man, whether you buy that he's sincere or whether you think he's there to distract, just hold it up against one simple pattern. Take a look at the people who've been silenced for far less. Then take a look at the people with incredibly loud voices doing interviews on some of the biggest channels and podcasts out there, talking so comfortably and openly about alleged secrets. And ask yourself, does any of that add up to you? When someone keeps turning up over and over again on multiple channels in your feeds and your algorithm, supposedly going up against a powerful organization and yet never seems to pay any price for it, I think it's fair to ask why it's being pushed so hard. I'm not telling you what to conclude. It's just something to think about.
Like, just imagine flock cameras place your vehicle at the scene of a crime, a hit and run that killed 3 people because you're driving the same make and model as the person who actually committed the crime, but you get arrested for it. That's literally what happened to Lindsay Isaac. FHP accused her of being behind the wheel of a Dodge Durango that caused a crash that killed 3 people and then left the scene. The flock license plate readers had her vehicle at about 9:51 traveling eastbound on I-4, which is about 3 miles west of the crash scene that occurred about 9:53. So they arrest her, take her black Dodge Durango, and they claim that they observed what appeared to be smudge or rub marks that were attempted to be cleaned or wiped away that would have been at the same height as someone sideswiping a motorcycle. Here's the thing, it was actually this lady driving a maroon Dodge Durango. So she was actually driving the maroon Dodge Durango, which caused the accident, and I'm just curious, so there was no flock cameras in any of the areas that picked up another Dodge Durango with actual damage? So Lindsay Isaac, who was arrested and spent 13 days in jail, her Dodge Durango actually had no damage on it whatsoever. And Talvo, the one who actually committed the crime, one of her charges was tampering with evidence because she took her Dodge Durango to a shop to have all the damage fixed. And yes, Isaacs did file a lawsuit against FHP and the individual troopers involved.
And this can happen to anyone, by the way.
A couple of hunters in South Texas witness a strange metallic object flying against the wind in the middle of some mountainous terrain.
We were about to pick up the last dog when there it was. Best I could tell, it was nearly a mile out and moving fast against the wind. Glistening in the sun, it kind of looked like it was made of aluminum, but it was trucking pretty fast.
What is that? I don't know what it is. I have no idea what that is, but it's freaky looking, whatever it is.
Now, we have the eyewitness account of these objects, or this object in particular, flying against the wind, and again it's seen in an area of natural beauty, and if you've been following this subject with these strange metallic type structures, which even the Department of War are even sharing openly now in the public domain, they show up and behave in very peculiar ways. But this could be some of maybe the fabled jellyfish type UAP, or it could be something completely different we don't quite understand, or even secret military tech that we are unaware of. And this footage was shot by Tim Wells Bowhunter on YouTube, so if you want to go check it out yourself and look at the extended clips of this, it's pretty damn interesting, and another piece of the puzzle to add into this mix of whatever is going on right now and whatever is being released of the truly unexplained. So yeah, interesting.
Tell me with a straight face that isn't a star-shaped helium party balloon floating on the wind. I'm not convinced it's anything else.
I have maintained, I think since September, it might be October, I haven't changed my story once, that Andrew Colvett called me and he told me about the Hamptons. My source was Andrew Colvett. It was. I told Erica that when we met face to face, and she conceded that yes, Bibi Netanyahu did call at Bill Ackman's house. Now, her reason was that he was following up on the letter that Charlie wrote him in May, but that's not what Andrew Colvett told me. He told me that Bibi offered to take Turning Point to the next level, and Charlie said no. But he also communicated to me that Charlie had declined to have Bibi on his show. He was turning against Israel. It was on a joke when he texted the night before that he was done with Israel. Everyone saw it coming. And people who were his friends knew that these were discussions that we were having over the last year. Anyways, this is what Colvett tweeted. He conceded basically every part of that conversation except for the offer. He said this: again, this is Candace admitting that she has zero proof. I ask for proof and she screams, I'll take a lie detector test. Guys, I promise. She's adding caveats, hedging, changing her story. Literally not changed my story once. But it's important to point out what she just did here. The psychology behind it is wild. Okay, cool. I'm just going to pretend he's smart now. She gets called out for a bald-faced lie, a central lie to her entire narrative. Then immediately retreats back to two true things that are insignificant in an attempt to confer truth onto the original key lie. So he's saying I'm playing the game, two lies and one truth. For what reason? Then he concedes, yes, we politely declined having Netanyahu on the show. So what? And yes, months later, CK took a call from him after he wrote him a letter. Again, so what? Neither are extraordinary and neither explain her next ridiculous leap that Netanyahu offered to take TPUSA to the next level, and that I lost out on either millions or billions when CK declined. All complete idiocy. Okay, so beyond this, doesn't even matter. He's admitting that I told the truth. I have stuck to the exact same story. I have not pivoted once from my story that Andrew Colvett told me this. And so now he's saying, well, she told the truth like 75%, but then that last point was definitely a lie, and she just maintained that lie forever. Why would I maintain that lie? It's what I was told. It's from Andrew Colvett. Beyond anything else, why didn't you confirm this earlier, that I was telling the truth? Was it weird for you when Bibi Netanyahu was pretending that Charlie had no issues with him and it was all love, when you knew that Charlie declined to have him on the show, when you knew the night before that Charlie was fearful that he was going to be killed, when you knew the night before that he was on a text thread saying that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause, things that you never wanted to tell the public? You never told the public any of this. You do not look good, and I think the entire world can see that you are the Judas of the story.
He never told the public any of this, but you did, Candace. Or at least that's how it's being presented. And here's what I keep noticing. There always seems to be more to reveal, more to drip out, just enough each time to keep people hooked and the controversy ticking over and over and over. 10 months on, and there's still another installment ready to go. Now, maybe that's just how these things naturally unfold, but it does make me wonder how someone who positions themselves as an advocate for truth always seems to have this much left in reserve. That's not me telling you what to think, that's me asking the question out loud. Tell me I'm wrong. It's my opinion, it's speculation, and you should take it with a pinch of salt, but I've done enough digging on Candace to be comfortable raising it here.
LeBron James was seen leaving Jay-Z's concert throwing up this popular hand sign. But so many people over the years in Hollywood, entertainment, etc. have thrown up this hand symbol. I mean, it must mean something good, right? I want you guys to keep in mind this is the same LeBron James who does this in his warm-ups. And this would also be the same LeBron James who had this to say in a sit-down conversation with former player JJ Redick.
We have to sacrifice loved ones. You have to sacrifice loved ones for a long period of time.
Of course, I'm sure he's just talking about sacrificing time with loved ones, like, you know, you can't make certain birthday parties and you might miss Christmas because the NBA's on Christmas, right? That must be what he means. I want you guys to keep in mind this is the same LeBron James who was asked earlier in the year, candidly, will you be retiring and hanging up your jersey this year? And his literal reply was, I want to live. I want to live. Whoa. Comment below with your thoughts. Am I on to something or am I tripping out this time? I don't think I'm tripping. Wake up.
People who caveat their videos with "wake up" as if even noticing these things makes any difference at all to anyone's lives, you know? So we know they love their hand signals. We know there are elites who've gotten away with genuinely terrible things behind closed doors. We know there are governments so corrupt they can't even keep their stories straight. We know there are some very powerful people who've committed crimes against humanity. We're awake. Now what? You and I noticed a long time ago. The question was never whether we're awake, it's what we actually do once we are. And that's the thing I keep coming back to on this channel, right? Chasing every news drop was never going to bring anyone justice. Being awake was never the finish line. I feel like these people say wake up without even understanding what that really means.
Nothing.
What is that?
I have far too vivid an imagination to watch that without it triggering my gag reflex.
So apparently people have been experiencing headaches from these Canadian wildfires. Has anybody else been experiencing headaches, or have they been feeling nauseous or anything like that from these wildfires? I don't know what is going on, you all. I really don't. Maybe it's just a natural occurrence with these wildfires because Canada has dealt with wildfires plenty. But the fact that this air quality alert from these wildfires are affecting places in the United States is just very bizarre, like Ohio and other places like that. It's just very, very bizarre. And again, maybe this is all a natural occurrence, right? I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just asking if anybody else has experienced any headaches or have they felt nauseous or anything like that from these wildfires that are currently happening and that has affected places within the United States. Comment down below, you let me know.
You can absolutely get headaches from wildfires. Headaches are one of the most common physical reactions to breathing in wildfire smoke because the smoke directly attacks your nervous system. It deprives your brain of oxygen and triggers immediate physical inflammation. Honestly, people really know how to make a lot of noise about the wrong things, and you and I both know the ones I mean.
If hair is coming from your exhaust, you're done for.
Now, if this were to happen to you, you might be tempted to think that somebody shoved a wig down your exhaust pipe, but that's actually not the case here. This TikTok video that I got tagged in says, I thought cars leak oil, why the heck is mine leaking hair? And it shows this person pulling what looks to be an extremely long strand of hair from their car's exhaust. Now, this kind of thing is not unheard of, and in doing my research for this, I found a bunch of very, very unsettling photos. But despite the fact this looks like hair, it is indeed not. This is fiberglass. Specifically, this is fiberglass packing material from the inside of your muffler, which helps keep your car quiet. So it completely makes sense that this fiberglass is meant to further deaden the sound coming from your vehicle. In some cases, that fiberglass can start coming out of your exhaust. Probably not the best idea to pull it all out. You probably want to go to a mechanic, get this taken care of.
And some ding-dongs out there do this intentionally, driving their dirt cheap cars that they've lowered, tinted, and bolted massive fart cans onto. Real chads. Well, that certainly didn't go where I expected it to, but truth be told, this is very easily faked.
Scientists thought they were training dolphins to collect trash, but they accidentally taught one how to run a mafia-style criminal enterprise. Trainers at the Institute for Marine Mammal Studies had dolphins keep their pool clean by giving them fish every time they brought litter to them. But a genius dolphin named Kelly noticed a flaw. She was paid per piece of trash, not by the size, so she would hide large pieces of trash under a rock and tear off smaller pieces when she wanted a snack. But then she really escalated things. After a seagull landed in her pool, she brought it to her trainers, was rewarded with a massive pile of fish, and realized birds were a high-yield investment. So she started using her own fish as bait to lure more birds in and catch them for a bigger payday. But the craziest part is that she didn't keep it a secret. Kelly taught her calves the hustle. They taught the rest of the pod, and seagull baiting became a practice among every dolphin in the facility. Trainers wanted a cleaner pool, but Kelly wanted an empire.
This is why humans should leave nature alone and stop meddling, period.
James Franco has been posting Andrew Dawson type videos of him saying something's wrong. No. That people are after him. He's drawing his username, James Franco, with a number beside it, which is James Franco 2319. Now, this is what's crazy.
That an area code?
2319 is a code in Monsters, Inc.
2319! We have a 2319!
Remember when a monster accidentally touches a child? Yeah. And then they come back into their area and like they have to put the extinguisher, they gotta decontaminate him, shave all his hair, everything, right? Okay. So people are saying that he's trying to expose something that has to do with monsters and kids. Oh. Why is this relevant? Why? The island. Actors that know different things that's going on with kids.
Yes, you're right.
Andrew Dawson, that whole thing, people were speculating he saw a real giant on that mountain. Okay. And the government tried to silence him, and sadly he passed away. James Franco, it's either he's actually warning, trying to say something out here, or this is all just to promote a movie, because he's low-key following a movie account, but we don't know if this movie is attached to that.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, do we know the plot of that movie?
No, we don't. That's the thing.
That could be great marketing though, I'm not gonna lie.
That's what I'm saying here.
One could argue this is one of the oldest, nay, ancient marketing tricks in the playbook. Manufacturing a controversy and letting the public run with it has been going on for centuries, possibly thousands of years, and it's very effective. If you have followed the channel for a while, you'll know this is a drum that I keep banging. The manufactured controversy is the distraction itself, and the why always matters far more than the what. Same playbook, different decade.
Can flies actually fly in a vacuum chamber?
Anyone else just see this as kind of cruel? Don't get me wrong, I loathe flies, right? They're the bane of my existence when they come in uninvited and help themselves to whatever, you've been cooking on the kitchen counter, circling around again and again and again, no matter how hard you swing the tea towel, just trying to swat them away. They've always got some evasive maneuver, but still, this is just cruelty for the sake of content in my eyes.
Artifact. Part 42. Erling Haaland spent roughly $134,000 to buy the only surviving copy of a rare 1594 edition of Heimskringla, one of Norway's oldest printed history books, preventing the 430-year-old volume from disappearing into a private collection. Instead, he donated it to the library in his hometown of Bryn, where it will be preserved and put on public display permanently, so future generations can see one of the country's rarest surviving historical treasures. These tiny stone stars are actually prehistoric fossils. They're the preserved stem segments of sea lilies, marine animals called crinoids that lived hundreds of millions of years ago. When the stems broke apart, they left behind these perfectly star-shaped fossils. This child's robe, made in China over 150 years ago during the Qing dynasty, was known as a 100 family robe. Families throughout a village each donated a small patch of fabric, with every piece symbolizing protection, blessings, and good fortune. So the child quite literally wore the support of the entire community. This massive Olmec stone head lay buried beneath the jungle for centuries until archaeologists uncovered it in the 1950s at San Lorenzo, Mexico. Weighing up to 20 tons, these colossal stone heads were carved over 3,000 years ago and hauled for miles without wheels or animals. To this day, no one knows exactly how the Olmec moved them or why so many of them were deliberately buried.
At this point, you and I can safely assume that if any piece of our history still comes with the label "we don't know," then we probably do know. It's just that they don't want to admit it. And yes, I'm talking about technologies that aren't in the public domain these days.
How radioactive is Mickey Mouse? Oh no! Pretty radioactive.
Good grief, why?
Have you guys heard of the city of Cahokia that was larger than London around 1200 AD, that was here in the US, and also they had the largest painting in North America that was of this scary demon, dragon, bird, lion, elk thing. So around its peak, Cahokia was the largest city north of Mexico pre-Columbian between 1050 and 1200 AD. Now, while London's population was around 10 to 18,000, the Mississippian city of Cahokia estimated to have about 15 to 20,000 residents. Some estimates even reach as high as 40,000 people. Cahokia was located just across the Mississippi River from the modern-day city of St. Louis, and it was the largest and most influential pre-Columbian city north of Mexico at the time. It was known for its massive earthworks. It actually had the largest prehistoric earthworks in the Americas, which featured a base layer of dirt that was larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Grand Plaza had this 40-acre space that was used for markets and public gatherings and ceremonies, but despite this city's massive scale, it was actually mysteriously abandoned around 1300 AD, long before Europeans had arrived, if you don't consider the Vikings coming over. Now, this city had this nearby painting that was the largest Native American painting found in North America, that was painted on this limestone bluff by the Mississippi River that was this freaky humanoid face with antlers and sharp teeth and dragon scales and wings and bird feet, and apparently the name is supposed to mean the bird that devours men. Now, while this is just a recreation of the painting, the original was just like 200 feet away from this, and it looked pretty much exactly the same. And Native Americans used to like shoot their arrows at it and practice shooting. I don't remember why, maybe for like good luck, but it's just so crazy that like the largest thing they ever painted was this horrible demon-faced bird dragon, and it's just so interesting that that is what they decided to paint. But you're welcome for more curse knowledge.
So I've got a theory I just want to throw out there. I think a lot of these ancient civilizations, specifically the ones taught to us as part of our ancient history, the ones where we don't actually know what happened to them, the ones that depict dragons and all these strange creatures, even dinosaurs in certain cases, when we're told dinosaurs never existed or never coexisted with humans, I believe those depictions are real, in the sense that these creatures did exist and were depicted at a time when they may have lived alongside humans, just not as part of our human lineage. I believe them to be pre-reset civilizations, which again, I don't believe to be humans as we know them today, not humans like, you know, me and you. I believe they had very different genetics, different DNA. They may have looked completely different to us, and that would fill in a lot of the blanks. When history can't explain something and writes it off as coincidence or as something that just doesn't make sense, like dinosaur fossils, it makes far more sense to attribute some of it to pre-reset civilizations and pre-reset eras. And look, I've gone deep on this whole idea, multiple reset idea, you know, before on the channel, the notion that there were earlier versions of us, entire civilizations that rose and vanished long before anything in our recorded history. If this clip's got the gears turning, you know, these ones, that's a rabbit hole worth going back through. But this particular spin, the different genetics, the creatures that ended up written into our myths, that's me thinking out loud right now. That is my personal opinion, just a theory I've spun off the top of my head, a stream of consciousness, so to speak. So tell me what you think, and if you've got your own theories, I want to hear them.
The UK narrowly avoided joining North Korea, Russia and Iran in the Restricting VPNs Club.
We have decided not to limit VPNs.
The victory proves that when we come together and speak out, we can win. And we do need to keep going, because more censorship threats loom. Ever-expanding plans to restrict phone and internet access through digital ID checkpoints threaten both privacy and an open internet. Some threats are stranger than others. The government has announced a social media curfew, which is optional. We should all be worried when governments start introducing curfews, even fake ones. Curfews restrict our rights. In this case, they treat young people as the problem. In a rush to look tough, the government is embarking on an authoritarian overreach of seismic proportions. We must not let them. We must tell Andy Burnham to think again. And you can use our tool. Link in the bio.
The fact that people are treating this as a victory actually saddens me. If the government has conceded on something like this, it means they don't need to restrict VPN access, or maybe it's just not the right time for them. But either way, there are only perceived victories for the people, those that are allowed to be seen as such.
I bet that you didn't know this. Oprah's original name was Orpah. She was named after a biblical figure, but then her family just kept misspelling it as she was growing up, so they kept it Oprah. When Notre Dame burned down in 2019, Ubisoft lended their Unity game data because one of the studio's artists had spent 2 whole years recreating the entire cathedral for the game. There was a Brazilian TV host in 2009 who was accused of ordering so that he could report them on his TV show before anyone else did. He was charged but never convicted, and in 2010 he passed away before the case could be fully figured out. George Foreman named 5 of his sons George Foreman. Dutch police arrested a bird back in 2019 because it was with the suspect they arrested for robbery. They actually put the bird in a jail cell with bread and water, and when the media was reporting on it, they put a little black bar over his face to protect his identity. I'm a Dorian. Follow for more tomorrow.
I don't know where to start with that last one. So many questions. Somebody taking a pet parakeet to a robbery. The fact that the police detained it rather than handing it over to a sanctuary. Humans are weird, man. There's no question about that one.
What does snow look like under the microscope? This is why you shouldn't eat snow.
Can't fuck up. Hey, I love the way you work it. Hey, I love the way you work it. Right about now. Hey, I love the way you. This is where all the fine ladies take the floor. Hey, I'm talking about that dump truck. Let me see that dump truck, baby. Now don't worry about it. Some dump trucks bigger than others. You that ain't the size of that thing, it's how you dump that dump truck. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about that dump truck. Now bag it up and dump it. Bag it up and dump it on me. Bag it up and dump it. Bag it up and dump it on me. Bag it up and dump it. Bag it up and dump it on me. Bag it up and dump it. I'm talking about that dump truck. You see me, girl, I see you too. You can't both thug it. Yes, it's true. When I think of all the pretty ladies I've been through, can't none of them better you. So I feel like it's my duty, girl. Satisfy that booty, girl. Where you
When you spot strange fibers whilst observing snow under a microscope, they're typically microplastics. We've only ourselves to blame for that one.
One of the biggest misunderstandings about human lifespan not only changes how we view people in the past, but also what might be possible for human lifespan in the future. Because the average human life expectancy used to be 30 years old, which at first would make you think that being 15 back then would make you middle-aged. But the reason that life expectancy was so low was because childhood was incredibly dangerous. And in many ancient societies, somewhere between a third and a half of all children died before the age of 5. If you were lucky enough to survive childhood, avoid any major diseases, and didn't die in a war, you had a surprisingly good shot at reaching old age. And with the global average lifespan now being 74, we didn't actually extend human lifespan at all. We only reduced childhood mortality.
There's a lot that could be said about the human lifespan and about certain modern developments, but this really isn't the place for it. I should know. I was muted for a week.
What does SNAP stand for?
Is a Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
What's nutritional about Coca-Cola?
I am not a nutritionist. I am a food security expert in ensuring that individuals have the food resources that they need.
This is a common sense question. All of these have been common sense questions. I'm just asking you, is there nutritional value to sugary sodas? It's a yes or no question.
I am not an expert. I would have to look at the dietary guidelines.
You're not an expert.
This might look very embarrassing on her part and even for the entire organization running this program, but it isn't. Why? Because to be embarrassed by something, you first have to care about it. We only felt secondhand embarrassment for her because we know the questions being asked are valid, and the non-answers she's giving are dodging questions we already know the answers to. But it isn't actually embarrassing because, put simply, not a single person in charge of this program cares.
Oh, we gotta go. Oh my god, it looks like a human. Oh my god. What the? We gotta go.
Poor little guy. He was just waiting patiently for his owner to come back, like a good boy. And now he's immortalized on the internet as a fictional creature.
Do you think the audience reaction to this performance is real or forced?
Oh, it's like a North Korean clown show. All right. It's like, I can do that better. That's it. I can't read Japanese. So if somebody in my audience who reads Japanese, please to let me know what this says. And he fails. Does audience, before they entered, I'm pretty sure they're debriefed in a way. It's like, hey guys, so when you, not in this exact voice, but hey guys, so when you go in there, I want you guys to make big reactions, like big laughs, you know? Because to me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, see, like, it's like whoever laughs harder gets extra kilogram of rice at the end of the show, almost kind of like a competition, it looks to me.
I don't know who's under more pressure in that situation, the performers or the audience.
Jamie, pull up an image of it. It's very strange.
Somebody was flying by what they thought was a volcano in the 30s, and he thought, hey, that's somebody built that. Wait a minute, there's 4 by 8 foot bricks. That's man-made. And it is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt, and it's in Guatemala. Maybe 20 years ago, I visited. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Really? Yeah, it's a monster. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was bigger and grander and more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it.
You want to hear something really fascinating?
Sure.
There's a location in the Western Sahara Desert of Mauritania called the Rishat structure. It's a site that astronauts typically use to reference from space. It is a geological feature that is said to be volcanic in nature, and it just so happens to match more than a dozen striking similarities to what Plato had described as the lost ancient capital city of Atlantis, which was said to be made up of concentric circles, 3 of water, 2 of land, which matches the Rishat structure. It also is said to have an opening to the sea at the south, and if you look at it from satellite imagery, you can clearly see that water had ran through it. And furthermore, it was said to have mountains to the north, and you just so happen to have mountains called the Atlas mountain chain, which Atlas was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, and the very first known king of Mauritania is also named Atlas. You want to hear something really fascinating?
Sure.
You've got Tesla, who gets funded by JP Morgan to create wireless technology, but Tesla gets a little ambitious and says, I'm going to do wireless communication, but I'm going to take your $150,000. I'm going to do wireless energy. We'll do free energy around the world. And Morgan's like, how do you put a meter on that? Tesla's like, what do you mean? Propel mankind forward. Morgan pulls his funding, tells everyone in the investment class, this guy's a kook, and if you invest with him, you don't do business with me. A few years later, Wardenclyffe Tower gets torn down. Tesla in poverty.
Yeah.
And where are those 20 boxes? And why was the government so quick to respond to that crime scene?
Yeah, they showed up at that guy's house quick.
Uncle John Trump is in charge of that.
Donald Trump's uncle reviewed Tesla's death ray secrets and found mysterious royal letters. I wonder what they got from that. Jamie, pull up an image of it. It's very strange. So in Lebanon, they have these massive stones that are more than 1,000 tons. The trilithon stones, and they're like several meters above the ground placed, and then on top of them, you have these Roman structures. Look at the size of that guy, and look at the size of that stone. And then you see the stuff on top of it is smaller. It's not as sophisticated. And the thing about the Romans is Romans had meticulous record keeping. And they talked about all the construction of all the different things they had. They don't even mention those stones. No, I don't think it was them. I think it was a previous civilization. Look at that thing.
Oh, bro, they're so big, the pictures won't do it justice.
If it looks like a realization and feels like a previous civilization, usually coupled with the fact that we tend to explain it away with, you don't actually know how they did that, then it's 100% a previous civilization, mate. Probably a few pre-reset ages before us, actually. And people like you and me stopped explaining that away a long time ago. I've gone deep on this before, as you probably know if you've watched for any length of time, the whole multiple resets idea, how Rome didn't so much as fall as it quietly decentralized, you know, the flood markers, all of it. If that's new to you, there's a proper breakdown sitting on the channel that's well worth digging into.
Look at that. That's absolutely crazy.
I'm very familiar with this image. That's a 90-degree angle. Nature does not work in 90-degree angles. You're not going to get 90-degree angles from wind or water. So one of the tenets in archaeology, when you see 90-degree angles, there's an intentionality underlying that structure. This is on Mars. Through freedom of information, NASA had to release all of the lunar images, and they didn't want to do that. And when they did release them, they ended up pixeling out a whole bunch of stuff, which made it look even more obvious. So you got to say, what is it on the lunar surface that we paid for with our tax dollars that we're not supposed to be seeing? And these were tower structures.
I believe they keep our attention fixed on Mars, all these talking points, all these distractions around Mars, specifically to keep our eyes off, you know, little old Saturn. That's what I personally believe anyway. You make of that what you will.
Here's some crazy history that no one ever taught us. Japan attempted to invade India with 85,000 troops in 1944, but they were quickly defeated in northeast India. This huge cargo steamer was afloat and unmanned for 38 years. It became a ghost ship in 1931 after it was abandoned, and it drifted along the coast of Alaska before its last recorded sighting in 1969. More people passed away evacuating Hurricane Rita than in the actual storm. One night in 1888, tens of thousands of sheep fled their fields at one time. 4 cans each of Coke and Pepsi were launched into space on the shuttle Challenger. Both of the companies had developed a can that were designed to use in microgravity. They both used a standard 12-ounce can for their technology, but Coke spent $250,000 on theirs, and Pepsi spent $14 million. William Rockefeller actually sold snake oil. This is a woman who was getting married on July 22nd, 1941, and the little girl next door watching was Anne Frank. This is the only time Anne Frank has been captured on film. I'm a Dorian, follow for more history.
Anyone else think the Coke, Pepsi, and space thing was suspicious, like money laundering suspicious? As for the Rockefeller selling actual snake oil, that's a message that should be loud enough for the majority to hear, given what we think about the healthcare system, right?
NASA's Curiosity rover has been on Mars since 2012, and it's been sending back thousands of raw, unedited images, and most are just rocks and dust, but some exhibit some strange and unexplainable phenomena. June 16th, 2019, Sol 2438. On the right navigation camera, a bright white light appears clearly in the frame. Images taken just seconds before and after, and it's gone. This one went viral back in 2019, but NASA has said similar bright spots are often sun glints off rocks or cosmic ray hits on the sensor itself, but this particular one keeps people talking. October 5th, 2022, Sol 3613. The right hand side navcam once again, and something appears in the sky, and it looks airborne, possibly near the mound. And 12 seconds later in the very next frame, it's completely gone. People enhanced it, and it doesn't look like dust or a lens flare. It was there, and then it vanished. Feb 22nd, 2026, Sol 4816. Just a few months ago, the right navigation camera again. A dark object or a spot hovering in the Martian sky, and this went viral pretty damn quickly. People calling it a possible UFO UAP, and NASA posted the raw images publicly, but has not commented specifically on this one at all, so it still remains a mystery. Now, even older images show some similar weirdness, like the rear HazCam from Sol 862 in 2015, and many show bright spots, dark spots, or objects that appear in one frame and vanish in the next. And almost all of these objects come from the navigation cameras themselves. So, what could they be? I mean, there's many more photos I'm going to share, so stay tuned. Very strange.
Want to know what I think? Now, this is just a theory, and I'm wondering if any of you out there are on my side with this one, but I don't think these images are captured from Mars at all. I think the silence from NASA and officials about these anomalies in the sky comes down to two things. One, they don't want to admit this is just a rover sitting out in a desert somewhere, and two, it seems to be capturing birds or animals flying overhead. That said, they stand to gain far more by leaving it ambiguous or by saying they don't know what it is, because does that lend credence to the whole UAP extraterrestrial narrative being pushed so heavily right now? And if you've sat through the other NEXOR anomaly clips with me, you already know how this dance tends to go. The ambiguity is the product. It's a bit of a catch-22, this one, but tell me what you think down in the comments. It's true, the Disney Easter egg appears in the 2007 Disney film Enchanted. A storefront named Epstein's Books briefly appears on screen. Coincidence? Personally to me, no, I don't think so.
There's a verse in the Bible that tells you the correct way to pray, and it's not what most people think, and the church disregards this. So Jesus says in Luke 6:6, "When thou prayest, enter into the inner chamber and shut the door." Which means, this means entering into your own mind, because that is the inner chamber, or the side of your head is called a temple. Because real prayer is not about closing your hands and getting on the side of your bed and praying. Praying is 24 hours a day. It's the conversation you have in your mind every single day. That's what true prayer is.
What a ridiculous and needlessly convoluted way of saying prayer is meditation. And here's the thing. Meditation doesn't mean you sit in a dark room with incense burning, close your eyes and visualize, because you subconsciously meditate throughout the day all the time. You're constantly manifesting, constantly thinking about what you're doing and what you're saying, and that is a form of meditation.
Before the Aztecs and before the Maya, there were a culture who are referred to as the Olmecs. Again, we don't know what they called themselves. That's what the Aztecs called them. They called them the Olmecs, and it means the rubber people, because they a rubber producing area of Mexico. They worked in giant megalithic constructions. They're most famous for is these huge carved human heads, which can be on a scale of up to 20 to 25 tons in weight, which have curious features, which have been interpreted variously as Polynesian, African, don't look like classic Native American features of these Olmec heads.
What do we think those helmets were that they were wearing?
Nobody knows, because no physical example of such a helmet has ever been found.
That's very interesting. No physical helmets resembling the ones depicted on the statues have ever been found. Perhaps buried or destroyed for some unknown purpose by people who'd benefit from their erasure. Who knows? My money's on this being an art installation or maybe a tourist site, but definitely not what it looks like without context.
NASA's own satellite captured this massive wheel-shaped object right by the sun, and it looked like it was deploying some kind of shield. And this piece of footage is from the Stereo A Hi2 camera, February-March 2020. Now, over several days in early 2020, this strange circular object with internal spokes keeps showing up. And if you watch these curved parts, they almost look like the object is extending a field or a shield around itself. Now, Stereo A studies the sun and solar storms, and its Hi2 camera images huge areas of space between the sun and Earth. So, why is there a giant wheel in these pictures? And once again, NASA says this is just an optical artifact, a reflection of the bright planet Venus bouncing inside the camera's lens. It moves exactly opposite to Venus, and they've seen similar reflections before, apparently. But UFO researchers argue it looks way too clean and structured to be a simple lens flare, and some are even calling it a Z== wheel. So, what do you think? Strange anomalous object, or simply a reflection from Venus? I don't know. You guys let me know what you think.
I think NEXOR's explanation is a pretty sound and believable one here. They're not always this solid, usually it's half-baked, but I can get behind this one being an artifact.
What, Damian?
That boy screamed so hard it made me afraid of his shadow. Gee whiz. But does anyone else feel like he seemed a little old? Maybe I'm being too harsh.
God bless you. Leave me alone. Hi. How are you? Hey, you're scaring my dad. You're scaring my kid. You hear me? You hear what I'm saying? God bless you. Leave me alone.
something's going on with Shia LaBeouf. People are saying that some lady said that Shia LaBeouf accused her of stalking him while she was just sitting in her car. Something's going on with Shia LaBeouf. Maybe he thinks that everybody that's around him, sitting around him, is watching him, but something's going on with this guy. People are saying ever since the Eagle Eye movie, he has not been the same. He's been doing strange things for a long time now, guys. Something's going on with him, and I'm just asking you guys, do you know? Because I have no idea. He told her that she's scaring his dad, but I don't see nobody around him. Maybe his dad was around there and his friends, but I didn't see them. Something's going on with Shia LaBeouf, guys, and we need to figure this out because that lady said that she was not stalking him, allegedly. This is what I'm hearing. I'm not sure how true none of this stuff is. But of course, guys, entertainment purposes only. I hope that Shia LaBeouf is okay and he's not going through anything because he's acting very strange lately. I'm not sure what's going on with him. If you know anything, let me know. I'm out.
This has to be taken out of context, and I checked and it definitely seems to be the case. The fact that the woman kept filming and didn't say anything suggests this may have been a stalker situation, an alleged stalker situation, I'll say that much. He was very calm, cool and collected. It looked like he was just trying to get her to stop following them, and in all honesty, I can't blame him.
Recently repeated history. In late 2025, Representative Rob Bresnahan dumped $130,000 worth of stock in medical companies that would lose business if Medicaid was cut. Then he voted to cut Medicaid. Doesn't really seem fair, does it? Yeah, sadly, this wasn't the first time members of Congress have engaged in dubious trades. Heck, it even happened back in 1872 when a stock scandal roiled Ulysses S. Grant's re-election campaign. See, years before, a Republican member of Congress connected to the Union Pacific Railroad had bribed a dozen of his colleagues, including Grant's vice president, by selling them stock in a company called Crédit Mobilier that was helping to build the Transcontinental Railroad. Selling doesn't really cover it, though, since he was giving it to them for half price, less than the stock's annual dividend paid. And why would he do that? Well, because he wanted to tie them to Crédit Mobilier so they wouldn't investigate it. Because Crédit Mobilier was a dummy corporation, secretly formed by Union Pacific to create fraudulent construction invoices to siphon taxpayer funds into their own wallets. Which is just another early example proving why members of Congress should not be able to trade stock. Ooh, and side note, neither should the president, even though Trump has traded companies while awarding them contracts. Look, none of this is fair, and until it's banned, this robbery of the American people will sadly continue being.
If it's meant to be, it shall be. That's all I can say about this one. People are aware of it, have been for a long, long time, yet nothing changes, hence the whatever shall be, shall be. And I suspect you've watched that same nothing changes cycle play out as many times as I have.
Andromedans tell you that the Alpha Draconans are here now. Where?
There are 1,833 of them that have been living underground between 100 and 200 miles beneath the surface. They've been here, some of them have been here a long, long time. They have lifespans that are thousands of years. They're carnivorous. They are not friendly to mankind. At least the ones that are here.
Are you saying carnivorous, they eat humans?
Yes. And they won't eat a dead human. It has to be alive at the time of the killing. Their preference is children. And we've been told, you shouldn't talk about that. There are other people say, well, you better not talk about the reptilians. Well, bull. Why not? According to the Andromedans, they're responsible for 31,712 children disappearing in the last 25 years from the United States. These children were food. And I'm supposed to just shut up and not say anything about it because people don't want to hear it? That's tough. That's tough. Westchester County, in the last 5 years, 3,000 children in Westchester County, New York, have vanished without a trace. Where are they going? Why are we allowing this to happen? And why should people stay in denial about it?
Now, how are they able to do this? How are they able to do it? How are they able to come up out of this from underground and do it? Or do they have...
There are tunneling systems everywhere. They're being helped by the Greys, and also there are groups within the higher echelon that are actually helping them acquire this.
So human beings are abducting the kids and getting them to the Greys, who in turn give them to the Alpha Draconans?
That's right. That's part of the deal. They won't come up as long as we feed them down there. You understand? It's about human beings selling themselves out. The echelon attitude here, the needs of the few outweigh the needs of humanity. And sorry, that just isn't right. But it's going to have to be humanity that's going to rise up and take the stand. You're just going to have to turn off your televisions. They're going to have to get in their car. They're going to have to fire everybody in Washington, D.C. that knows and does nothing. And they're going to have to do something. This apathy's got to end. Otherwise, the way we live is going to end. Period. I mean, that's the bottom line. And I'm not coming from a fear space. I'm really quite angry about the apathy and the fact that, when people give lectures and try to tell them, people want to stand up and fight with them. Look at what's happening around us. The indications are everywhere. Everywhere. The truth is now an obscure thing. The lie is the norm. There's something wrong here. What's wrong with this picture?
For anyone unfamiliar with who this gentleman is, his name is Alex Collier. Not his real name, but the one he decided to go with. And he's a pretty interesting rabbit hole. If you're into the whole reptilian race shadow government theories, this is definitely a rabbit hole worth exploring. If you want to learn more, start with this man.
So we can't hear this. It's going, I haven't turned it on yet. When I do, it's going to blast out a 65 kilohertz beam. Because the wavelength is so small, it doesn't spread. Because 65 kilohertz has a wavelength like that. So it's going to be, in that sense, similar to a laser. Just comes right out as a beam. Now, how do we make that audible? Well, they put a modulation on top of the 65 kilohertz. There's a modulation. And now, here's the next thing I have to tell you. That 65 kilohertz is very high amplitude. It won't hurt you, we don't think. Okay? You certainly can't hear it, and we don't think it'll hurt you. And it's very high amplitude. And what happens when you have two sound waves like this, sound plus sound can create sound, but only at high amplitude. At low amplitude, sound waves just travel right through each other. You may be sort of familiar with this. But at high amplitude, you can create sound. So what happens in this apparatus is the audio sound, the sound that you're going to hear, is actually created in the beam, not here. And because it's created in the beam and it stays in the beam, we have a beam of sound. So let me demonstrate this for you. Let me turn it on. And I'm going to find the piece of music that we like. Yeah. You may not like it. The Eagles. You like the Eagles? Okay, good. Oh, we have a friendly audience this year. Yeah. I think they're just saying that to make us feel better. Right. All right. It's worth the $2,000. It's not our money. Now, the sound that you're hearing is being created in this beam. It almost sounds like it's coming from your head. So let me try to scan the whole audience just so everybody gets to hear this. Absolutely remarkable. Pete, are you getting it? Let's try to, one more thing. Let's try to bounce it off the wall. Raise your hand if you can very clearly hear it. I'm going to try to bounce it off the wall. Look at where the hands are raised.
We've got the military had just deployed some of these into Iraq where you can put fake troop movements a quarter of a mile away on a hillside. Or you can whisper in the ear of a supposed biblical verse. I'm serious. And they have these infrared devices that can look at their countenance and see a fraction of a degree Kelvin in temperature shift.
I'd just like to point out how old that clip actually was and factor in that this was a university demonstration, which means it's a version of the technology that is old, because the military moved on a long time ago and the public are always at least 40 to 50 years behind military tech, right? So just imagine what they've got now on top of what they've already admitted to. I've made this exact point before on the channel. I'm going to keep saying this. I'm reminding you, the public are always decades behind, 40, 50 years easily, and it holds up every single time we get a peek behind the curtain. Go back and watch that one. You know, any of the previous episodes where I mentioned this, the tech we see is ancient.
This is real NASA solar footage, and for years a massive black triangle object has been sitting right next to our sun. And this isn't one photo, it's years of images from NASA's solar observatories, and they've been put together by researchers. And this object was captured hanging out by our sun from the years of 2019 to 2022. Now the object stays visible and keeps its triangular form across all of the frames. Now on screen is the Earth scale, as you can see in the top right, and it's the globe icon. If the object is near the sun, around 1 astronomical unit away, it would be a moon-sized object or even larger. Now there are other exaggerating estimates that kind of push it towards 20 times the size of Earth itself, but even conservative estimates make it pretty damn big. Now, Black Triangle is one of the most reported UFO shapes worldwide, and I've even witnessed a few of them myself back in the day, around 2014. And this one is allegedly huge, and this is right next to our star itself. And there's one characteristic here that people are missing: the object is presenting as cool and dark despite the sun's extreme heat. And with multiple filters present here, it stays dark even when it's skimming the sun's corona. So if it's going to be my own personal estimates, if it's near the sun, I'd probably say it's the size of the moon or even bigger. So if we look at the object closer, it seems perfectly triangular. It doesn't glow and it doesn't burn up. And there's researchers who say they found that it's been documented across multiple NASA cameras for over a year straight in some periods. So once again, black triangles aren't new. They're massive silent triangular craft, and they've been reported for decades, and sometimes they can be size of football fields, sometimes estimated between city-sized, and some people link them to military tech like the rumoured TR-3B. Now this one hanging out near the sun, could this just be some sort of space debris, or could this be some unidentified observation platform, or something even bigger even watching us?
I'd put my last dollar on that being man-made. I don't even have any dollars. Should I get dollars? No, probably shouldn't, right? Anyway, look, just like all the other UAPs floating around above our heads, it's probably man-made. And if you've been riding along with me on these for a while, you already know this is a hill I'll happily die on, and there's nothing that can convince me otherwise.
Chicago Bulls rookie Caleb Wilson showing you exactly what he is about as he flashes the hand signs. You see it for yourselves, what he is flashing right there for everyone to see. And this is no surprise because he is showing you that he is doing whatever it takes to win for this upcoming season. And honestly, watch him win Rookie of the Year, because the NBA is scripted and Caleb Wilson has been chosen. He has been selected. And there is a reason why he is doing some of the things that he is doing already. The NBA is as fake as the WWE.
Let's be honest with ourselves. The only reason a young up-and-coming player would echo these hand signals, knowing full well how controversial they are, is because he's seen others do exactly that and blow up on social media for it. It's just a marketing ploy, a publicity ploy, a controversial statement, all but guaranteed to go viral and earn him a load of publicity. That's all it is. So apparently snakes have the worst eyesight in the world, next to moles, and I'm honestly shocked to learn that lions have the same eyesight distance as dogs. I'd have thought that being more predatory than dogs, they'd have better eyesight, which is, I don't know, not sure what to think about that, it's just interesting.
Remember when I made the video about Ariana Grande having no life behind those eyes and just going through the motions? Well, here's Demi Lovato doing the same exact thing. It's giving like they're under some kind of mind control, programming. They may be a robot. They're not all there, okay? Because seriously, she is dead doing this performance. Voice, great. And which people ask a lot, like, how could they not be the original and still have that great voice box? I don't know. There's a lot of things we're not privy to. There's a lot of technology that we don't know about. And I genuinely believe that they just somehow make their voice even greater. Because Ariana Grande, she still sounded great at her concert, even though she looks like she's withering away and gonna die. And Demi Lovato still sounds amazing, but she has no expression, no emotion. I mean, we can call it that she's disassociating, but I genuinely believe like she's under some kind of mind control because she snaps out of it at the end. But I just want to show you more clips of her dead in the eyes. What was that? That was so creepy. She was just like going through the motions like a zombie, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And now you'll see at the end of it where she snaps out of it. She's like, okay, thank you so much, guys. It's so creepy. Look.
Thank you so much.
That was creepy because this was her face right before it. Right before it. I could show you in slow motion. This was her face and then, thank you so much, like a robot. Look, let's watch the switch right here. Snaps out of it. Thank you so much. Rewind. Back to being a robot. Oh, and back out of it. Thank you so much. Oh, and back to being a robot. Like, come on. You guys see it, right? This is clearly the face of someone who doesn't want to be here. She's clearly disassociated, or she's under some kind of mind control that we know that they do to these celebrities so that they continue to perform. You guys know that I don't believe that that is the original Demi Lovato, because who is this? This is not the same Demi Lovato that was getting married last year. I don't know who this is, but that's also not the same Demi Lovato we just saw perform. Here's Demi at her wedding last year. Now, you're going to say that's photoshopped and this and that, but look at her. She was literally like 0 pounds and her face was very different. Another clear photo of the original Demi versus the new Demi. Do you see how it's not the same person? Demi is one of those people whose look is always changing, but like always kind of stays the same. Like you can obviously tell it's Demi, right? But you can always tell that there's a difference, like slight little differences that make it not the same Demi. I'm telling you, there's got to be multiple versions of them running around because they never look the same.
No life behind the eyes, no expression on the face. Could we just look at the most obvious factor here and admit it's likely because their faces are more plastic than flesh by now? After that many cosmetic surgeries and procedures, one would find it very difficult to hold a facial expression, would they not? Just an idea. I'm sure there's more going on here, but I couldn't not state the obvious that was missing from this clip, you know? So this was actually part of a huge scam happening in China where people were ordering Ubers, but the drivers would change their profile picture to look, well, not human, kind of monstrous. So the person who ordered would be too scared and cancel the order whilst the driver still got paid. Pretty interesting scam, if you ask me. Very creative.
NASA's stereo spacecraft captured something massive near our sun. It looks planet-sized, and it wasn't really supposed to be there. Now, this is the original footage. A huge, dark, structured object appears right beside the sun. And this isn't a glitch, and it's in the data over the course of multiple days. And once again, the source of this object is currently unknown, has never really been explained, and the footage itself is the stereo COR1-B coronagraph data and one of the twin stereo spacecrafts observing the sun from different angles. Now, if we observe the shape of this object again, I mean, in comparison to the sun, it would be absolutely massive, and it appears and phases out over a couple of days. Now, there is a piece of data or footage that was shared probably around 2012, which shows something similar, kind of looking like it's siphoning some sort of energy from the sun and then it disappears off into the ether. But then again, to me, it looks kind of similar in size and shape. Could this be the same object? Is there things out in the universe that we currently don't understand, which could be, I don't know, biological in nature, which operate kind of like bacteria? Who knows? Now, this sun UFO anomaly has been seen over multiple years and it keeps reoccurring with no real explanation. Now, from the scale, anything near the sun in these images appears enormous because the sun itself is about 1.4 million kilometers across. Now, this object, oh boy. And if you want to view it yourself, go to the Helio Viewer Stereo COR1-B at a date range between June 17th to the 20th, 2013, and you can download the exact unedited footage there and observe it yourself. So, what do you think?
If NASA has put it out there for the public to, that's right, I keep saying NASA as NASA intentionally, and those of you which have been watching for some time will know why, but if NASA has put it out there for the public to mull over, I'm not buying it myself. They stand to gain from muddying the waters, and when that's the case, you have to exercise your discernment.
Every interaction involves an exchange of energy with people you encounter. If one person possesses a higher vibrational state, or the other has a lower vibration, the energy exchange tends to meet in the middle, balancing the energies of both individuals. This underscores the importance of being mindful about the company we keep on a daily basis, as negative energy from others can influence and transfer into our personal aura.
If someone's energy is off, I always consciously protect my own. I have to do this quite a lot in all sorts of situations, actually, but I've come to the conclusion that it really does help, even just to mentally protect yourself from someone else's negativity. And if you're someone who feels that stuff as sharply as I do, you'll know exactly what I mean. Let me know in the comments.
I was going in the video, but another thing popped up. Okay, so this man was investigated by the Vatican and the Pentagon and NASA somewhere between 2007 and 2013 something, because he had saw this woman who said that she is the divine feminine energy that will bring an awakening to this world. Look, this is his daughter speaking.
The Vatican, the U.S. government, and governments and other organizations all over the world have been researching my family's UFO case since 2007.
This divine feminine spirit visited this man, and the government and astrologers came to the conclusion that around 2026 would be the message that I'm finna show you.
Communicated that she was the divine feminine and that she had been known throughout time by many names, including Hathor. She said she was not limited by one of these understandings of the feminine, but she was all of them, and that she had been suppressed, that the feminine had been suppressed in our world, and that when the star of Regulus aligns at dawn with the gaze of the Sphinx, the world will come into a new knowledge, and she would be waking up the hearts and minds of the people and restoring balance between the masculine and the feminine.
I added that in because, here, let me cite my sources. Lyman's anticipated 2026 of Easter. Okay, with all that I've been seeing, I feel there is more that is going to be happening that's going to take the mask off of the suppression that has been going on within the divine feminines of this earth. In the video, Dr. Umar is talking about how this is not the year to be messing with women or like treating them wrong or anything like that, because it will backfire on you bad. Osai Meiji is deeply associated with female spiritual power. I think that the industry, the elites, the government, or whatever, they're trying to like create some type of balance or like some type of fulfillment within the spiritual space by doing these tributes. What has awoken is not hearing none of that. Like this is one of those Matrix moments. Released the Matrix movie, this was like really going to open and expand the minds of like just humans, because there needed to be a balance in the things that what has been happening on this planet. This is how the government has been evading its karma, because we told you, we gave you CIA documents, we told you that this is a holographic universe, all of that stuff, gave you the Matrix movie, still causing suppression and enslavement upon the minds of humans. Now this feminine energy is like, no. Just from what I'm reading, like just knowing the character and stuff like that, I don't know, y'all. Let's just see, because I feel like some more stuff could happen. Bro, and then people are talking about a prophecy that's going to be in 2030, but that's when the CERN thing is supposed to turn back on. Look, y'all know how I get down, okay? I'm going to my channel. I'm gonna record the video right now to go deeper, because you already know. So I'm gonna see you there if you want to come, but I just want to talk about it.
Haha, Chris Bledsoe, the man who caused a stir earlier this year with his Easter 2026 prophecy, which, I don't need to tell you, didn't come true, obviously. And as always, the goalposts have been moved, as they always are, with the new alignment now being October 2026. We've watched this exact pattern play out before, a big prophetic date set, the silence when it quietly passes, and a shiny new one slotted in to keep the faithful hanging on. And I'm sure I'll be saying exactly the same thing when that time comes and we're still unfulfilled in the prophecy department.
What you just saw is the main debating chamber of the UK Parliament. The person in the black robe who sits in front and maintains order is called the Speaker of the House of Commons. He speaks to the MPs and all the politics in the room and orders them. And you just saw him do a Masonic handshake. Now, what I'm about to show you does not come from me. It comes from the Bible of Anton LaVey. Let's see what he has to say about Freemasonry. Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. And that is on page 78. The handshake you saw is the apprentice to the fellowcraft handshake that you saw, proving that Freemasonry has infiltrated government and UK politics.
Sure, but what about the orders we're not allowed to talk about? I've learned two things during my awakening over the many years that I've actually spent down this rabbit hole. Number one, if you can talk about it freely without consequence and see it all over your feed, then it isn't real. And there's a reason why, or reason they want people talking about it. There's a mechanism there. Number two, if you want to know what's real and what's not, always look at what you're not allowed to talk about or criticize. I learned a lot in my week off, my mandatory 1 week holiday.
In 2010, one of the producers of The Simpsons decided that they would get in Banksy to do the opening scene of the show. Banksy decided to make it super dark, showing extremely exhausted workers in sweatshops, even child labor, putting together merchandise and even crafting the show. This obviously ran into huge amounts of problems, and 20th Century Fox wanted to cut whole sections of the intro. They wanted the intro to be scrapped altogether, and Matt Groening and the rest of The Simpsons show basically said, no, we want this. This is what we want. It's still to this day one of the strongest messages I think that Banksy has ever made, and a lot of people don't even know that it even exists. Check it out.
Isn't Banksy supposed to be anonymous? So how did they manage to contact him and commission him for the Simpsons intro? I'm not sure why my mind immediately went there, but it did. Tell me I'm not the only one.
I hereby sentence you to 2,500 consecutive life sentences plus 1,000 years. Once you pass away, you will receive an attempted escape charge with an additional 200 years being added to your sentence, which you will begin serving in the afterlife once you get to hell. Should you be reincarnated after your death and return to Earth as another person, you will be arrested at birth and you will spend your entire next life in the face of the
This absolutely cannot be real. There's no way. But on the very slight chance it is, what did bro even do? I have no idea who this is or what they're doing, but it's a pure unadulterated no from me. Thank you.
If you're in New York and you're wondering why the air quality feels off or why you smell smoke, well, just like in 2023, there is smoke traveling from Canada to New York. It's happening because of the wildfires in Canada. This is what 2 p.m. in New York City look like. So just imagine what's over here right now. And I know you're going to ask yourself, how is smoke traveling this far from Canada? Well, this is the reason right here. They're saying that all of these states that's highlighted is about to feel every last bit of this smoke that's coming from Canada. So basically, all these states is about to look like a club indictment on a Saturday night. Look at and just to let you know how real it is, this is New England right here. Look at New England. Look at all of that smoke that came from Canada to New England. Yeah, okay. You see what I'm talking about, right? You had Mayor Mom Donnie put out the PSA to let you know that the air quality has reached unhealthy levels. So basically what he's saying, if you ain't got to go outside, don't go outside. I'm just trying to figure out how that smoke traveled 9 hours and 25 minutes. Canada is far from here. I'm out.
The last time New York City experienced an air quality crisis this severe from wildfire smoke was January 2023. So if you're anything like me, you're finding it more and more suspicious that we keep having these rare anomalies time and time again in 2026. Things that are unprecedented. I hate them. That word has become like, it's the slogan, isn't it? It's the slogan for the decade, right? But anyway, record-breaking, unprecedented, history-making. Tell me you've noticed it too, please.
Another new crop circle has appeared today, 14th of July, and it lines up with some crazy mathematics, the spiritual significance, the historical significance, and also it lines up with a planetary alignment, mate. So check this out. Also, the footage was captured by Nick Ball, Stonehenge Dronescape, so go check him out. Let's dive in. July 14th, 2026, right beside Avery's Henge, one of the most powerful ancient sites on Earth, 3 perfect circles appear overnight, a planet-sized message from the stars. Now there's 3 aligned formations here, and the largest on the left has a wide protective ring and there's a large space around its centre, and the 2 smaller ones on the right have much tighter rings and they pull closer to their cores itself. And this is a striking keyhole or portal shape directing energy on the far right. And the site location isn't random, and you're looking at the heart of Avebury. It's the largest stone circle in Europe, built over 4,500 years ago, surrounded by Silbury Hill and ancient ley lines, and these formations love appearing here, and as if it's speaking directly to the land's ancient power. Now, the geometry gets even deeper. So there's 3 circles, and this could represent sacred trinity, creation, and balance, and the wider rings on the left suggest expansion or a larger outer force, and the tighter rings on the right feel more focused, they're compact, a higher frequency, almost like an inner activation. And here's the cosmic tie-in. Just days earlier, on July 11th and the 12th, we had a striking dawn planetary alignment. Moon, Mars, Saturn, and Uranus, 3 massive objects in the sky, and bright at that. Mirroring the 3 circles on the ground, the different ring spacings could even represent different planetary scales or orbits. Now with the numerology once again, the 3 circles can represent Trinity, or 2-to-1 ratios, the duality and balance, or the golden ratio, a classic creation through harmony type message. Now energetically, the wider, tighter progression suggests energy focusing, or stepping down higher frequencies into the physical, and this could be a common interpretation near Avery's ley lines itself. So diving a little bit deeper on the numerology, 14 plus 7 plus 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 6 equals 31. Then you add the 3 plus 1, which makes 4, and this represents stability, foundation, structure, the 4 directions, the earth element, and building something solid. Now 14/7 equals 2, and that can represent duality, balance, partnership between realms, the earth and the sky. And obviously combined with the 3 circles, the strong 2 plus 3 energy equals balance through creation and the Trinity, and a reoccurring theme in this design. So it's a continuation from the previous crop circles we have, and they're kind of painting a picture. Well, it's interesting.
We're getting crop circle after crop circle here in the UK right now. I'm not convinced it's anything but people putting these things together, and they're heavily relying on other people, content creators mostly, to give them meaning. So if you're watching one of those breathless breakdowns right now, just keep that in the back of your mind, okay?
You said that you thought that they were demons.
Okay, I did say that.
What did you mean by that?
Well, first of all, they're not just in Christianity, but in a number of world religions, there are a number of, like, you know, mystical things that happened, extra dimensional, extra, like, I'm not one of these people who's like a hyper rationalist. Like, I think that there are things happening in the world that we're not always seeing. I believe in God. I think that there is a kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not extra real.
Supernatural.
Supernatural. There are supernatural things that are happening. Okay. So if you look historically at, things that are similar to the alien phenomenon, where, some like strange being, it kind of looks like a human being, but doesn't look like, but it's not human. And it shows a particular interest in human beings, and then it takes the human beings and does weird experiments on them.
If you heard JD Vance talking about aliens being demons and it made you pause, that is the correct response. And what you want to lock in right now is this. They are really trying hard to either steer the conversation about extraterrestrials towards them being time-traveling ultras, or they're pushing just as hard for aliens to be seen as spiritual, metaphysical beings, which could then be linked to demons or fallen angels. There really isn't a middle ground in this conversation anymore, and I've said this on the channel more times than I can count. I've never bought the extraterrestrial story we're being sold. I think the whole conversation is being steered deliberately, and if you want the fuller breakdown of why I land on there, it's worth going back through the episodes. Both narratives are being pushed so heavily, and I think that can be put down for one very specific reason, involving a certain project that happens to be blue, if you get what I'm saying and what I mean. I've got to be careful here. They need people to believe it is whatever they want them to believe. They, need that before they can potentially stage something like that, right?
The widow of Corey Comparatore, the firefighter that lost his life in Butler, Pennsylvania at the Trump rally where President Trump was almost assassinated, said that she doesn't believe that Thomas Crooks was acting alone. In fact, she thinks it was an inside job.
Expressed belief that the gunman, Thomas Crooks, didn't act alone.
I don't believe there was another shooter there, but I believe that he was working with somebody. I believe it was an inside job inside the government somewhere.
And this was political?
Oh, yeah.
Political.
Absolutely. Yep.
She goes on and urges President Trump to not forget about her and the family and to continue to ask questions and investigate this case because they want answers. And just like with the Charlie Kirk, you go back and you look at the footage, there is a lot of weird stuff going on that you wouldn't have seen the first time, like camera people being ushered in, as well as a flag being lowered right behind President Trump's head before he does his famous that got that picture. Either way, it's interesting that it's been over 2 years since this almost when Corey Comparatore lost his life. And his wife is still asking questions and wants answers. It hasn't even been a year since Charlie Kirk's, and Erica just believes the government narrative. And I just have to wonder why. As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
Donald Trump's survival comes down to a margin of exactly 0.1554 seconds, a 3.30 centimeter wind drift, and a 0.0063 degree shift in target alignment. Now, I'm a maths guy myself, and probabilities that fine just don't sit right with me. Margins that tight are almost impossible to get your head around, but it's a sensitive and heated subject for a lot of reasons, so I'll just leave that one well enough alone and let you draw your own conclusions.
NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers drops a massive and fears for his life after exposing this.
Alone. Leave us alone.
Yeah, stop spying on me.
Yeah. Get off my computer, get off my cameras, get off my Ring camera.
Everywhere.
Take down all this stupid CCTV cameras everywhere that are watching everything.
They're everywhere.
Because the next step to all of this, people don't realize this, and this is the facts, is China and what's going on there.
What?
And social credit scores and your entire life monitored. Like, that's where we're going. Slowly, Jordan Peterson said, was doing an interview and talked about how does, I can't remember what the conversation was, but I heard him say this. How does corruption take form when it's so obvious? It's slow movements. It's like barely inching towards, total corruption and obedience, where you don't really see it coming. Next thing you know, like, oh, I have no other option but to get a chip in my hand or have a social credit score that allows me to, fly in a plane. If I don't have a good one, then I got to ride on a bus or a train or a cab or, I can drive. They want all electric cars. I can just, shut that off at some point because your post on Facebook, kind of violated the government standard here. And also, we're going to freeze your bank account or only let you, eat at this restaurant. Eat at the, get groceries from this store, not like the nice, organic store. You're going to have to eat this. or eat insects or whatever the hell.
The Oreo store.
Yeah, we're not far from that if we don't stand for civil liberties. And people always when I talk about, because I've always been a big proponent of Ed Snowden, and people are like, well, I have nothing to hide. And I'm like, that is the worst answer. Oh. Because I don't have anything to hide either. But I want my privacy. And you don't understand. You think the government's just going to stop at what they're doing now? They're not going to stop with this. They're inching closer to being 1984, where they have a set in some sort of TV set in your house that watches you. Make sure you get up and do your 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups. We're going to watch every aspect of your life. We're going to give you a social credit score. We're going to create, the book to read. It was written in 1949. And how accurate it is today. Literally, the Ministry of Truth, we literally had a government organization that was censoring free speech and categorizing things as misinformation. There was a Ministry of Truth czar who was making decisions based on what they thought was acceptable language online, and all these fact checking. We're not far from 1949. From that book, 1984, which was written in 1949.
That's wild.
If we don't take a stand for our civil liberties.
Slow and intentional movements, and I mean that. There are no wrong moves, no errors, nothing unexpected. Everything that happens, everything that edges us ever closer to this dystopian future is done with intent and by design.
Ooh, we might have done it again. We may have solved a biblical mystery. And whether you're religious or not, this affects you too. If you would have told me even a year ago that I would one day be a flat earther, I would have laughed at you so hard. But over the past few months, my world has changed. My flat world, as has the whole world itself, in many, many ways. But if you haven't noticed lately, people are beginning to open their eyes. Fresh off the heels of accusations to NASA that they have been faking and fraudulently sharing videos of the ISS using green screens and harnesses and invisible wires to fake footage that is actually filmed in a pool, along with recent proof that the moon landing never happened. Buzz Aldrin himself has even said, hey, that didn't happen. We filmed it right here in the studio, safely with feet on the earth. Couple all of that with the 6 doppelgangers of the 7 deceased Challenger shuttle members who are out there living their best lives. Same faces, same names. Guys, the Bible states clearly there's a firmament above us, an impenetrable dome. In fact, it is so important it is right there on page 1 of the Bible. God created a firmament above the earth to separate the waters from the waters, and he called the firmament heaven. So if there's an impenetrable dome above us, space travel is virtually impossible. Many believe that NASA was formed as a diversion to keep people from nosing around from Admiral Byrd's discovery down by the South Pole. Admiral Byrd discovered land, lots of land, undiscovered land, down by Antarctica. But sadly, after his television interview explaining this, Byrd passed away. A year later, NASA was formed. A year after that, the Antarctic Treaty was signed by all 12 countries, making exploration impossible. Well, that seems suspicious. Many believe that Antarctica is actually an ice wall, a total circumference around all of our continent, keeping waters of the oceans in place. There is not one single reference in the Bible that the earth is round, but there are references to things such as, and I placed the earth on its foundation. You can't really put a foundation on a sphere. The 4 corners of earth are mentioned multiple times. I don't care how many times I spin a tennis ball, I cannot find 4 corners on it. But when I say I discovered something in Book of Enoch, that just might clear all of this up and answer our questions right now. Chapter 27, God said to Enoch, as he was explaining and describing how he created the earth, and I commanded that there should be taken from light and darkness, and I said, be thick. And it became thus, and I spread it out with the light, and it became water. And I spread it out over the darkness, below the light. And then I made firm the waters, that is to say, the bottomless, and I made foundation of light around the water, and created 7 circles from inside. And imagined the water like crystal, wet and dry, that is to say, like glass. Well, I don't know about you, but that's a really good way to describe ice. Wet and dry water, like glass. Chapter 28. And then I made firm the heavenly circle. I collected the sea in one place and bound it together with a yoke. And I said to the sea, behold, I give you your eternal limits, and you shall not break loose from your component part. He clearly told Enoch. He made 7 circles of ice to keep the waters of earth within. And I think now we have our answer.
I think no matter what side of the fence you're on, one thing we can all agree on is that nothing is as we're told it is, period.
NASA only explored 40% of this moon in 1986, and they've never been back. This is Uranus's largest moon, Titania, and this is a giant impact crater 326 kilometers across, which, yes, is bigger than any impact crater on Earth. It also has enormous canyons. This one is almost 1,500 kilometers long. That's 3 times longer than the Grand Grand Canyon. It stretches almost all the way from the equator of the moon all the way to the South Pole. Also, this canyon splits some of these impact craters in half, which means it's younger than the crater. Scientists think that this is caused by the interior of the moon expanding, and then the crust of the moon, which is mostly ice, cracked. There are also a bunch of cliffs and craters. It's very bumpy, except where it's not. There are also unusually smooth plains on this moon that scientists think could be caused by impacts clearing the land or, of course, ice volcanoes. This moon is really old though. It formed in the rings around Uranus, gathering material until it got this big. But Uranus and its rings are famously sideways, which means its poles are always facing the sun, but it also means that the moons orbit sideways. So both the North Pole and the South Pole of Titania are either in continuous sunlight or complete darkness for 42 years, and then they switch depending on where Uranus is in its 84-year orbit. But honestly, a lot of this moon is a complete mystery because we haven't seen it up close since Voyager 2 passed it in 1986.
NASA explores 40% of a moon 1.96 billion miles from Earth, but less than 5% of our own ocean. You tell me that makes sense. And I pronounced NASA that way intentionally for those who know. Call me uncultured or small-minded, but I don't see this as art, period.
We all know Emoto and his water crystals. Beautiful work. But Dr. Glenn Reen went deeper into the laboratory, into living cells, into your DNA. His research showed that loving intention directed at water caused human DNA to wind, to tighten into a more protective, more organized, healthier state. Not a feeling, not a theory, a measurable biological change in a laboratory. Harvard, Stanford Quantum Biology Research Lab, 25 published scientific papers. This is science. And right now, nearly 2 days before the full moon, you have a window.
I measured the ability of water to take on new information before, during, and after a full moon. That 3 hours before the full moon is when it takes in all this information.
What intention will you give your water?
When I discovered Dr. Emoto's water crystal experiment, it quickly became one of my favorites. Not only did it influence my awakening in this reality we find ourselves in, it also taught me a lot about energy and frequencies, themes we actually do keep finding our way back to on this channel. Cherenkov radiation itself is just harmless invisible blue light, but because it's generated by highly energetic charged particles moving through a medium like water faster than light can, the presence of this glow indicates proximity to a radioactive source that emits dangerous ionizing radiation. Nerd time. Very sad, but if you look a little closer, you can spot some AI artifacts hidden away in there. Still very sad. I'm sure it happens somewhere in real life, doesn't it?
Streamer U is harder to get into than Harvard University. Over 1 million streamers applied, and Kai only accepted 120 students. That's a 0.12% acceptance rate. Harvard, on the other hand, receives around 50,000 applicants and accepts around 4.2%, making Streamer U 300 times harder to get into, but it actually makes perfect sense for the day and age we live in, because Streamer U will change your life much faster than getting into Harvard University.
Notice how they only accepted 120 streamers. 1 + 2 = 3. Funny how that number always comes around in the biggest distractions, isn't it? And it's ironic how Streamer University is 100 times harder to get into than Harvard, yet requires 100 times less brain power to get into.
What is going on here, guys? Wow. What is going on? Something is up with this ice cream. As you can see, he's running hot water on the ice cream and it's barely melting. It doesn't look like it's melting at all. Now, I'm not sure why it's doing that, because the ice cream that I used to have back in the days was never doing that, right? Shut up! Something is up with the ice cream, guys. And I know nothing about it. That's why I'm asking you. Ice cream is supposed to melt, especially if someone's running hot water on it. Something is going on out here with the ice cream, guys. And I'm going to need you to check your ice cream, because I haven't had ice cream in a while since I've been seeing videos like this. We can't even enjoy ice cream anymore. Seems like we might have to fall back from the ice cream for now, guys, because this is an ice cream cone that's not melting. Not just playing about, guys. Entertainment purposes only. Maybe the ice cream was so cold that it's having a hard time melting, right? I don't know what's going on with the ice cream. Let me know if you know. I'm out.
That, my dear friends, is because of cheap and cheerful palm oil, and it's becoming more and more prevalent in all sorts of foods. The sad thing is, they're saving money by doing this whilst we're paying more to destroy our insides.
Now that CERN is shut down for 4 years, you're starting to see the resurgence of the yellow sun, which is the true ancient sun that sparked creation. Because the whole point of CERN is to understand human creation full spectrum. So when you go to the Holy Tablets, it speaks of a place called Ilium. So when you get into theological context, it's actually the personification of Ilium that sparked creation through the heavens, which is a place of paradise. The yellow sun is a metaphysical conscious amplifier that activates DNA. So you're not getting cyclopsoriasis from fruits and vegetables. The sun is trying to activate your physiology and get you right back acclimated to the true energy. Because that's what the great purification is all about. It's not only subjected to Mother Nature purging the lands. It's also talking about purging your physical vessel of the synthetic energy, because you was under the synthetic sun. And the synthetic sun is what threw you out of rhythm and balance. See, this is why it's imperative to understand microbiology and astrophysics, because they go hand in hand, because your DNA has to interface with the sun. See, this is why they play semantics with the public in the multimedia news. They try to tell you that it's a tick that's making people nonverbal. No, your mitochondrial DNA is being cut off because the eukaryotic cell cannot harmonize with the new energies that's coming from the yellow sun. You can't harmonize with it. And the yellow sun has the ability to engineer tachyon particles, which creates a Mandela effect through interface transitions, which is a glitch in the simulation. So that's why in nature, you're starting to see the resurgence of fireflies, June bugs, and dragonflies. Because everything in nature is acclimated to the energy of the true ancient yellow sun. The yellow sun is a judgment sun that creates the El Nino non-weather. So when you get into theological context, it speaks of conflagration, which is the great purification, which is why you see the wildfires in Canada that can stretch to New York City. This is how you know you one of them chosen ones. If you was a little kid and used to draw the yellow sun at the top left corner, that was metaphysical. That was spiritual. You didn't do that by accident, because a 90-degree angle is actually the personification of resurrection. A 90-degree angle is a resurrection code, right? 9-degree angles, because a 9-degree angle that's interconnected to the sun, because the sun operates at angles of light or angels of light that sparks up the Elohim, the 144,000. So if you used to do that, that's how you know that you one of them ones. And that is the reason why the true ancient energy is back. So welcome to the golden age, ladies and gentlemen.
So I guess it's just a coincidence that the people getting this explosive diarrhea were all traced back to the same companies and the same food items. I know what you're about to say, and yes, whilst I do believe there's something up with our sun, 100%, I don't think this is it.
There was never any war between the United States and the Soviet Union. It was created by those at the top to fund the New World Order and the New World Order's police force. At the highest level of all countries, they all belong to the same club. And we, the people, sit back and we watch this grand drama, which is being played out for our benefit, not theirs. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even have to do any of this. But you see, they just can't come out and destroy all of us because they need slaves. They need people to make their shoes and make their cars and mine the ore. They need worker bees, and that's what we are. In the New World Order, we would be the worker bees, the slaves. Most people are no better than animals who do not have intelligence because they don't use their intelligence. And to these men who control things behind the scenes, you are stakes on the table by choice and consent, and will always be ruled and manipulated and enslaved by people who do use their brain.
I think it goes beyond just they need worker bees to make things and keep the system humming. I think it actually goes right down to a spiritual level. They need energy, not just workers to make shoes and cars.
I don't want to alarm you, but our entire galaxy is on a massive collision course. In about 4 billion years from now, the Milky Way is going to smash into our closest galactic neighbor, Andromeda. Right now, Andromeda is about 2.5 million light years away from us, but it is hurtling towards us at 110 kilometers per second. It is about 2 times as wide as the Milky Way, coming in at about 220,000 light years across, and contains about 1 trillion stars. Now, the good news is that both galaxies are made up of mostly empty space, and there probably won't even be any real colliding, but the two will enter into a gravitational dance, slowly merging their supermassive black holes together, creating one new massive galaxy called Milkdromeda. And if any civilizations are around to witness it, their night skies will look something like this.
Again, I can't accept how we can make these kinds of discoveries, yet they allegedly can't tell us what's at the deepest depths of our own world. I'm sorry, but I just don't buy it. Tell me where I'm going wrong. I don't think it's that deep, just a neat optical illusion.
America has a parasite issue right now. It's bad. The number one symptom of the parasite is explosive diarrhea. You can't have a nation that is suffering from explosive diarrhea, so the CDC has been investigating this, trying to figure out how this started. Where is the breakout from? And they kept coming back to one common denominator, Taco Bell, to which Taco Bell responded, "We've been selling explosive diarrhea the next morning forever." I was like, why are you coming to us? Okay, that was a bad joke. This is serious though. Like the CDC is investigating the lettuce from Taco Bell. The thing that no one even thinks about when they order Taco Bell. Lettuce on there? Oh, yeah, fine, whatever, put the lettuce. I don't need the lettuce. And this is very serious stuff. It's very serious. If you're having explosive diarrhea right now and you've ate Taco Bell recently, you should go see a doctor. It's my job to keep people informed. And I bear that responsibility. So yeah, if you've been on the toilet a lot and you just ate a Crunchwrap Supreme, I got some bad news for you. You got the parasite.
There's a lesson to be learned in all of this, but I'm not sure everyone's prepared to take it on board.
Jobs that will be extinct in less than 10 years, Part 3. 1. Fast food workers. Automated kitchens already being tested. Robots can now cook burgers, fry food, and assemble meals with almost no human help. Companies like McDonald's and Chipotle are experimenting with automation to speed up service and cut costs. Some restaurants are even testing fully automated locations. In the future, your food might be made without a single human in the kitchen. 2. Warehouse workers. Modern warehouses are becoming fully robotic. Machines can already pick, sort, and move products faster than humans. Companies like Amazon use thousands of robots working alongside fewer employees. These robots don't get tired, don't take breaks, and they work 24/7. As automation improves, any manual warehouse roles could disappear. 3. Retail sales associates. Physical stores are changing. Fast self-checkout, mobile payments, and cashierless stores are reducing the need for staff. Some stores already allow you to walk in, take items, and leave with no checkout line at all. As online shopping keeps growing, fewer employees may be needed in stores. The traditional retail job is slowly fading.
I suppose that's why they said less than 10 years, because some of these jobs will be redundant in the next 12 to 24 months.
It's like,
I don't know. Yeah.
Reappearing and disappearing. Like 5 minutes ago, it disappeared, and then now it reappeared, and nobody has been outside. The neighbors haven't been outside.
Oh no.
Okay, but why don't they go outside and take a closer look? I know why. Because it would expose their entire story as a hoax. Plain and simple.
Onions are incredibly beautiful under a microscope.
Nothing in the world belongs to me but my love. Mine, oh mine, oh mine. My baby here on earth showed me what my heart was worth. So when it comes to be my turn, could you shine it down here for her? It's my love, it's mine, all mine. I love my mine.
I know some of you out there are endorsing onions, eating them every single day, but as someone who has allergic reactions to onions, I just don't think we're supposed to eat them. As I like to call them, they're the devil's apple, and my Hershey Highway can back me up on that one.
Here's the raw footage from Reddit, and you can see the object gliding and then it starts to drop, and some people think it's even rotating, but then it just slips behind some trees and disappears.
Yo no puedo creer lo que acabamos de grabar.
Now, the comments on the post are split right down the middle, and a lot of people are saying it's just a mylar balloon or parachute caught in the wind and landing in the trees. The usual stuff. And apparently the rotation might even show ropes or fabric, but if we zoom in here, does it really? But others are convinced it's an interdimensional NHI that's phasing out of our reality or cloaking, and one person even said they saw something identical in Twin Falls, Idaho. Now, it kind of reminds me of this footage that was captured in France a little while ago in 2014, and again, another strange pill-shaped object which seems to go transmedium in a mountain range. So you tell me what you see, a balloon, real UAP, or maybe something interdimensional? I don't know. You let me know down below and battle it out.
I'm personally not a fan of all the speculation and conversation around UAPs. I'm firmly in my lane, driving at a comfortable speed, on the idea that all of this speculation and the prevalence of UAPs of late is completely intentional, because they want people battling it out and muddying the waters to keep them away from the real cause and effect of this phenomena. I'm going to put it in inverted commas there. And if you've been riding with me for a while, you'll know this is the same lane I park in every single time the UAP conversation flares up. None of this is a new position for me. I know some of you will push back on me for that, and that's fine. You don't have to ride in my lane.
Some of the people you're arguing with online could actually be these phones. This is called a phone farm. Hundreds of smartphones are mounted in racks and controlled from a single computer. With just one command, they can generate thousands of likes, follows, views, and comments across multiple accounts. Many of these farms are built using cheap secondhand phones, making them surprisingly inexpensive to operate. Today, AI can even generate realistic comments that are tailored to each post. Some are used to earn money through fake engagement. Others get paid by spreading spam, scamming, or pushing political campaigns across social media.
And there, my friends, is exactly why you should never give your energy to anything you see or hear online, period.
Model number is 0112568, if anyone wants to see the registration and cloning. Okay. So you...
Alright, bro, you search that up, bro, you're gonna see this. As you can see, bro, it was made in 2003, bro.
I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you that none of what this man just said is true. I believe in cloning, of course I do, but he ain't it. Not even close.
Whoa! The effects on the game are out of control. It's amazing. Like, you actually feel like you're driving. Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it, even in the arcade. This is incredible. I can't wait to get one. The graphics are so real. I can't even know what to say. It looks like there's even emotional responses on the faces of the characters. Yeah. can't believe it.
And today's kids will never know that feeling of something really genuinely technologically impressive.
Many people who said, well, that's just Harvey being Harvey. The idea of the casting couch that existed in Hollywood is the part of both myth and concrete reality. The idea that there are predators in power, not just in Hollywood, I think in all across any place there's a boss with underlings in any corporation or any industry.
Women are afraid to speak up because they'll be blacklisted. Men are afraid to speak up because either they're out of the same fear or...
Come on guys, Tom the sock collector has nothing to do with this. He even said it himself.
Seen as the nicest guy in Hollywood is that no one searches my backyard for bodies.
We all know what came out about Harvey. We all know what that guy was, and we're on the outside. So you're telling me those on the inside, very close to him, the ones singing his praises, shouting him out for opportunities, didn't know what he was up to. And yet they still sit there and just lie through the teeth and pretend like it's only him.
We can all agree that what Tom Hanks said there was obviously satire, right? And yet you already know the comment section is treating it like a confession.
This is your energy when your attention is focused outside of you. And this is your energy when your mind is turned inward. When we focus our attention inwardly during meditation, we begin to direct our mental and electromagnetic energy inwardly rather than dispersing it outward. So the next time you feel drained, meditate, preserve your energy, and you will feel like you have been recharged.
I don't agree with this at all, for the simple reason that every time I meditate, it's the complete opposite for me. When I meditate, it drains me of what little energy I have to run off each day. Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
From 11 to 13, I sort of skipped that age, and I went from being 11, 12 to 18, and that's how I wanted. Obviously, it's not right, but it's...
And you met Bill at what age?
When I'm 13.
13. I don't know, one day you were playing with My Little Pony, next day you were playing My Little Pony with Bill Wiley.
This platform does not like when I mention names, so comment section, do you think, if you're into your music. Put it this way, her husband was part of one of the biggest rock bands the world has ever seen, and he tapped her up at the age of 13, which is vile, and yet here we have the host of this show making weird jokes about ponies and the audience laughing their head off. And this is a perfect example of how they live by one rule and we live by another. And don't ever think this is a unique individual case. That whole industry is riddled with people who have the same attitude as this man.
I don't know who this person is, but I really don't need to. We see this time and time again, and I blame the audience and anyone who laughed just as much as I blame the adults in this young woman's life. Meat bubbles in a vacuum chamber because the drop in air pressure drastically lowers the boiling point of water, causing the liquid in the meat and the jug to boil. A little science for you there.
The word listen rearranged is silent, suggesting that we should be silent and listen to the core of our being. The true self, the one observing thoughts, is the real you.
If you take away anything from these kinds of videos, let it be this. The English language is very intentionally put together in a way that corrupts, pollutes, and perverts the original meanings of things, often giving them double meanings too. And I think that comes down to the energy you put into words and where you direct them. It's called intention, right? And I know I keep coming back to this. It's probably getting really annoying for the people which have watched for a long time. You know, I've broken this whole thing down before on the channel, but Black's Law Dictionary is genuinely one of the most interesting reads. The first edition, mind you, okay? But it's one of the most interesting reads out there if you want to understand how English became the most perverted, corrupted language humans have ever conjured up, and the true meaning behind the words we speak without a second thought. If you've not been down that rabbit hole yet, it's worth going and checking out.
There might be a way you can get out of paying taxes using a bowl of lettuce and some snails. A couple years ago, a landlord in London had a huge empty office building that was racking up like £100,000 a year in property taxes. So he kind of found a brilliant loophole so he didn't have to pay as much. In the office, he set up hundreds of tables with rows and rows of bowls filled with shredded lettuce. And on top of each of those little salads, he added a few snails. I think it's the ones that are edible, like where escargot comes from. So the snails ate the lettuce and multiplied, which allowed him to get the whole office building reclassified as a farm, which are taxed at much lower rates of like £10,000 per year. I imagine they will close up that loophole if they haven't already, but I don't really want to pay taxes on this studio, so I just ordered 600 egg-laying quail and some baskets.
Yeah, nah, this isn't going to work. Don't try it unless you're willing to fully commit, but even then, I don't think it's that straightforward. Everyone can agree these are not actually bodies underwater, right? Statues maybe, but definitely not bodies.
Yo, to anyone who's deep in the rabbit hole, bro, buckle up, bro, because this is absolutely insane. So, I took some notes here, so I remember what to say. So, in 1893, this guy named Ingersoll Lockwood wrote a 3-part book series, right? The first one is called Travels and Adventures of Little Baron Trump. The second one is called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. And the third one is called The Last President. Alright? In the first book, Little Baron Trump lives in Trump Castle in Germany. And he finds a manuscript by a man named Don Fum that leads to underground tunnels in Russia that have portals to other dimensions, okay? The first 2 books are just about Baron Trump and his dog, like, exploring all these weird dimensions, right? But this is where it really gets weird, bro. In the third book, The Last President, Don Fum uses these portals to become a controversial president who lives on 5th Avenue in New York. And he basically ruins the price of gold and is super controversial and ruins everything. His vice president's name is Pence, bro. Absolutely crazy, but it gets even crazier, bro. Ingersoll Lockwood lived on the exact same street as Nikola Tesla when he wrote this book series. At the very same time that he was living on this street with Nikola Tesla was claiming that he invented time travel. Like, he deadass was saying, I'm about to make freaking time traveling portals and we're about to do it. And a little bit after, he mysteriously dies in a hotel. And all of his blueprints, all of his inventions are in this hotel when he dies. Guess who gets sent, along with the CIA, to pick up his blueprints? John G. Trump. Trump's literal blood uncle, bro. Think about it, bro. It gets even deeper, though. Wernher von Braun, scientist, by the way, founder of NASA, wrote a book called Project Mars in 1953 about a man named Elon who takes everyone to Mars. the founder of NASA. And now Trump and Tesla are working together. They got space and time. Think about it, Fifth Avenue right by Times Square. I'm telling you, dog. Simulation, bro.
This kid just worked out something the rest of us have been mulling over for decades. Personally, I believe Tesla was far more forward-thinking than we've been actually led to believe. As much of an engineering genius as he's made out to be, there are still some things very much kept under wraps.
He didn't see the tiger in the grass stalking him.
Odds are, if you've been on the internet for quite some time, you've probably seen this video before, left wondering whether or not this guy survived. Don't worry, I've got you with the context. The video that you guys just watched shows a few different individuals riding on top of elephants. They're clearly scanning this field. Doesn't appear to be anything in it. That is until a tiger rushes out and ends up grabbing this guy, mauling him. So this video was recorded in India, which means the tiger that we're looking at is a Bengal tiger, also the most dangerous tiger out there. And as history has progressed, tigers and humans have had more and more encounters because humans are encroaching on the tiger's habitat. This was recorded back in 2004 in Kaziranga National Park. These guys were looking for this tiger because the tiger left the national park and was starting to get close to livestock. Apparently, this forest ranger right here did end up making a full recovery. I do believe the tiger got away though, and they weren't able to relocate it back to the national park. So it's not like these guys were aimlessly wandering around out in this field and they got randomly attacked. They were looking for the tiger.
I'm 100% rooting for the tiger every time. I'm sorry if that makes me sound cruel, but I stand by it fervently.
If you grew up in the early internet days, you probably remember receiving chainmail. Those creepy emails claiming that if you didn't forward them to however many friends, then you'd become the next victim of whatever horrifying story they contained. But did you know that chainmail existed long before the internet ever came to be? The earliest known chain letters appeared in the late 1800s, but they weren't meant to scare people. They were instead usually religious in nature. A popular one from this time period was known as the Letter from Heaven. The storyline behind this so-called Letter from Heaven was that it was written by Jesus himself and had miraculously fallen from the sky, allegedly. Those receiving the letter were instructed to copy it by hand and send it to others, because if they did, they were promised blessings in return. However, if they ignored it, misfortune was said to follow. By the early 1900s, chain letters had evolved, and during the Great Depression, prosperity chain letters became the new thing. These letters promised money instead of miracles, and participants were instructed to mail a small amount of cash to the name at the top of the list, then remove that name, add their own to the bottom, make several copies, and mail the letters to friends and family. If everyone followed instructions, the letter claimed money would eventually come pouring in, but it never did. This is also an early example of a pyramid scheme. So by the 70s and 80s, scary chain letters became more popular, warning people that if they broke the chain and refused to pass it on, they would suffer some sort of tragedy in the following days, similar to the plot of the movie The Ring. And then came the internet, and all of a sudden, chainmail was spreading like wildfire, using urban legends to scare people into passing the message along. And if they didn't heed the warning written out to them, they might end up like Carmen Winstead.
I'm pretty sure that if you got a scary, threatening letter in the post today, it'd be a crime, but somehow back then it wasn't, and neither were chain emails. Weird how the world works, right? I've got to say, most of those just looked exactly the same to me.
I don't know who it is, and I don't know why, but somebody is telling a lie. You're trying to tell me that Tartaria was the name given by Europeans for an unknown region? Come on, brother. That don't even make no sense. It's in Europe. So let me see if I got this straight. You're trying to say that this was an unknown region to Europeans, even though it's in Europe. That you knew where China was, India, Germany, France, but you didn't know what was going on in this region, so you named it Tartaria. So from the Middle Ages right up to the 20th century, you didn't know what was going on in Tartaria. What in tarnations is going on? The 20th century? You mean the end of the last reset? Come on, bruv. 1901 is when you figured it out. I'm sorry, brother. I'm not buying it.
If something stinks like a lie and looks like a lie, then you should always trust your gut and ask the questions they expect or want you to ask.
If you ever see this in the wild, you're already in big trouble. Caught on a trail cam, this video shows a skunk performing one of nature's most unmistakable warning displays. Before spraying, skunks often stomp their feet, hiss, raise their tail into a massive plume, and may even stand on their front legs in a final attempt to intimidate predators and avoid wasting their spray. If these warnings are ignored, they can accurately spray a foul-smelling liquid up to 15 feet, temporarily blind anything that gets it in its eyes, and leave an overpowering odor that can linger for days.
True story. I had a friend visiting family in the US who got sprayed by a skunk and went blind for 5 days.
It's probably because I'm looking at it and I'm like, look away. There's a plane up there. Like, I can kind of see it flashing. Maybe it'll get struck by lightning. Maybe it's making the lightning go away.
Commercial aircraft are struck by lightning relatively frequently, on average about once or twice a year per plane. That works out to roughly 1 strike for every 1,000 flight hours. The more you know.
Homer Simpson was able to figure out the calculation for the mass of the Higgs boson particle, aka the God particle, 14 years before CERN did, and that equation was worth $13.5 billion. So, is everything a stage? I don't even know anymore, but this is my driver. Are you kidding me? This is the particle accelerator that they're building in CERN, for context. And you just casually put that in a cartoon? You know, something just doesn't make sense there, but whatever.
Strictly speaking, no, the calculation was incorrect. Whilst the mass predicted by the formula was in the right ballpark, structurally, it didn't match the true mass of the particle discovered by CERN in 2012. Close, but not quite there. Also, the Simpsons creators are also science academics and full-time nerds, so I'm not surprised.
They're already dead, they just don't know it yet.
Yeah guys, this social media influencer's birthday turned tragic when they decided to use dry ice inside their indoor swimming pool. This took place in 2020, and at the time dry ice was trending on the internet. There were tons of videos going viral at the time of dry ice and the cool effects that it would have, especially when put in water. You see, what dry ice actually is a solid carbon monoxide, and when put in water it goes from a solid to a gas. This causes a bubbling sensation in the water and then creates a very dense vapor. Social media influencer was celebrating her 29th birthday and had all our friends over, and they thought this would be a great idea. So they dumped 25 kilograms of dry ice into their indoor pool. At first they were super excited about it. It did create this really cool effect. They were all laughing and having a great time. A couple of them even jump in the pool and they completely disappear. You see, if this pool would have been outside, they probably would have been okay, but it was inside, which allowed none of the vapors to go anywhere. The lack of ventilation, it basically depleted the oxygen from the room. Fortunately, 3 people did lose their life, including the birthday girl's husband, turning this birthday into a disaster.
It should go without saying, but this is strongly advised against. Do not ever do this.
Now, I've talked about the World Fair many times. Chicago, San Francisco, even Brazil. But this one right here absolutely blew my mind. What do you know about the World Fair in Nottingham? Now, anyone crossing the Trent Bridge would never know that more than 100 years ago, there once stood a majestic building in that very same spot. It was like a theme park, a museum, and a concert hall all rolled into one. The aim of the exhibition was to display products and inventions from all around the world. They said it was a scaled-back version of the Taj Mahal. In Nottingham, in the grounds, was a Japanese treehouse, a Canadian water chute, nearly 100 foot high and with a 600 foot slope, an American roller coaster, a Tom Thumb miniature railway, Hampton Court maze, and a fairy river that took visitors through caverns past wells set with magical scenes. Nottingham once had an incredible ivory palace, but the majestic 6 million building wasn't there for long, and you guessed it, there was a mysterious fire. Oh, you son of a ballback. Now what kind of fire burns brick, marble, and ivory to the ground?
So much history ending in mysterious mega fires. Interesting though, and make of this what you will, but fire cannot melt ivory because ivory is composed of dentine, a dense calcified tissue similar in structure to bone. It doesn't possess a melting point. A little science for the win. It's no secret that ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs do seem to depict a lost technology, but in reality, I don't believe that technology is lost at all. It's only lost in the sense that it's not somewhere we know it is. There are people on this earth who know exactly where that technology is and maybe even still use it. I want you to just kind of enumerate on that for a moment.
This is a very old but very scary video. It was filmed during the 73rd Indonesian Independence Day ceremony, and the ghost of a deceased general can be seen among the troops. Let's play the video.
Jangan terpengaruh, anak paskei. Jangan terpengaruh. Jangan terpengaruh, jangan terpengaruh. Kalian aman. Jangan terpengaruh. Tarik napas panjang, tahan.
So this figure right here, this is reportedly the deceased general. One woman saw this apparition, screamed, and ran away, which caused mass hysteria. Other people reportedly saw it as well, and it was captured on camera. Although it's not certain if the troop members saw it as well, or if it was just the audience. Either way, very creepy.
I have no idea what's going on. I can't make heads nor tails of what's going on in this video with the lens clearly smeared with what seems to be a greasy piece of bacon. Also, Indonesia held its 73rd Independence Day ceremony on the 17th of August 2018. There is literally no excuse for the video to look this way, like it was filmed on a first generation iPod Touch which got run over by a herd of cows.
This font was designed to fool AI, but your brain can read it perfectly. There is a hidden message here, but unlike a normal font like Times New Roman or Comic Sans, you don't read it as an image. So how do you decipher it? Ghost Font reveals the message only when you play it as a video, but the hidden message isn't stored in how the dots look, like their darkness or size. It's everything to do with their movement. Can you see how the dots forming the letters move in opposite direction to the background? You can track those dots over time and group their movements into letters. But if your brain can do that, why can't AI? Some AI vision systems analyze videos by slicing them into individual frames. So when we pause Ghost Fonts, all that's left is a bunch of random looking dots, almost like TV static. Could this become the next CAPTCHA? Instead of proving you're human by clicking traffic lights, prove you can read Ghost Font.
I'm not going to lie to you, I was having trouble reading some of the messages in that static. The difference is, unlike the Amazon rainforest, you don't have to worry about being lost for too long in Antarctica because you won't be alive for too long.
I think it's some type of afterlife portal. Thoth, Anubis, Osiris, same symbol that's on our money. That eye is pointing directly there. That's the tunnel. A lot of people might think they're not real. Alex, are these real?
Yeah, these are in the dirt. This is not in any way, shape, or form.
And here on an archaeological dig, he has the imaging report of this ground that shows there's something under there. That's the tunnel that we're starting at right there. This looks to be a giant megalith. Like it keeps going on for a long time. You can definitely see carvings in it. Carvings appearing in it, but I can't tell if it's dirt or rock. And I also really don't want to keep going. This stuff could be really soft. This looks like it could be part of a pathway and its placement with the tunnel. See how it's going down? And then you have the dog. That eye is pointing to the right. It's pointing directly there. The tunnel to the city. I'm very curious. Looks like Thoth, aliens, as to where this is going on. Anubis, creating life. Also where it's coming from. Osiris. How much stuff they're going to find. With the heart in the middle. The jackal. Same symbol that's on our money. Feels pretty ominous. Look at this. Look at his eye. It's not looking straight forward. It's looking down at that hole like he's guarding it. I think all these are just part. This is one chapter in the book. I think that might be right. The gesture of it all with the skull. Alex noticed a figurine that we hadn't seen on any of them. Money symbol. And on a figurine, so you ruminate and it looks like a stab coming up, and then one going down below. We looked at a lot of these artifacts in the last 3 days. We dug this one out of the ground, and I just took another one out of the ground, and I don't feel great about the way this is happening, but I'm here. If you look at these things, I think it's some type of afterlife portal, because no matter what direction you look at it, from right here, boom, or from up here, or from down below, or even upside down and sideways, it tells a story. But then, if you come around on the backside, there's nothing but raw earth all the way around it.
I'd like to know what's on the bottom of this.
Is that really something you want to find out? Just showing you where we're at. This is real. Anybody want to come help find the lost city with the underworld portal? Anybody else crazy enough to pay money to come here?
For me, they've just uncovered even more evidence pointing to civilizations before us, maybe even pre-resets. Who knows how far back these things, actually go. And I've spoken about this stuff before here, the idea that we're not the first iteration, that the ones before us didn't so much vanish as get quietly wiped and rebuilt. This just adds to the pile worth of watch, going over some of these ancient history, or even go as far as watching Ancient Apocalypse by Graham Hancock. If you want something palatable and something to mong out to on a Sunday evening, go check that out. It scrapes the surface, but it's a great entryway.
This crop circle just appeared in a UK field, and wait until you see what it looks like from the air. So the formation was reported on July 7th near Tidcombe in Wiltshire. It's roughly 230 or so feet across. Many crop circles rely on symmetry, things like symbols, sacred geometry, but this one almost creates this 3D illusion of motion. One interpretation is that the design encodes harmonic mathematics through 12 segments, golden ratio, scaling, and symbolic triads, but without precise geometric measurements. It's hard to say. It definitely does use sophisticated symmetry and optical illusion to create this impression of motion. It is cool. Now, I will note that some formations this year were confirmed to have been man-made for TV. Others are still unknown and debated on origin, but it is stunning craftsmanship no matter what. That's for sure. But I am curious of your personal interpretation of the design, or any that you've heard or come across. Share it in the comments.
Yes, we've had a flurry of crop circles appearing here in the UK over the last few weeks, and don't get too excited because this is the work of a collective of artists and crop circle enthusiasts. It's the same story we run into with almost every unexplained thing I look at on here. Scratch the surface and there's a very human hand behind it. Still beautifully done. I have to say I respect the craftsmanship.
So a group of pastors say that they were invited to a private meeting in Nashville, Tennessee, where two men claiming military and intelligence backgrounds briefed them on UFO disclosure. But what they say took place inside is where the story gets a lot stranger.
And they invited us to this special meeting. When they brought us in, they sat us down and they said, hey, please put your cell phones on silent, put them on airplane mode, and just set them down, please. Please don't record this. And they began to disclose a number of things to us.
So according to Pastor Joseph Z, the men disclosed 3 things to them. The first was that 90% of the phenomena was just advanced human technology, drones, classified aircraft, things that the public basically doesn't recognize yet. The second thing that was disclosed is that Project Bluebeam is being marshaled towards us, and they're going to try and falsify an alien invasion. The third was that the remaining 10% is real and unexplainable phenomena.
This is where people are having real encounters. They showed us photos, even on cell phones, of entities they'd personally taken photos of. They look like light beings. Now,
yeah, then like standing in the woods with long arms and legs and being translucent looking. I mean, that is scary.
Yeah. Now, this is where Pastor Joseph C. kind of parts ways with the extraterrestrial idea, at least. He believes that they're fallen angels or nefarious, and that a future alien disclosure would be used to undermine Christianity. And his conclusion is,
give your life to Jesus. Let's go. You need to know Jesus.
Now, a meeting can be real without every claim inside it being independently verified, right? The pastors appear to have met. Extraordinary claims that were said inside, though, I mean, that rests on these anonymous presenters and secondhand accounts. Sounds like a real meeting, but unverified claims. And we don't know where they're from. We don't know the narrative that they're perhaps trying to push. This all gets a little tricky, but what do you make of it?
Another day, another UAP claim from military and government personnel. I've been consistent on this from the very start. The grand disclosure the internet keeps waiting for is never actually coming. And the more official and openly stated these claims get, the less real they tend to be. Same playbook every time, because think about it, like really think about it. The fact that we're able to say out loud that Project Bluebeam is being planned and ushered towards humanity, that we can make those kinds of claims openly should tell you that it isn't true.
Você comece a aprender a acordar 10 horas da manhã, porque antes de você nascer, essa casa aqui...
Disclaimer, I'm not a veterinarian, so take everything I say here with a grain of salt. If any veterinarians are watching, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Now that we got that out of the way, this TikTok video that I got tagged in shows a cat, and you'll notice that its eyes are very enlarged. And based off what we're seeing right now, I doubt this cat is able to see very much of anything, if anything at all. In doing my research for this video, I believe the most likely thing that we're looking at here is more than likely feline glaucoma. Your eye does of course have a drainage system, and if that isn't properly developed after birth, this can cause a large pressure buildup on your eye, causing it to enlarge, and this can either be unilateral on one side or bilateral on both eyes. And yes, this does damage your vision, obviously. This can also be quite painful and uncomfortable, and unfortunately, it is not 100% curable, though symptoms can be managed to a comfortable extent.
So even cats aren't immune to glaucoma, just in case you were wondering, because I sure as heck wasn't until just now.
You wouldn't drink this, then you probably shouldn't chew this. Here's why. Most conventional chewing gums are made from a synthetic petroleum-derived base, meaning that the stuff that makes this gum chewy and stretchy is essentially just an oil-based plastic labeled as gum base. And if it says that on the ingredients, you are chewing plastic. A recent study found that a single gram of chewing gum, which is pretty much the exact weight of one stick, can release over 1,000 particles of microplastics right into your mouth. I scanned this popular pack of extra gum with the Reveal It app, and thankfully avoided oil-based plastics, plastic polymers, and microplastics. Unbelievable. Companies have been lying for years.
Is gum really worth your long-term health? Like seriously, is it part of a basic human need to chew gum? If your answer is yes, if you absolutely do need it, you need to get help, not more gum. There is absolutely, and I mean absolutely, no logical or reasonable explanation that any paid historian or archaeologist could give that would possibly explain beyond all doubt how these structures came to be and how they're still standing. And don't even come at me with a hammer and chisel and patience horse manure default explanation because, well, look, there is no universe in which that level of intricacy could ever be achieved with a hammer and a chisel. And if so, show me someone who can do it now.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No, there's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
When you look out an airplane window, the horizon appears flat because you're only seeing a tiny, tiny fraction of the Earth's enormous curve. The clip conveniently cut off before he'd most likely have caveated it with, well, something exactly to that effect. So is that a volcano eruption? Is it a tornado forming? Or are we looking at a bit of both? It looks 100% AI to me, though.
I would tell them, like, there's too many broken bars. When I go into Walmart, I'm seeing too many that are broken. They told me, like, you're worrying about this too much. It's not that big of an issue. It happens to everyone. And I got to the point where it was just pissing me off because I hated, like, grabbing a bar off the ground or seeing on the shelf all these, like, shattered chocolate bars that I paid people to put GoPros in, like a bag of Lay's chips pointed at, because I tried to get Walmart to give me the security camera footage and they wouldn't. So I put hidden GoPros in a bunch of random Walmarts just to point it at the Feastival bars just to see why are they making so much. So there's so many shots of, like, you know, like a mom grabbing a bar and then she'd be looking at it literally like this and then you just see the box just go and she'd go and it would just fall off the shelf and then they just put it up and you know, some of the bars would be broken and it would just happen over and over and over again because we didn't engineer the boxes correctly. They didn't do anything wrong.
Do you know how atypical that is, what you've just said? That you put GoPros...
Yeah, people told me I was crazy. The amount of people who tried to tell me that was illegal, I was like, bro, I don't care. I just need to know when my bars are breaking. Like, I'll delete the footage.
Placing hidden GoPros inside a retail store like Walmart without permission is technically illegal under multiple civil and criminal laws. But hey, it's Mr. Beast, so anything goes, right?
Okay, so lately there's been this looming conversation about how we should stop looking at the sky and start looking into the water because that's what holds a lot of secrets. But what if I told you guys that there's been proof that living under the water has so many benefits and that's why some of it could be hidden from us? There's a man who recently did an experiment. He decided to go live underwater for 100 days, 30 feet deep in a pod in Florida, and when he came back up, he showed signs of reversing aging. So Joseph Dettori, a biomedical engineer, decided to go live in a pod underwater, and when he came back up, he ran some tests, and not only did he have better cholesterol, he had an improved immune system. He got better, deeper REM sleep, like 60 to 65% of the time, because of the fact that he was not exposed to toxins. He had reduced stress and noise because of the fact that he was under the water and not dealing with the life that we live up here. His medical tests even showed signs of cellular regeneration, meaning that as we get older, our telomeres are supposed to shrink as we age, but his actually got 20% longer, meaning that he was quite literally aging backwards. Now, even though beauty's in the eye of the beholder and we can't determine if this is fact, they did say that when he came back up, he actually looked about 10 years younger than when he went down. His medical tests actually proved that being under that constant pressure and breathing in high quality oxygen not only helped in reversing his aging, it also helped in improving his health immensely. Now, how insane is that? Oftentimes they tell us that the pressure underwater is so detrimental to our health, but come to find out it's actually super beneficial, and more than likely they have access to resources that would allow a lot of people to live underwater. And there are some theories that a lot of people actually do live underwater, just like they have theories that people live beyond the ice wall, but we'd never really know because they'd never tell us. Let me know what you think about all this. Drop your thoughts in the comments. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go ahead and look into the biomedical engineer Joseph Dettori. Come back and share your thoughts. Per usual, these theories are all alleged, but he definitely did go underwater and do that experiment. So go ahead and look into that yourself because I can't confirm or deny it, but make sure you like, follow, and stay for some more tea.
Pressure, oxygen, and low stress environment is likely down to a whole bunch of factors.
But you'll never have my heart. Make the sky fall when it crumbles. We will stand tall.
I don't care if the McDonald's is carved out of pure diamond and gold. I'm still not setting foot in one. The food's still the same. Hot trash.
Voodoo dolls. How close are they to the movies? Nada.
Hollywood has always given it the evil and, for I'm sure racial reasons, tried to make it all dark. The doll is just an innocent bystander. The doll is the effigy until it becomes someone or something. It could be for healing, for protection, love or sex, and tie it under your bed. I mean, there's different things that they can be. It doesn't mean they can't cause problems. I would find voodoo dolls, let's say, in graveyards, sometimes voodoo dolls in front of your place, and you've got to undo it. It doesn't mean you can't cause pain. It just means if I stick a pin here, you're not going to feel it here.
I don't believe in voodoo, juju, or woo-woo myself. The rituals and tools of these practices are designed purely to manipulate the metaphysical realm, but you don't need to be spiritual to understand a basic truth. The metaphysical is called metaphysical for a reason. By definition, it can't influence, alter, or manifest into our physical world. And before anyone says it, yes, I know that's a hill some of you will happily die on, but that's where I've planted my flag. And that's okay. We can have different perspectives and opinions. People have been conditioned to think that the most priceless things in this world are the ones that the mainstream make perceivably popular. A very sad reality, if you ask me, and I'd put money on you already knowing that deep down. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be here watching this.
Someone will have to climb that deadly ladder.
I love covering videos about the ocean. In fact, I love the ocean itself. That being said, you'll never catch me doing something like this. The video that you guys just watched shows a ladder on the side of this ship. You'll notice, though, that it's really high above the water. Then, out of nowhere, the ladder suddenly is at water level, and somebody is going to climb up this. Now, what we're looking at here is known as a Jacob's ladder or a pilot's ladder, and the entire purpose for this is to allow marine pilots to board a vessel that they're going to obviously command. The problem is, boarding one of these vessels is much easier said than done. In calm seas, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. But when you're dealing with massive swells that are tens of feet tall, then it becomes a lot more hairy. There are people that have gotten crushed by mistiming their step up onto the ladder. There are people that have died falling from these ladders because you usually have to scale about 50 feet. So it's something that you always have to be on point for if you're going to attempt to board one of these ships via a pilot's.
Yeah, not for me, thanks. No amount of money could get me to do something like that. The open ocean is not a place I'm at my most comfortable, to be honest. I'll just say that. That's probably not the case, but would it surprise me if this was the intention behind it? Absolutely not.
The strategy that Werner von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in '74, they were the enemy, the identified enemy. We were told that they had killer satellites. We were told that they were coming to get us and control us, the dirty commies, that whole story. First, the Russians were the enemy against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. Then we identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the next enemy was asteroids. Now at this point, he kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Asteroids, against asteroids we're going to build space-based weapons. So it was funny then. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final card. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Carol, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens. And all of it, he said, is a lie. He didn't mention a timeline, but he said that it was going to be speeding up faster than anybody could possibly imagine. That the effort to put weapons in space was not only based on a lie, but would accelerate past the point of people even understanding it until it was already up there and too late.
I don't think any of that is going to happen personally, simply because if it were part of a bigger plan and people are expecting it, does it make sense that they'd reveal their plan before they execute it? No, I don't think so. Part of their plan is making you think there's a grand plan in the first place. Part of their plan is to make you think you know the plan, so that when they actually initiate, give it the green light, so to speak, people won't be expecting it. Let me tell you right now, and take this with as much salt as you want at this point, but be prepared for anything. And when something does eventually happen, and I'm fairly certain it will, use your discernment to identify whether what you're seeing is real, just like anything. And on that note, we've actually reached the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, let me know. Tell me what you'd like me to improve. If there is something you want to see different, just give me the feedback. I'm open to hearing any suggestions. But if you did like it, make sure you like the video. Also subscribe if you haven't already. And if you're new and you made it to this point, I do this every single day, so it is worth subbing. I hope I earned it. But the one thing that all of you can do, the most important thing, is stay safe, stay well, and stay curious. Until next time.